Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Avinash Singh and Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown, who are out of the country. Honorable Senators, we will revert to this item of business later in the proceedings.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. The Finance Number 2 Bill 2021 in the name of the Minister of Finance on the supplemental order paper.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Minister of Finance, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Petitions. Petition lodged by Senator Jayanti Lakshmidyal on behalf of the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain, seeking to amend the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain Incorporation Act 1972 by a private bill in order to change the name of the organization to the Sir Optimus International of Port of Spain.
Senator Lakshmidyal.
Madam President, I beg to present a petition on behalf of the members of Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain of number 15 Nepal Street, St. James, Port of Spain. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the petition be read. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk will read the petition.
The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. To the Honourable President and members of the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of the members of the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain of number 15 Nepal Street, St. James in the city of Port of Spain, hereinafter referred to as the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, respectively showeth. 1. That the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain was inaugurated in Trinidad and Tobago in 1959, when there was a formal representation of the Charter by the Sir Optimus Club of Great Britain and Ireland. 2. That the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain was incorporated by an Act of Parliament entitled the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain Incorporation Act 1972, Act number 26 of 1972. 3. That subsequently the Sir Optimus International Constitution was amended such that all clubs should be called Sir Optimus International of the locality where they reside. 4. That the Sir Optimus Club of Port of Spain thereafter, without amendment to its name in the above-mentioned parent legislation, referred to itself as Sir Optimus International of Port of Spain, and over the years conducted all of its affairs and held its property under the name of Sir Optimus International of Port of Spain. 5. that the Surreptimists Club of Port of Spain and the Surreptimists International of Port of Spain are one and the same organization. 6, that the Surreptimists Club of Port of Spain is required to be registered as a non-profit organization under the Non-Profit Organizations Act 2019, Act number 7 of 2019, and wishes to register under the name Surreptimists International of Port of Spain. 7, that your petitioners are desirous of amending Act number 26 of 1972 to change the name of the organization to the Surreptimists International of Port of Spain so that it may, 1, formally change its name to align with the Surreptimists International Constitution, 2, register as a non-profit organization under the Non-Profit Organizations Act 2019, Act number 7 of 2019, and 3, carry out its operations, conduct its affairs, and meet its legal obligations without difficulty under one name. 8, wherefore your petitioners humbly pray that this honorable House will be pleased to take these premises into consideration and grant to your petitioners to proceed with the introduction of a private bill for the amendment of the Surreptimists Club of Port of Spain Incorporation Act 1972 in order to change the name of the Surreptimists Club of Port of Spain to that of the Surreptimists International of Port of Spain, and your petitioners in duty bound will ever pray. Dated this 16th day of September 2021. Signed, Wendy Ann Rock, Controller. Signed, Donna Jackman Wilson, Secretary.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the petitioner be granted leave to proceed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Petition lodged by Senator the Honourable Paula Gopi-Schoon on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children, seeking to amend the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children Incorporation Ordinance 1961 by a private bill in order to change the name of the organization to the Lady Hochoy Centers of Trinidad and Tobago.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Madam President, I beg to present a petition on behalf of the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children of Lady Hochoy Home, Harding Place, Cocorite. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the petition be read. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. To the Honourable President and members of the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children of Lady Hochoy Home, Harding Place, Cocorite, hereinafter referred to as the TTARC, in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, respectfully showeth, 1, that the TTARC was incorporated by the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children Incorporation Ordinance 1961, Ordinance number 15 of 1961. 2, that the TTARC is governed by a constitution which provides for an executive to administer its general affairs. 3, that the aims and objects of the TTARC are A, to maintain ongoing research and investigation of the problems of persons with intellectual disabilities in the Republic. B, to establish homes and daycare and training centers for the care, maintenance, and welfare of persons with intellectual disabilities in the Republic. C, to provide education, treatment, training, and rehabilitation for persons with intellectual disabilities in the Republic. D, to assist in the activities of agencies, public or private, institutions and associations, public or private, which may be deemed advantageous to and for the welfare of persons with intellectual disabilities in the Republic. E, to cooperate and affiliate with any institution, public or private, having objects similar in whole or in part to those of the association. F, to own, purchase, mortgage, lease, or rent property, or in any way deal with land or interest in land. And G, to receive monies, donations, contributions, etc. for the aforementioned purposes. 4, that your petitioners are desirous of amending Ordinance number 15 of 1961 to change the name of the organization to the Lady Hochoy Centers of Trinidad and Tobago to further its objectives. 5. Wherefore your petitioners humbly pray that this honorable House will be pleased to take these premises into consideration and grant leave to your petitioners to proceed with the introduction of a private bill for the amendment of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children Incorporation Ordinance 1961 in order that they may effectively pursue and achieve the objects outlined. 6. And your petitioners in duty bound will ever pray. Dated this 21 September 2021, signed Jocelyn Wu, signed Howard Sabga.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the petitioners be granted leave to proceed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Petition lodged by Senator the Honourable Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal on behalf of Mrs. Hinya Harikissoon, requesting the use of the Hansard report in court proceedings.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs.
Madam President, I beg to present the petition on behalf of Ms. Hinya Harikissoon, Attorney at Law of the Law Offices of Harikissoon and Company, number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the petition be read. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. In the matter of Standing Order 20 of the Standing Orders of the Senate, and in the matter of the petition of Hinya Harikissoon of Trinidad and Tobago of Harikissoon and Company, number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando, 600203. To the Honourable President of the Senate and the members of the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of Hinya Harikissoon of Harikissoon and Company, number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando, 600203, in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, respectfully showeth as follows. 1. Your petitioner is the Attorney at Law on record for Trinmesh Limited, hereinafter called claimant, in the High Court actions number CV 2020-03937 and CV 2020-04209. These matters concern the Comptroller of Customs and Excise and the applicability of the miscellaneous provisions, mutual assistance in criminal matters, proceeds of crime, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Customs and Exchange Control Act 2018, hereafter referred to as the said Act. 2. The matters brought against the Comptroller of Customs and Excise claim that the Comptroller of Customs and Excise applied its powers retrospectively and or retroactively to impose additional duties and taxes on items imported by the claimant and seek the disclosure of documents under the said Act in respect of the imported items between the periods February 2014 and October 2016 and January 11, 2018 to April 4, 2020. The claimant seeks to rely upon the Hansard from the House of Representatives and Senate to support its claims that the said Act does not apply retroactively and or retrospectively. In both matters, the claimant therefore sought inter alia declaratory relief that the said Act does not apply retrospectively and or retroactively, that the defendant's decisions were ultra vires, illegal, null and void, and further sought injunctive relief, quashing the defendant's decision and barring the defendant from any further purported exercise of its powers under the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, as amended. 4. The Hansard Report of Proceedings of the Senate for the 16th January 2018, 20th February 2018, 27th February 2018, and 13th March 2018 should be produced, referred to at the hearings before the High Court to indicate what transpired in the Senate in relation to the debate and passage of the said Act. 5. The Clerk of the Senate or such other officer responsible for the making of the Hansard report in the Senate should swear to an affidavit referring to and exhibiting the said Hansard report of the proceedings or extracts thereof and attest that they are the true record of what was said in the Senate on the said date. 6. The petitioner therefore humbly prays that the Senate do grant leave for the Clerk of the Senate or such other officer, 1, to swear to an affidavit referring to and exhibiting the said Hansard report of the proceedings or extracts thereof, and attesting that they are the true record of what was said in relation to the said act. 2, to attend the hearings before the Honorable Judge if required on such dates as the matter may be adjourned from time to time by the court. And your petitioner in duty bound will ever pray. Dated this 28th day of October 2021. Signed, Hinia Harikissoon and Company, number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando, 600203. Instructing Attorney at Law for Trinmesh Limited, claimant.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the petitioner be granted leave to proceed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Papers.
Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honour to lay the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The sessional report of the first session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the supplemental order paper in the names of the Attorney General, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. The summary court's appeals against fixed penalty notices issued under the Public Health Regulations Rules 2021, the Civil Proceedings Amendment Rules 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Record of Proceedings number 2 Regulations number 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Challenge Proceedings number 2 Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Ineligibility Proceedings number 2 Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Retention and Disposal of Personal Property, number 2, Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Miscellaneous, number 2, Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Evaluation, number 2, Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Participation in Procurement, number 2, Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Pre-Qualification and Pre-Selection, number 2, Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Procurement Methods and Procedures, number 2, Regulations 2021, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property, Procurement of Consultants, number 2, Regulations 2021, the ministerial response of the Ministry of National Security to the third report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the implementation of the recommendations of the 24th report of the PAAC on the examination into the processing and the payment and pensions and gratuities of retirees, public officers, and contracted employees. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Foreign Affairs on an examination of the foreign policy of Trinidad and Tobago, first session, 2020-2021, 12th Parliament.
Urgent questions.
Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Trade and Industry, in light of the recent announcement by Trinidad Cement Limited, TCL, of an increase in the price of cement, can the Minister indicate what measures are being put in place by the government to protect the interests of the public?
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you very much for that question, as it could never be too many instances in which we seek to inform the public about matters such as these. So thank you. And on learning from the local manufacturer that they intended to increase the price of locally manufactured cement, immediately the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago took a decision to go to that the Ministry of Trade and Industry should approach the COTED, which is the CARICOM agency that is responsible for trade and economic development, in order to seek a suspension of other hydraulic cement from 50%, which as we know it, which will end in December 2021, end December, to 20% beginning January 2021 and 2022, and end in December 2022. In addition, there is an existing quota and import licensing regime for cement, and that is all types of cement in Trinidad and Tobago, which at the moment is 75,000 tons of cement. We will expand that, the decision again taken by Cabinet, to 150 tons of cement, and that is effective January 2022. I would hasten to add that the government sought to bring relief to the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago, and bearing in mind that, of course, competition will keep the market in check, and therefore prices would remain the lowest possible with the entry of extra-regional cement into the country. Again, we recognize the importance of keeping the price of cement the lowest possible for the construction industry, understanding the connection between the manufacturing of cement and the construction industry. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes. Madam President, through you, can the Minister indicate to this Honorable Senate, given the 50% price as it relates to the suspending of hydraulic cement to 20% and the quota increasing to 150,000 tons of cement, can the Minister indicate how would the 15% increase in TCL be reflected in the new prices of cement given these initiatives taken by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Madam President?
It's a little bit confusing there, but I would again explain. So the 50% CT, common external tariff, will end at the end of December, and what will be in place is the 20% tariff, common and external tariff. It's impossible for government to indicate exactly what the price would be. But what is likely to happen is that you would have those authorized licensors under the quota regime to now move to bring cement in, and that cement will enter the market at 20%. And as I said before, what is likely is that competition will keep the market in check and keep the price of cement low, with the relative competition being in place.
Senator Mark, yes?
May I also ask, through you, to the Honourable Minister, given these initiatives taken by the government, to what extent the Minister is anticipating the encouragement of other players to get into the local cement market to at least prevent or to at least challenge what currently exists as a monopoly in the industry at this current time, Madam President?
Minister.
Thank you. The government will encourage any players to get involved in the manufacture of local cement. We would all welcome any new entrants into manufacturing cement. As with regard to importing cement, one would recognize that there is currently a quota and import licensing regime in Trinidad and Tobago, and that there are 5 companies that are registered under that licensing regime. So there are presently 5 registered importers. Thus far, for 2021, only one of the 5 registered importers has brought in any cement for this period, for the 2021 period thus far. What can happen is that the other four would join, understanding the market to be open much more. The other four are likely to join in with the importing of cement as well. Seeing what's going on in the region, I can tell you that there's interest in the region as well for the further manufacturing of cement in the region.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, in light of recent reports of dairy farmers warning consumers about the purchase of contaminated meat, can the Minister outline the steps being taken to protect consumers?
Minister, Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, and I answer on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries to say that the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries is not directly responsible for addressing reports of contaminated meat, as it's a public health matter. Our Animal Production and Health Division, the Animal Production and Health Division of the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries will normally receive reports of diseases in live animals only, and at present, there are no reports that have been received. However, there is no, as I said before, there's no formal report from the dairy farmers as it relates to the possibility of contaminated meat on the market. Again, it's a public health matter. Notwithstanding, the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries is working with the Ministry of Health, specifically the veterinary Public Health Division, on working with farmers to ensure that the animals on farm are healthy by routine inspections. What is usually the case, if an animal is suspected ill, the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries will alert the Ministry of Health or vice versa to provide the necessary assistance as it relates to the treatment and disposal of carcasses when necessary. And of course, proper disposal under strict protocols ensures that suspected contaminated meat does not enter the market. But I would say specifically, Senator Mark, that the Consumer Affairs Division of the Ministry of Trade and Industry will also take the responsibility in further informing via the social media and the print media of this particular circumstances of which you speak in terms of stolen meat. And that responsibility will remain the responsibility of the government to ensure the health and safety of the consumers.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Madam President, could the Minister indicate whether she's aware of the Ministry of Health launching any inquiry or investigation into this development concerning the possible contamination of meat being placed on the market, which consumers would have access to? Can the Minister clarify, Madam President?
Minister.
Yes, please. And yes, the Ministry of Health is involved with and researching the particular matter of hand and taking responsibility to ensure that the public is aware of the particular circumstance. The end result, we want to ensure that no contaminated meat would reach the hands of the consumers.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister what specific measures she can share with us as to the steps that her ministry, that is the Honourable Minister's ministry, with responsibility for consumer affairs, will pursue in an effort to enlighten and educate the public as to the existence in the market of possible contaminated meat. What measures will be taken by the Consumer Division?
Senator Mark, the time for urgent questions has just finished. Okay?
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The government is pleased to advise that we are in a position to answer all oral questions. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Question number 8 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you. Madam President, I'm pleased to answer question 8 as posed by the Honourable Senator. Madam President, this question is premised upon 2 serious false premises and/or inaccuracies. Firstly, that there was a deadline for appeal of the arbitral award, and secondly, that the award was for approximately $1 billion TT dollars. In addressing the question in this context, I can inform that the Board of Petrotrin took time to seek and consider advice not only from Petrotrin's legal team, but also from 2 eminent senior counsel, one of whom is local senior counsel in the person of retired Justice of Appeal and retired CCJ Judge, Mr. Justice Ralston Nelson, senior counsel, and the other of whom is an internationally renowned specialist silk in construction and energy matters in the person of Mr. Simon Hughes, QC. Once that advice was received, the board, on the 2nd of July 2021, agreed to explore the possibility of settlement with AV Oil. For the record, Madam President, I ask you to note that the 30th June 2021 was not any date that Petrotrin was obliged to meet, as the question wrongly posits. I inform that the Minister of Energy will, in the new year, make a statement to the Parliament on the full extent of this matter and will lay in the Parliament in support of same documentation that is relevant to this matter.
Can the Honourable Attorney General advise whether he can provide us with an appreciation at this time as to the quantum, the ultimate quantum of monies that will be awarded to this company, ANV Oil and Gas Limited?
Madam President, I wish the honourable member to take notice that Petrotrin issued a public statement on September 21st, 2021 that was widely carried in every single media house and published in the newspapers and published online. As I said before, the Honourable Minister of Energy will provide a full statement. What I can say, Madam Speaker, as I'm sure Senator Mark is well aware, there was a partial award made by the tribunal. And Madam President, it is noteworthy that that tribunal was a unanimous tribunal where Lord David Hope of the Privy Council, Lord Sir Dennis Byron, ex-president of the CCJ, and Mr. Justice of Appeal retired Humphrey Stallmeyer together came up with a unanimous award where the partial award of damages then was 18 million TT dollars, apart from sums that were being held in escrow. This matter is ongoing before the arbitral position as it relates to costs and other measures. And as I've said before and has been publicly set out in the public domain in full particular fashion, the Minister of Energy will lay in this Parliament and will provide a statement on the 4 corners of this issue so that we are not the victims of misguided questions such as the ones put this morning.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Honourable Attorney General indicate in the statement that is to be made in the future whether the government will be providing the legal opinions given by the 2 eminent personalities earlier identified by the Attorney General?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can the Honourable Attorney General indicate whether in the final analysis the cost of this award could reach close to $1 billion?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can the Honourable Attorney General indicate when will the final settlement be arrived at in the context of the statement that the Minister is intended making to the Parliament in due course, Honourable
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 17 to the Minister of Finance.
Madam President, the terms and conditions of the proposed loan with the China Development Bank are still being finalized.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate when this loan was the loan agreement or proposed loan agreement discussions begun, Madam President?
No, Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate when will this loan agreement amounting to $204 million will be concluded?
Minister.
Soon.
Can the Minister indicate whether $25 million was spent or allocated for the importation of Sinopharm vaccines as part of this agreement amounted to $204 million?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister when agreement is finally arrived at, whether the government will table in the Senate for public consumption the terms and conditions of the agreement,
Minister. Senator Mark.
Inclusive of the agreement governing the terms and conditions of the Sinopharm vaccine agreement?
No. Senator Mark, the question speaks specifically to a loan agreement. So can you confine your supplemental to the loan agreement,
yes,
please?
Okay.
Yeah? Minister.
Precisely, Madam President. It is practice to lay finalized loan agreements with international bodies in the Parliament in due course. So the answer to that question obviously is yes. The other part about Sinopharm is absurd because the agreement has not yet been signed, so how could there be payment out of an agreement that is not completed? That's an absurd question.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Do I have a final supplement?
All four. Next
Question number 18 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In September 2021, the Food and Agriculture Organization's Food Price Index revealed that since September 2020, food prices globally have escalated by approximately 30%, reaching levels not seen since 2011. And according to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago July 2021 Economic Bulletin, the average growth in food inflation over the first 6 months of 2021 was 2.8%. However, more recent data from the Central Bank online database reveals that food price inflation was 4.9% year-on-year in July 2021 and 5.7% in September 2021. Notably, the inflation that Trinidad and Tobago experienced was imported inflation, since Trinidad and Tobago imports food and other consumer products from the international trading partners, and several supply-side factors have caused prices to rise internationally. Based on the tracking of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago's Retail Price Index, which shows how the basket of goods price changes over time, it can be said that the inflation is relatively moderate and not indicative of ongoing price gouging in Trinidad and Tobago. In comparison, the inflation rate for the United States of America in November 2021 was 6.8%, which is the biggest surge in inflation in nearly 40 years. For Canada, it was 4.1%, the highest monthly inflation since March of 2003. And the United Kingdom, it was 3.2%, the biggest jump since records began in 1997. Within the Caribbean region, many countries are also experiencing high inflation levels. For instance, in Barbados, headline inflation was 5.88% in May 2021, And in Jamaica, headline inflation was 4.3% in June 2021. In contrast, headline inflation in Trinidad and Tobago was 1.6% in September 2021. Looking, Madam President, at the factors contributing to the rise in prices of essential and basic goods globally, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to increases in food prices internationally and affected prices of some goods locally on account of the following factors: disruption in supply chains on account of early quarantine and lockdown measures during the pandemic, shortage in shipping containers, which has caused an increase in freight shipping rates and transportation costs. Data from the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, April 2021 policy brief reported that some ocean freight rates have increased by as much as 443% since the start of the pandemic in 2020. Also, another factor contributing to rising prices are adverse weather conditions, such as floods and wildfires in major agriculture and food-producing countries, including the United States, Canada, Australia, and European countries. These conditions have negatively affected crops, causing a rise in food prices, and also a decline in industrial output in leading economies such as China and Europe. Government has been working proactively to monitor and address rising food prices, and during fiscal 2021, the government implemented the following measures to address rising prices. The zero rating of basic food items. VAT was removed on an expanded list of food items as announced in the fiscal 2022 national budget presentation, which included vegetable soybean oil, olive oil, coconut oil, canola oil, ghee, peanut butter, black pepper and other spices, cereals, condensed milk and milk substitutes, instant and ground coffee, black and green tea, orange and apple juice, bottled water, seasoned meat and pigtail, canned sausages, tuna, mackerel, peas, beans, corn and mixed vegetables, mayonnaise, ketchup, roti skin, packet soup, soya chunks and minced ground dal, cheese slices, table butter, ham and turkey slices, chicken luncheon meats, bologna, and biscuits and crackers. And these items now form part of the list of items under Schedule 2, zero rating of the Value Added Tax Act, and has brought relief to all consumers. In addition, the government also pursued the suspension of the CET on a list of over 20 basic items, and these items include salted fish and canned fish, apple juice, cheddar cheese, canned corned beef, milk and cream, refined sugar, preparations for infant use, and soybean and other types of oil for cooking. And this initiative will help to keep those items affordable for consumers. The government...
your time is up, Minister.
Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, given all the initiatives outlined by the Honourable Minister to address rising food prices and price gouging, can the Minister indicate what other initiatives will the Ministry be looking at implementing to ease the burdens that are placed on the shoulders of a population that is relentlessly struggling to put food on their tables for their families? Can the Minister indicate what other initiatives will be taken by her government to address the matter?
Minister.
Thank you again, Madam President, and I would hasten to add to the position just advocated by the Honourable Minister, that based on the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago's Retail Price Index, it can be said, which shows how the basket of goods price changes over the time, it can be said that the inflation is relatively moderate and not indicative of ongoing price gouging in Trinidad and Tobago. I would hasten to add as well that government has also undertaken other initiatives, including the increased supply of foreign exchange via the Exim Bank, and that is both to manufacturers, also to importers of basic food items, including food and other essentials like pharmaceuticals as well. There's also the agriculture stimulus package, where we have government has implemented and will continue to implement this $500 million agriculture stimulus package. Again, linkages are also being strengthened to promote greater synergies between the industry, manufacturing, and the domestic agricultural sector. And so there are a number of other initiatives, including the support for import substitution of particular items, and also the continuing food monitoring of food prices by the Consumer Affairs Division. Also, through the Ministry of Social Development, that there are a number of initiatives that are available for those less fortunate. Again, and also through the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, a number of food packages have been prepared in 2021, and I no doubt understand that they will continue to assist where possible by providing food packages where necessary, vegetable food boxes and so on, as they've so successfully done within 2021.
Senator Ma?
Yeah, Madam President, the minister spoke or addressed zero-rated, some 30-something zero-rated items, and another 20 that experienced some positivity as a result of the suspension of CET. Can the minister indicate, Madam President, through you, whether it is the intention of the government in this season of goodwill and peace upon men and women to examine the further zero rating of food items, which currently, as you know, Madam President, stands at 7,000? Can the minister indicate to you and through you to the Senate whether it is the intention of the government to further embark upon zero rating many more food items that are currently out of the reach of the ordinary people of Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister.
Much, and the government was pleased to put in place those measures that we spoke of. The 7,000 that you spoke of, which you SKUs, that is, which you spoke of, that the last government may have introduced, included a number of luxury food items. What we have done on this side is that we have put in place measures to include items that the average citizen would have in their food basket and would ordinarily purchase from the supermarkets. In addition, again, I didn't speak enough about it, but the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will continue to provide, where the respective citizens qualify, enough relief as is possible, and they will continue with their programs, their myriad of programs that are available for the citizens who are less fortunate.
Senator Mark?
Is the minister aware that given rising food prices as well as real GDP decline per capita in our country, that many consumers are experiencing great challenges in purchasing food at the groceries and supermarket owing to the escalating prices that they have to face on a daily and weekly basis? Is the minister aware of this challenge facing consumers on a daily basis in our country?
Minister.
Thank you very much. The government has, in 21, executed several initiatives that would benefit the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago with regard to responding to food prices and the challenges that may cause. In addition to which, I emphasize again that the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, have responded effectively in ensuring that the needs of the most vulnerable in particular have been met. And we will continue to monitor Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade and Industry through the Consumer Affairs Division, and we are adopting a whole-of-government approach in ensuring that as far as is possible in these trying economic times that we are able to meet the needs and answer to the call of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Next question. You have one more question? Sure.
Yeah, Madam President, through you, can I ask the Honorable Minister whether her ministry, in conjunction with other ministries, have conducted any surveys to determine, Madam President, the extent of the rising poverty, starvation, and malnutrition affecting segment of our population as a result of rising food prices in our country? Has the ministry conducted...
Senator Mark Bates, you asked the question. There's no need to repeat it, Minister.
Senator Mark, you've gone far beyond the remit of the question which you posed today. But I will continue to say that the Ministry of Trinidad Ministry of Trade and Industry, through the Consumer Affairs Division, will continue to inform and educate the population through the print media, through social media, not only on food prices, but also on hardware items, on poultry items, on pharmaceutical items, and we will continue to do so in the interest of the consumer so that the consumer can make the right choice in terms of what I should purchase and where I should purchase. And we are going to continue to educate and think of innovative ways in which we can reach the public.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, question number 19 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Madam President, there have been no complaints to the Permanent Secretary, the Transport Commissioner, or to me as Minister with regards to the unavailability of cleaning supplies at the Office of the Licensing Division. Checks with officials at the Ministry and by extension the Licensing Division have revealed that all offices are constantly provided with the required supplies and toiletries, sanitizers, and other cleaning supplies. Each site also has a member of staff assigned with responsibility for ensuring that these supplies are adequately replenished to a certain threshold. Persons responsible for ongoing sanitizing of the offices have been regularly performing their duties. I thank you.
Madam President, is the Minister aware that recently there was a story that appeared in a report indicating, Madam President, that there were severe shortages of material at the various licensing outlets that would, in fact, contribute to dangers to the staffers owing to the shortfall in supplies of sanitizers? Is the Minister aware of
Senator
such
Mark,
report?
in light of the response given by the Minister, I won't allow that question.
All right. Well, Madam President, I will follow it up at a future time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next question, Senator John.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 31 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Good morning to you, Madam President. Good morning to members of this honorable chamber, and I thank the Senator for this opportunity. As per guidelines issued by the World Health Organization, the Ministry of Health has implemented its vaccination plan for the 12 to 18 age group, which is estimated at 100,000 persons, and the 18-year and over age group, which is estimated at 1.1 million persons. This is according to the Central Statistical Office. In this regard, based on WHO's guidelines, a total of 1.2 million persons are eligible to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Answer to part 2. Booster shots are available for 551,774 persons who were fully vaccinated, and the breakdown of these persons as per type of vaccines is as follows. Sinopharm, 388,629. AstraZeneca, 116,694. Johnson & Johnson, 46,451. The Ministry of Health has made significant changes to its program from Monday, 13th December 2021 to increase availability. Boosters are now freely and conveniently available at 17 sites across Trinidad and Tobago on a monthly rolling schedule, depending on when the individual received his or her final shot of a primary vaccination schedule. Thank you very much.
Senator John.
Madam President, I thank the Minister for that answer that he has a number of persons who potentially qualify for the vaccine. I now pose to you, Madam President, if there exists a database as these people come forward, whereby the citizens who have been vaccinated are then entered into a database.
Going project between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Digital Transformation.
I want to ask the Honourable Minister if this database is updated real time and that whether there is now a targeted approach based on...
So, Senator John, let's deal with it question by question. So the first supplemental there is whether the database is being updated, is
yes,
that it?
Yes, it's in real time.
In real time, yes. Minister?
The database is updated on a timely basis. It may not be exactly real time. There is some delay. As you can imagine, we are dealing with hundreds of thousands of pieces of paper, but we are taking all steps to make sure that the data is updated on a timely basis as soon as humanly possible.
Senator John?
Yes, Madam President, I'm asking the Minister, why in 2021 we are still keeping a database in hard copy? You know, why aren't these names immediately updated on digital platform?
Not only in hard copy, as I indicated very clearly, it's an ongoing process of digitizing the records, but there will always be a lag between when the client fills in the form and the actual upload to the system.
Senator John?
Yes, Madam President, in creating your database, the people who are now the people who have been vaccinated and now qualify for the booster shot, are they just is there just the expectation that they will just show up, or is there a targeted approach to having these vaccinated people show up?
Minister.
As is well rehearsed in the public domain, we have put out full-page press ads. We have a social media presence, and it's on our Ministry of Health website that shows clearly the timelines for each person based on when they received their last dose of their primary shot. It's in full page, full color in all the newspapers. So, for example, if you got your second shot of AstraZeneca between the 1st of 18th of June 2021, you are advised to come in between Monday, 13th to 18th December. If you got it between the 19th to 25th of June, you come in between the 20th to the 23rd of December. We close for Christmas, and then the 28th to the 29th of June. If you got it between the 26th to 26th to the 30th of June, you come in between the 30th of December to the 3rd and 7th to the 7th of January. So it's very targeted, it's timed. For Sinopharm, if you got your Sinopharm second shot between the 15th to 18th of June, you come in between the 13th to 18th of December. All this is in the public domain, but I will go on. If you receive Sinopharm between the 19th to the 25th of June, you come in between the 20th to the 23rd of December, and then the 28th to the 29th of December. If you got Sinopharm second shot between the 26th and 30th of June, you come in between the 23rd of December to the 7th of January. For Johnson & Johnson, if you got your Johnson & Johnson one shot between the 22nd of August and 21st of September, you come in between the 13th and 18th of December. All of this is in the public domain. If you got your Johnson & Johnson between the 22nd of September and the 21st of October, you come in between the 20th to the 29th of December. If you got your Johnson & Johnson between the 22nd of October to the 6th of November, you come in between the 30th of December and the 7th of January. For Pfizer, the boosters are due 6 months after you received your second shot. We started giving out Pfizer doses in September 2021, and as we have advised the public in these updates, that booster program for Pfizer will start in March of 2021. All of this, Madam President, is well rehearsed in the public domain. It's targeted, it's logical, it's seamless, and it is working well.
Next question, Senator John.
Madam President, through you, the minister is saying this program is working well.
Senator John, you have used up your 4 questions.
Okay.
Supplemental. So I'm inviting you to raise the next question. Question number 32.
Yes, Madam President. Question number 32 to the Minister of Health.
Yes, Madam President. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, its policy on vaccination deployment to its citizens is based upon universal access, where persons can access vaccines living in any part of the country. To this end, there were several studies and reports submitted to the Ministry of Health to determine the reasons for vaccine hesitancy across the country. The key findings of a survey report completed in May 21 by the Market Facts and Opinions Consumer Economic Study on Trinidad and Tobago indicated that only 35% of the population were willing to take the vaccines. Further, the report from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, on the COVID-19 vaccine acceptance among active social media users in the Caribbean that was completed in July 2021 indicated that 15% of the sample population, those on social media, were vaccine hesitant, and 11% reported that they would not take the COVID vaccines when it becomes available. Subsequently, the journal article published on August 19, 2021 from the Lancet Regional Health of the Americas, Volume 3, entitled Public Trust, Information Sources, and Vaccine Willingness Related to the COVID-19 Pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago, an online cross-sectional survey indicated that 62% of the sample population were willing to take the vaccines. The Market Facts and Opinions and CARPHA studies concluded there was misconception on the safety and efficacy of the vaccines against COVID-19, and in particular, the Lancet article indicated that lower levels of education health literacy were associated with increased levels of belief in misinformation. In this regard, the Ministry of Health undertook several initiatives in correcting this misinformation about vaccine hesitancy and implemented targeted health education campaigns in villages and towns in order to build trust for continued support in compliance with a greater uptake of vaccines against COVID-19. Initially, our key messages focused on general public health guidelines and the adoption of the new normal, including mask wearing. The main slogan then became Vaccinate TNT to increase vaccine acceptance and combat misinformation as vaccines became available. The population is now urged to, don't delay, get vaccinated today as we work to increase vaccination levels. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator John.
Thank you, Madam President. But having said that, Honourable Minister, today or yesterday we were at 2,454 deaths, which really is a grim figure. And today, Madam President, without burdening you, you have on the front page of the Express, doctors overwhelmed by COVID deaths, and they have gotten to their breaking point. I'm asking the Honourable Minister if he's satisfied with the update based on this outreach that he said that is targeted.
Minister.
Yes, we are not happy with that. And I am sorry that the member asked this question, because we have said from the day one, this is a whole of society approach and we need all leaders to step forward. And the UNC has to take a lot of responsibility for vaccine hesitancy in this country. And I will give you evidence. August 5th, 2021, Renuka Singh in The Guardian. To date, neither Roberts nor Leida has taken the jab, and NACID refused to give his vaccination status, saying that he did not need to, as TT is not a communist state. This is the utterances of a UNC senator now asking questions about vaccine hesitancy.
Senator John, sorry.
He has asthma and was advised by his doctors to take the Pfizer vaccine. If that was not available, he was also advised then to take Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and possibly the Russian-made Sputnik, but not AstraZeneca or Sinopharm. Absolute hogwash.
No.
Then it goes on.
Minister, please, to withdraw that last word, please. Thank
Absolute
you.
unscientific data. Both the Astra and Zeneca are available in Trinidad and Tobago. And then the Honorable Munilal said that Trinidad and Tobago should not be used as guinea pigs for Sinopharm vaccine. It's a whole, and when we ask parliamentarians to disclose their vaccination status, the PNM members in both houses declared their vaccination statement. It was the UNC in both houses that refused to tell the country what their vaccination status is. So who is leading?
Thank you. Senator John?
Madam President, through you, I don't know what any of what the minister just said had to do with vaccination hesitancy. It's all irrelevant.
Please, let's just stop here for a minute. Thank you. Senator John, just ask the questions, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. I pose this to you, Madam President. Has the minister seen fit, outside of blaming the UNC, to approach the local churches, temple, mosques, NGOs within the specific villages that he has just spoken about in very general terms?
At the start of the vaccination program, we had the Archbishop of the Roman Catholic Church, the Hindu faith, the Muslim faith, the Pentecostal faith, all come out to support it. So yes, we did it. We went in as part of our outreach into mosques, churches, and mandirs to do just what the Honorable Senator is saying. We did that, we educated, we vaccinated persons in places of worship, wherever we were invited to do so. And I'll give you another statistic. We were recently invited by the Port Authority, where there was some vaccine hesitancy. We spent an entire day in the port, this is about a month ago, talking to port employees one-on-one. At the end of the day, Madam President, do you know how many people we got? A magnificent 7. 7 persons at the port. This tells you that we need to do more, we need to step up, and we are always looking at our communications efforts. You will see new people coming out now, entertainers across all genres of music, putting their names to the vaccination drive. And we encourage all persons to get vaccinated. Since the booster program began on Monday, we have vaccinated 5,420 with boosters. So just a 2-day average, it doesn't say much, it's just 2 days. 27,010 persons have come out to get their boosters. But we do need all political parties and leaders, and I urge people, because the damage that these statements did by Senator Leida, Senator Nakid, and Senator Roberts is tremendous.
Senator John?
Thank you. The minister continues to impute improper motives, Honorable President. I just want to know, are there any indication, because this is the approach the UNC will take, that the concerns vary by community? Young people, for instance, they have a different concern. Is it race-based, religious based on religious concerns, culturally based? Does your database drill down in that kind of granular level so that you can be very targeted, not at your opposition opponents, but at the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are now dying en masse?
That very responsible question, and the answer is yes. The issues of vaccine hesitancy are multifactorial. It has to do with socioeconomic conditions, education levels, not to say that only the uneducated. There are many educated persons, doctors, lawyers, medical professionals who are vaccine hesitant. So it's multifactorial against age. One of the main areas, and I thank you for raising the issue, is the young male, especially between the age of 20 and 49, who still believes that the vaccine will affect their virility and their manhood, and they can't get an erection. And that is something that is being addressed literally one-on-one with the young male. And you still have people who believe that the vaccine is an invention of Bill Gates because he's planting a chip in you. There is still this talk about the vaccines will make you magnetic. It alters your DNA. And I was talking to one doctor in San Fernando this morning, and that person agrees with me. It is now a one-on-one conversation to get the vaccine hesitant to accept the vaccines, and we are doing that daily. We are going out to communities, businesses that invite us, as I said, the Port Authority. So it's a battle around the world. It's not only Trinidad and Tobago. It's a global battle to convert the vaccine hesitant to the vaccine acceptance, and it's multifactorial and very, very complex.
Senator Mark, you had a supplementary?
May I ask, through you, Madam President, to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, has the ministry conducted any survey on a geographical basis regionally to determine which regions or counties within the Republic of TNT are most likely to be vaccine hesitant thus far? Can you share that information?
You've asked the question. Let me, Minister.
Thank you. So there are some reports that talked about this. Let me see if I can find it. MFO, the MFO survey. The country is divided. There is no majority opinion. A plurality of persons, 45%, disagree that they will take the COVID-19 vaccine should it become available. Persons aged 65 and over, that's across the country, are more likely than any other age group to express interest in the vaccine. I'm giving you the MFO results now. Those who are most interested in getting the vaccine reside in the Couva, Tabaki, Talparo area, while those who are the least interested reside in the north central and central areas. This is MFO. These and other strong pockets of disagreement suggest that there is much work ahead to attain herd immunity. So this is MFO, and we were part of this study. So it's, as I said, it's multifactorial. It's geographic, it's age, it's gender, it's across religion, it's across professions.
Senator John, you have any more supplementary?
No, I think Senator Mark just kind of picked that up.
Okay. Next question.
33 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. There were several studies and reports submitted to the Ministry of Health to determine the level and reasons for vaccine hesitancy from the following sources. 1, internationally, the journal article published on August 19, 2021, from the Lancet Regional Health of the Americas, Volume 3, entitled Public Trust, Information Sources, and Vaccine Willingness Related to the COVID-19 Pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago, an online cross-sectional survey. 2, regionally, the report from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, on the COVID-19 vaccine acceptance among active social media users in the Caribbean was completed in July 2021. Locally, several reports included the survey report from the University of the West Indies St. Augustine Committee on COVID-19 vaccine addressed vaccine hesitancy and uptake in Trinidad and Tobago was completed in April 2021. The survey by the Market Facts and Opinion Consumer Economic Study on Trinidad and Tobago was completed in May 2021, and the survey report by the regional health authorities to solicit feedback on motivation for or against COVID-19 vaccination was completed in September 2021. I thank you.
Senator John, The time for questions has expired.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Before I call on the minister, I would like to just revert to the order of business previously, and I'm now in receipt of the instruments. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago by Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Harvey Boris. Whereas Senator the Honorable Avinash Singh is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Harvey Boris, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 15th of December 2021, and continuing during the absence out of the country of Senator the Honorable Avinash Singh, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President St. Anne's this 14th day of December 2021. To Mr. Ndale Young, whereas Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 15th of June 2021, and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President St. Anne's this 15th day of December 2021. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Harvey Boris, having been appointed Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, and will uphold the Constitution and the law. I will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Ndale Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Madam President, this bill was debated in the other place on Monday, and despite significant contributions from all sides, I was quite intrigued to note that the proceedings in the other place did not receive any honorable mention in the media, not even a full stop or comma. And what we have seen in the last couple of days is things of a more sensationalist and a bacchanalist nature. But since we have some political bacchanalists here with us, I expect to get some coverage today. So, Madam Speaker, I said political bacchanalists.
And I was going to actually invite you to continue without invoking any sort of,
I've just given the context, Madam President, with your permission, as to why I expect to get some coverage today. So, we didn't have much bacchanal on Monday. So, Madam Speaker, the bill before the Senate is very important. One of the most significant measures in the bill, and may I explain that traditionally the finance bill follows the measures in the national budget, and the finance bill is intended to put into law the fiscal measures that are announced in the budget. From time to time, sometimes, and this year is one of those times, the Ministry of Finance would take the opportunity to include certain other fiscal measures or financial measures that are important and urgent. But normally, the finance bill simply is the implementation of the fiscal measures announced in the budget. This particular finance bill does include a very, very important matter, which I will get to in due course. And by the way, Madam President, how much time do I have?
You have 45 minutes. You will finish at 12:05 with some seconds, 50 seconds.
Thank you very much. So if we look at the bill itself, the first clause is self-explanatory. It's simply the title. And as we move on now, the bill proceeds to deal with a matter that has addressed the attention of the Ministry of Finance and was approved by Cabinet recently, which is a reduction and refund in gaming taxes and fees for the gambling industry. During the year 2020, the government took the very difficult decision to prohibit the operation of bars, clubs, as defined under the Registration of Clubs Act, common gaming houses, and common gaming houses or betting offices. And this was done to control and prevent the spread of the novel coronavirus, which we know as COVID-19. As a result, the gambling industry was mandated to close in full for approximately 5 months of 2020. Thereafter, the gambling industry was allowed to open, but with conditions. So that 5 months of 2020 constitutes approximately 42% of the year. However, the way the legislation that governs the gambling industry is structured, persons operating in the sector were required to pay fees and taxes on an annual basis in advance for the year 2020. Clauses 4 and 14 of the bill are meant to bring relief to this sector by implementing for the year ending December 2020 a reduction in the annual gaming tax by 42%. The clauses also provide for a refund of the 42%, the said 42%, of the tax so paid in accordance with the Registration of Clubs Act and the Liquor Licenses Act, respectively. And I wish to point out that amusement machines in bars are governed by the Liquor Licenses Act and not by the Registration of Clubs Act or the new Gambling and Gaming Act, which will be proclaimed shortly. The tax will be refunded where it is proved to the satisfaction of the Board of Inland Revenue that the tax was actually paid. So those who paid will get a refund, and those who did not pay will get what is provided, what is described as a remittance. So clause 2 implements a reduction in fees by 42% and a refund of the said 42% where the fees were paid to the BIR or the Betting Levy Board. And as I indicated, this needs to be proven in the case of those who actually paid, because several did not, claiming hardship. And this is why we are giving them relief. When we go to clause 3 and its companion clause 13 of the bill, this addresses something, a very serious matter, which has troubled this country for some time. And this will now, for the first time, properly criminalize the operation of Ponzi schemes, pyramid schemes, and other such schemes under the Proceeds of Crime Act and the Securities Act, respectively. In 2020 September, we are all very well aware that, as reported in the media, there was the operation of a well-organized scheme, some say a money laundering scheme, under the guise of a pyramid scheme in Trinidad and Tobago. Given the seriousness of the matter, it immediately grabbed national attention and created national dialogue on the existence of Ponzi and pyramid schemes operating in parallel to what is known in local parlance as the susu. I wish to point out at this time that we have no intention of criminalizing our cultural susu. A susu in Trinidad and Tobago and many other countries is an arrangement where persons would pay a sum, usually a monthly sum, and let's use an example. You would pay $500 a month for 6 months, and then at some point in time, you will collect your hand, which would be $3,000, less perhaps a marginal charge for the person who is managing the susu. Sometimes there's no charge at all. So that susu, there's no multiplication of your contribution. You get back exactly what you have put in. But it's a form of savings, and you would agree with the other members of the susu as to when you will get your hand, your $3,000, in the example that I've given there. But what was happening in 2020 was completely different. The government has taken note, closely monitored this problem, being well aware of the deleterious effects of Ponzi and pyramid schemes, especially on the vulnerable in society. So clause 13B of the bill establishes a comprehensive definition for the term prohibited scheme. And in looking at this, the Ministry of Finance went around the world to see how countries deal with Ponzi and pyramid schemes and the like. And there are different approaches in different countries. Several countries have specific legislation dealing with Ponzi schemes. Other countries, such as Jamaica, which is the model we chose to adopt after extensive review, have included the prohibition of Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes in their Securities Act. So that we are also doing that. We are putting into our Securities Act the prohibition, the outlawing of Ponzi and pyramid and similar schemes. In order to do so, you must have a proper definition so that these characters who operate these criminal schemes can be caught. So that if one looks very carefully at clause 13B of the bill, let me go straight to it, there are quite detailed definitions of what a Ponzi or pyramid scheme is. And we call it a prohibited scheme. So if you go to the bill in clause 13, the definition of a prohibited scheme, which is now going to go into the Securities Act after Section 165 with the creation of a new Section 165A. And the bill tells us that a prohibited scheme means a scheme in which a business is structured in such a way that the returns an investor or client earns is directly tied to the number of persons he recruits to join the scheme. So that is quite typical of what happened in Trinidad and Tobago, where persons would get money because of the number of persons they would recruit to join the scheme. The next definition, B, it is a scheme in which the amount of income a person earns while participating depends on his rank in the scheme, where such rank is related to when a person joins the scheme. So if you are in the scheme at the beginning, you get more. That is another typical feature of a Ponzi or pyramid scheme. It is a scheme, in C, in which the amount of money a person earns while participating in the scheme is directly tied to or depends on his success in recruiting other persons to join the scheme. So in that scheme, persons were given a bonus depending on how many people they recruited to join the pyramid scheme. D, a person is required to purchase a financial product or financial training offered by the scheme before he can participate in or earn income from the scheme. And neither the product nor the training can be offered for resale to the general public. That was another way in which the operators of a pyramid scheme sought to entice people in. You have to buy something in order to get involved, a financial product or engage in financial training. E, a person is required to pay an advance fee, either as a lump sum or by installments, in order to receive a financial return. That is another way where the operators of the scheme enticed people. They said, well, you could pay 5,000 and get back 15,000, or pay 10,000 and you might get back 100,000. So the more you paid by way of an advance, the more you got in the multiplier effect. So that was another feature of a pyramid scheme. F, part of the marketing or promotion of the scheme involves an assertion or statement guaranteeing or promising that participation in the scheme will result in returns which far exceeds the returns offered in the securities market. Now, that is perhaps one of the most obvious features of the scheme, where persons were offered huge returns on their so-called investment. So you put your money in the bank, you might get 1%. You buy stocks and shares on the stock exchange, you might get 3%. But if you come with us, we'll give you 50% or 100% or 200%, as the case may be. G, a scheme in which an aggregate public scheme requires contributions to a pool of investment and guarantees or promises a larger payout based on the number of persons recruited. H, an investment scheme provides an investor with returns derived substantially from investments made by other investors in the scheme rather from general profits. So again, that's another feature of the scheme. This scheme does not involve investment in any activity, project, security per se. In other words, the money is not taken and invested in an income-generating project. So that is another feature. When you look deeply at what is going on, the money is simply generated by new members. So that's the typical pyramid, where it's small at the top, large at the base, where you just entice more and more people to come in, and the new people provide the income for the original set. Whether or not the name Ponzi is used by any connection, so the scheme does not have to have the name Ponzi, and in fact, as I said in the other place, anybody would be foolish to say this is a Ponzi scheme, but that is required so that we can define a Ponzi scheme. Whether or not the scheme limits the number of persons who may participate therein, either expressly or by the application of conditions affecting the eligibility of a person to enter into and receive compensation under the scheme. And the penalties that are now established, a person who establishes or operates a prohibited scheme is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $10 million and imprisonment for 10 years. And it goes on to give other offenses, knowingly participating in the scheme, and advertising or enticing persons to join a scheme that would attract a fine of $2 million and imprisonment for 3 years. And then we go on to indicate in a list the penalties, fines, and so on, administrative fines as well. So this is a fundamental improvement in our legislation to deal with criminal activity and to deal with those who prey on the vulnerable and the innocent. It is designed to outlaw this get-rich-quick scheme, which has caused grief to so many people. And as I said, we went all over the world to determine the best fit for Trinidad and Tobago, and we decided to use Jamaican model because that has worked very well in that country. And it is very comprehensive and very detailed, and we have borrowed quite a lot of the Jamaican legislation in arriving at our prohibitions and outlawing of these Ponzi, pyramid, and similar schemes. Moving on now, clauses 5A, 10A, and 12A of the bill remove respectively all motor vehicle tax, value-added tax, and customs duty on both new and used passenger electric motor vehicles and passenger electric motorcycles. Previously, when we exempted categories of vehicles from various taxes, there were limitations with respect to motor sizes and so on. But because electric vehicles are still in the embryonic stage, certainly in this part of the world, we thought that we would not restrict the motor size in this particular measure where we are waiving motor vehicle tax, value-added tax, and customs duty in order to encourage people to start importing and using electric vehicles. And this is intended to incentivize the public, the fact that we have not put any restrictions at this time on motor sizes. With respect to used electric vehicles, it's important that honorable senators understand and the wider public understand why we have limited used electric passenger motor vehicles and motorcycles to an age limit of just 2 years from the date of manufacture. The reason is, as I indicated, this is still an embryonic industry. It's new. And in the past, the electric vehicles, the batteries were inefficient and didn't last for more than 3 years. And one of the problems developed and advanced economies have at this time is disposal of inefficient electric vehicles, especially the batteries. They don't know what to do with them. So that we did not want Trinidad and Tobago to become a dumping ground for inefficient and antiquated electric vehicles with batteries that would be useless. So we would create a problem here where persons, if they brought in an older electric vehicle, say a 3-year-old or 4-year-old electric vehicle, within a year or so, the vehicle would become useless because the battery would have been old technology and they would have had to dump these batteries. So we have limited the age of a used electric vehicle to 2 years for now to address that matter. Obviously, as the technology advances, because the new batteries, we are told, could last up to 8 years, some of them 10 years. So as advances occur in the technology, and as the battery life goes up, then we will revisit that 2-year prohibition for used electric vehicles. But we have a very good reason for it at this point in time, which I have just explained. And let me go now to a matter that came up in the other place that I found quite ludicrous, the point made, and I took the opportunity to explain, and I will do so now. I will address that matter. A point was made that electric vehicles would explode or conk out during a flood, and therefore, why are we encouraging the use of electric vehicles? Because they would be useless in Trinidad and Tobago during times of flooding. That was so far from the truth, it's not funny. So let me just deal with that issue. And I'm reading from a publication by a website called HDFC, and I am quoting now. Since electric cars are harbingers of new technology and manufacturers understand that they need to win the customer's confidence, these vehicles go through rigorous testing and follow several safety protocols. Most modern electric vehicles have resorted to putting the battery and other electrical components in the bottom section, one that is most likely to be exposed to flooding. However,
The components are well sealed, insulated, and are watertight to ensure there is no seepage of water. Electrocution is therefore not a risk when you take your electric vehicle through flooded areas. Additionally, electric cars undergo high-pressure, deep water testing in extreme conditions to ensure comprehensive plugging of any weak spots. Just for information, the founder of Tesla, Elon Musk, recently showcased how a Model S electric vehicle could float and could turn into a boat for a short period of time using the vehicle's wheel rotation for thrust. That is not recommended, however. Let me go now to a more technical example. For electric vehicles, there's an international protection rating system that electric vehicles all must comply with. A typical IP rating is IP65. The first number, 6, refers to sealing against dry matter getting in, such as dust. And the second number, 5, refers to water getting in. IP65, that international protection rating, means the item is totally sealed against dust entering and is protected from low pressure water in any direction. For most electrical vehicles, in particular those in the high voltage sections of motor, speed controller, and battery, they are rated to IP66 or better. 6 for water entry means protected against strong jets of water. So that in most modern electric vehicles, I would have to say all, that are manufactured in the advanced economies, the motor, the speed controller, and batteries are protected against strong jets of water. So that the idea that an electric vehicle would conk out or explode during a flood is simply ridiculous. And in fact, the literature tells us that an electric vehicle would feature better during a flood, passing through a flood, than an internal combustion engine car. So I just thought I would say that. Moving on now to goods vehicles, Clause 5B of the bill addresses infrastructure damage sustained on this country's roads by overweight trucks. It increases the penalties, fixed penalty from $750 to $4,000, and the demerit points from 3 points to 4 points for overweight vehicles. And we expect the Ministry of Works and Transport to utilize their weight control stations at Caroni and Goncolda to deal with compliance with respect to this matter. With respect to Clause 6, and I want to say, because this was raised elsewhere, this has nothing to do with the current effort to introduce a private sector operator into the cargo operations at the port. This is simply a lacuna that has existed in our legislation for a long time. Clause 6 amends the Port Authority with respect to exemption on value-added tax for carrying out its functions, such as the acquisition of plant, machinery, apparatus, equipment, etc. Currently, Section 35 of the Port Authority Act exempts the Port Authority from customs duty, and this is simply to bring parity between duty and VAT. At the present time, if the Port Authority requires an exemption from VAT, they would have to go through a laborious process to seek the exemption, and quite often that could require a cabinet note and a cabinet decision. So this is simply to avoid that tedious process. And in any event, since it's a wholly owned state entity, the question of the Port Authority paying VAT is from left pocket to right pocket. So that we simply making this amendment to take away the paperwork and the bureaucracy associated with the authority applying for a VAT refund, because it's a state entity. And this is applicable already to most state entities. They are already exempt from VAT and duty. With respect to clauses 7, B1, B2, this continues the policy of this government trying to make it easier for first-time homeowners by giving them tax exemptions. This will amend Section 18 of the 18A of the Income Tax Act to provide for an increase in the tax allowance for first-time homeowners from $25,000 per year to $30,000 per year. And this is to encourage persons to buy property, encourage first-time homeowners to invest in housing. Additionally, to encourage people to save, again, continuing this government's policy to encourage people to save, for contributions to approved pension fund plans, approved deferred annuity plans, tax saving plans, widows and orphans plans, NIS, etc. Clause 7C of the bill amends Section 2815 of the Income Tax Act to allow an increased aggregate deduction of $60,000, up from $50,000, in relation to annual contributions made under Widows and Orphans Pension Act, the National Insurance Act, the Retiring Allowances Legislative Act, or any approved pension fund scheme, approved annuity plan, etc. And again, this is to encourage people to save. So we're increasing the amount that someone can invest in a pension plan and get a tax exemption or deduction. With respect to foreign investment, to encourage foreign investment, we are adjusting the withholding tax rate, reducing it to 8% for distributions and 3% for distribution to a parent company, and this is intended to actively encourage foreign investment in Trinidad and Tobago. Clauses 7A and 7B1 also clean up the Income Tax Act by replacing outdated references to the Land and Building Tax Act and Municipal Corporation Tax Act, so harmonize it with the Property Tax Act. Clauses 8B and 11 continue our program of encouraging small and medium enterprises to list on the Trinidad and Tobago Junior Stock Exchange. Currently, there are just 2 companies, and there has been a reluctance on the part of SMEs to list on the Junior Stock Exchange. There's a reason for that. The discipline that is required by the stock exchange would require SMEs to expose their business to the public, because if you're a listed company and you have many shareholders, any one of these shareholders, even if they have 1 share, can come to the annual general meeting of the company and ask probing and penetrating questions about expenditure by the company on benefits to executives and things of that nature. And many SMEs are family-owned and designed in a particular way to finance the operations of families, and therefore SMEs are a little reluctant to expose themselves to that level of scrutiny that will occur with the Junior Stock Exchange. But on the flip side, SMEs suffer from lack of access to capital. It's very difficult for SMEs, especially indisciplined SMEs who don't keep proper accounts, who don't have proper management protocols, industrial relations protocols, have no skill in project management, etc. It is very, very difficult for SMEs in that category to get capital, to get bank financing and so on, to acquire new equipment, to acquire new property, to grow their business. Very difficult for them. However, if they list on the Junior Stock Exchange, they can immediately get capital by an initial public offering or by demonstrating to financial institutions that they have the necessary discipline, the necessary strength, the necessary long-term planning, the necessary integrity to get financing from banks. So it is a good thing for small and medium enterprises to seek to list on our stock exchange. So again, we are improving the exemptions in terms of taxes, and what clauses 8B and 11 of the bill do is grant relief to small and medium enterprises that list on the Junior Stock Exchange for business levy and green fund, so that this will reduce the rate of business levy to 0% for the first 5 years and 50% of the applicable tax for the next 5 years. And similarly with the green fund. And Clause 8A of the bill amends Section 32B of the Corporation Tax Act, clearly establish the rate of 50% of whatever the prevailing rate of corporation tax is for SMEs listed on the stock exchange for the second 5-year period. So the first 5-year period is 0.
encourage them to list on the stock exchange, and the second 5-year period, it's half of what the current rate would be. So we also looked at what successful countries have done in Europe, in Asia, in North America, and in the LATAM region, because we in this government consider ourselves to be part of the Latin American and Caribbean region. So that we looked into LATAM and we looked into CARICOM in particular. And what we saw is that in Jamaica, which has a very successful junior stock exchange with at least 40 companies listed as compared to our 2, they have a mentorship program, so that in order to list on the junior stock exchange in Jamaica, you have to have a mentor. And that mentor is a successful company that is deemed to be fit and proper by the stock exchange in Jamaica to mentor the emerging SME that wants to list, so that you can't list unless you have a mentor. So we are introducing this matter, this proposal, into our stock exchange regime, and this will be developed over the next couple of months. They're already deep in discussions between the central bank, Ministry of Finance, stock exchange, to create this mentorship program with approved mentors that would train, support, and assist SMEs as they move from their current situation into listing on the stock exchange. With respect to SMEs, we are also helping them with our Phase 2 loan program. When we did our Phase 1 last year, we recognized that a number of small and medium enterprises simply could not qualify for the COVID Relief Guarantee Loan Program. And they couldn't qualify for 3 reasons. They don't keep proper accounts, they're not up to date with their statutory obligations for income tax, and they're not up to date with their statutory obligations for national insurance. So they were not up to date for taxes of all kinds, value-added tax as well, not up to date for national insurance, and not up to date with the audited accounts and so on. So they couldn't qualify. So what we have done in our Phase 2 program is we have decided that we would relax the requirements so that the SMEs to get access to our Phase 2 program, and you'll have seen advertisements in the paper. I think I saw one up to yesterday. There might be one today. From the commercial banks, FCB in particular. FCB is the managing bank, and the other banks are the participating banks, so Royal Bank, Scotiabank, and Republic Bank, working with FCB, and other banks are coming in as we go along. They're all part of the program. You can go to any one of these banks as an SME. So that now you only have to be up to date with your statutory obligations to the end of December 2018. And then we give you 1 year to get up to date with the obligations for 2019 and 2020. So that is a significant advance we have made to allow more and more SMEs to qualify for the government loan. I might stress, we have also improved the government guarantee. It was 75% last year. And believe it or not, Madam President, even though the government was guaranteeing 75% of the loan, many small and medium enterprises couldn't get the 25% collateral or whatever it is they were required to put up for the loan. So we are now improving the government guarantee to 100%. So the loan program, you don't have to be up to date beyond the end of 2018 in the first instance. It's 100% government guaranteed, and you get a moratorium on the first 2 years. You don't have to pay anything for the first 2 years. It's a 7-year repayment period, and most importantly, it's interest-free. The government is taking responsibility to pay the interest on the loan. And in order to achieve all of that I've just mentioned, the government paying the interest, the government guarantee, and so on, we have agreed with the participating banks to reduce the cost of this to the government, that we would exempt them from corporation tax on interest income that they would be charging the government.
So, as I said, it's advertised in the papers, and I encourage all small and medium enterprises to take advantage of this loan. I don't think there's anything like that anywhere in the world. So moving on now, Clause 8D of the bill also encourages innovation and research and development and provides a research and development allowance limited to 40% of actual expenditure incurred in research and development up to $3 million. And that is now going to appear under Section 10U of the Corporation Tax Act. And research and development is defined as a process intended to create a new or improved product. Also, as part of the many new measures that we put into this year's budget, we are introducing an allowance of 150% of actual expenditure incurred up to a maximum of $1 million in the conservation or preservation of a property of interest. Under the National Trust Act, a property of interest means any monument, any fossil, place, or site of natural beauty or national, historic, scientific, or archaeological interest. And we have given the minister with responsibility for the trust, currently the Minister of Planning, the responsibility to certify that the work where the money has been spent under Clause 8D of the bill is for the conservation or preservation of a property of interest. Moving along, Clause 8E2 of the bill gives incentives for the development and expansion of the manufacturing sector. And we are allowing a deduction up to $100,000 for companies investing in information technology, digitization, or technology development. This does not apply to the energy sector. Again, with our government's thrust for digitization, Section 8E2 of the bill provides incentives in the Corporation Tax Act for the digital sector. A company whose core business is technology, solution, and digitization shall be subject to a rate of 50% of the current Corporation Tax Act on the first $100,000 for 2022 and the first $200,000 of income for 2023. We have defined technology solution to mean a set of related software programs or services sold as a package. Again, another innovative measure in the National Budget 2022, we're giving incentives for carbon capture and storage and enhanced oil recovery. That's in Clause 9 of the bill, providing an allowance for companies involved in carbon capture, carbon storage, and enhanced oil recovery. And we've defined these things. Carbon capture, storage is defined as technology which prevents or removes carbon emissions from the atmosphere and stores the captured carbon emissions for reuse in manufacture or stores the captured carbon emissions underground or otherwise. And enhanced oil recovery is defined as the increased recovery of crude oil from a reservoir by using various methods, including steam, water flooding, or gas injection. Again, another innovative measure in the budget, articles for the differently able, the blind, and disabled, clauses 10 and 12 of the bill, expand the number of articles and the items required to assist the blind and disabled through duty and VAT concessions. There are already a number of articles, but we are adding more. So we are assisting persons with duty and tax concessions on things like walking canes and white canes. We're also introducing tax waivers for persons with mental and physical disabilities, and that's in Clause 12B of the bill. Clause 10B, zero rates value-added tax on walking canes, white canes, mobility canes, braille typewriters, and all items currently exempt from customs duty as certified by the Minister with responsibility for persons with disabilities. In addition, Madam Speaker, you will have heard me speak about incentives to significant importers, and the fiscal measures that will deal with incentives for exporters will be part of another finance bill which I will introduce early in 2022. Clause 15 is a commencement clause which makes it clear that clauses 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, which is essentially the fiscal measures in the national budget, will come into effect on the 1st of January. All other matters will come into effect on assent of this bill. How much more time I have, Madam President? Sorry.
You have exactly 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you very much. So, to repeat, this bill...
Minister, sorry, 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you very much. To repeat, this bill is intended to address the fiscal measures announced in the Budget 2020. There are many, and we consider many of those fiscal measures to be very innovative, such as incentives for digital companies, incentives for enhanced oil recovery and carbon capture, incentives for manufacturers, incentives for small and medium enterprises, a significant number of new initiatives in the national budget, tax deductions for companies who want to assist in the preservation and renovation of historic properties and properties of interest, and so on. And in particular, the criminalization of Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes, we consider this to be a major advance that is being effected by this legislation. I also want to say, Madam President, as we move forward, in addition to these measures that are in this bill, it is also the intention of the government to look very closely at matters, and this will be in an upcoming finance bill. We'll be looking at matters where we can accelerate the diversification of the economy. And I want to announce before I close that one of those projects that will benefit from some of the measures in this bill and other measures going forward will be, and I'm talking specifically about the withholding tax and other such measures intended to encourage foreign investment. One of the measures we'll be looking at very closely is the proposed Labre dry dock facility, where an MOU was executed in August 2020 between NIDCO and the China Gezhouba Group International for the construction of the Labre dry dock and associated facilities. A feasibility study and conceptual designs were completed in March 2021. Facility is designed to accommodate Panamax-sized vessels with a draft of 14.5 meters, includes 2 dry docks, 2 service jetties, as well as onshore warehouses and workshops to support repair and manufacture of ship engines, hulls, and other electrical and mechanical components. This is a very expensive project, Madam President, very expensive. But we believe, this government believes, that in order to push this country forward and to continue to accelerate diversification, we must invest in capital development. We must invest in projects like this. The cost for this project at this time is estimated at $590 million. So if you do the maths, Madam President, that's about 4 billion TT. It is intended that the project be financed by the China Exim Bank, 70% of the cost, and direct investment by the China Gezhouba Group International, plus their partners, which would be NIDCO. So far, the feasibility study has told us the project is financially viable, with a return in excess of 10%, and internal rate of return of in excess of 10%. And NIDCO has applied for a certificate of environmental clearance. It's expected the environmental impact assessment will commence early next year and will be completed by 2023. So that we are pushing on, and this is one of the reasons why we are proposing these fiscal measures and others that will come, because during construction, this project is expected to provide direct employment for 3,000 persons. During operations, believe it or not, this project is expected to provide permanent employment for at least 3,000 persons and support approximately 12,000 indirect jobs, and will truly revamp our Southwest Peninsula and bring development to that part of the country. So with those few words, Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what time do I stop? Can you advise?
You started at 12:05 and you will finish therefore at 12:45.
Yes, thank you. Madam President, let me begin by stating categorically that under this clueless, hopeless, and visionless PNM government, this country is going nowhere very, 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 very fast. Madam President, the Finance Number 2 Bill 2021 is being debated against the background of a prolonged period of negative economic performance, which has witnessed a decline every year since 2016 of economic growth. The IMF has projected an economic growth rate of 5.7% in 2022, which seems more like a pie in the sky, because it was the same IMF, Madam President, which predicted economic growth of 4% at the end of 2021. Sadly, this will not materialize when we look at the latest economic data coming out of the central bank. The fiscal measures outlined in the Finance Number 2 Bill 2021 will not do anything to lift this economy out of its current depression. The fiscal measures tantamount to the government's continued declaration of war against the poor and the ordinary people of our country. There is, Madam President, no clear economic strategy or policy other than to further enrich their friends, their financiers, family, and themselves. Madam President, approximately 1 year ago, the Minister of Finance piloted the Finance Number 2 Act, or bill at that time, of 2020, in which, Madam President, the Minister unleashed a rain of measures, fiscal measures, which negatively impacted the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized population, whilst extending incentives, lucrative incentives, exemptions, and tax concessions for the few, demonstrating once again, Madam President, the absolutely bankrupt nature of this government. Today, Madam President, the Minister has just presented the 2021 Finance Number 2 Bill. And Madam President, when you examine, and I'm going to do that shortly, the various measures that are contained in that bill, it is another giveaway of taxpayers' money to the well-to-do in this country, the big shots, and the parasitic oligarchy. Madam President, the same PNM minister, Madam President, who ought, Madam President, to be promoting policies that generally bring about what is called a more equitable distribution of the burdens of adjustment. What we have witnessed in these measures, which I'm about to outline, will show that the burdens of adjustment continue to be placed squarely on the shoulder of the working people of our nation, who are being called upon to make more sacrifices, endure more suffering, and more brutality, given the measures outlined, Madam President. This is clearly a rich man's government, and a poor man's perpetual nightmare. Madam President, if we look at this bill, Madam President, what we are going to see in no uncertain terms is that the government's only plan, Madam President, if you look at these measures properly, remains to tax, to drain, and to raid continuously the HSF and to borrow. Madam President, may I say from the outset that we are not against business. What we in the UNC are against, Madam President, is inequity. The Finance Number 2 Bill of 2021 seeks to amend some 13 pieces of legislation. But, Madam President, how will these amendments improve or help improve the quality of life of the 1.4 million citizens? The various measures, when closely examined, provide more comfort and enjoyment and riches for the few in our country, crumbs for a limited segment of the population, and continued suffering, sacrifice, brutality, and hardships for the vast majority of our people. These measures, Madam President, of a fiscal nature, contained in the number 2 Finance Bill, should be deeply disturbing, troubling, worrying, and concerning to all right-thinking citizens. There is no equity or fairness in the distribution of the burdens of adjustment. These measures, Madam President, are flawed, they are unfair, they are unjust, they are disproportionate, and they are totally one-sided, Madam President. Madam President, like the Finance Bill of 2020, this Finance Bill is literally designed to make the rich richer and the poor man poorer. So let's get into the measures directly, Madam President. Madam President, when you look at the measure aimed at what is called amending the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, you look at the Port Authority Amendment, the Income Tax Amendment, Corporation Tax, even the Petroleum Tax, the Value Added Customs Act, these amendments to the Security Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, there is one common thread running throughout these various amendments. The picture that emerges is one and the same. Honey for the rich, poison pills for the poor and the ordinary people. Madam President, let's look at the amendment to the fourth...
Senator Mark, just 1 second. Senator Mark, just 1 second. Acting Leader of Government Business. I think you think that you are speaking softly, but I'm starting to hear your protestation, so I would just ask you, please. Okay? Senator Leiter, are you addressing me?
Sorry, Madam, I'm just saying I couldn't hear either.
What couldn't you hear?
I couldn't hear the debate. There was a lot of noise.
Well, thank you, Senator Leiter, thank you. I think I've addressed it, okay? Mark, continue.
Yes, Madam President, let's look at the amendment to the fourth schedule of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to start. Madam President, here the government is seeking to exempt motor vehicle tax on new private electric motor vehicles and a used private electric motor vehicle which is not older than 2 years from the date of manufacture. Madam President, this has to be taken in conjunction with an amendment to the Customs Act, which would also exempt customs duty on new and used private electric vehicles, as well as to amend, Madam President, the value-added tax, where Schedule 2 of the Act is amended to zero-rate value-added tax on new this particular measure in terms of the vehicles, making those vehicles zero-rated as it relates to value-added tax. It will pay zero rate as it relates to value-added tax on the new and used private electric motor vehicles. Madam President, the Minister did make reference to that on page 156 of his budget statement of last year. But, Madam President, what this really means? What this means, Madam President, is that the Minister of Finance, and I want to make reference to the Finance Act of 2017, when that act was introduced, Finance Act, the Minister made reference to exemption of taxes on electric and hybrid vehicles. That expired on the 31st of December 2020. Madam President, the question that has to be posed, why remove the hybrid vehicles from this provision? Is this to punish the used car industry and promote the interests only of the new car industry? Madam President, this measure will negatively impact upon ordinary people who could have afforded, when they had the hybrid vehicles available, they could have purchased an Aqua hybrid in 2020 for some $70,000. Madam President, that new electric motor vehicle that is now being put out there for consideration is now going to cost the ordinary person some $300,000 prior to shipping costs. How will this measure benefit the small and ordinary people who now have access or who had access previously? Madam President, this will definitely not affect, this will rather, Madam President, definitely affect the used car dealer and that market in a negative way. So you look at this question again, Madam President, of the electric motor vehicles. Why not the hybrids? Why? Those are easier to run, Madam President, as they do not need charging stations because they recharge from the braking of the car itself. Fully electric cars are less available, Madam President. They are more expensive to buy and maintain. Is this an incentive for the rich only, Madam President? We do not have charging stations. Is the government going to give this to BP also? They have invested a lot in this technology. Already they are controlling our renewable trajectory, as they and Shell were given the power project. Madam President, where are the promised high-value jobs that the energy transition promised? Did the solar project have local content requirements? Have these been revealed? How does the government local content committee view this? Will the tender for charging station have any significant local content requirements, Madam President? Will locals know in advance? Madam President, these are issues that are of concern to us as it relates to this new measure that is being proposed by the government. So, Madam President, that deals with the issue of what I call the new electric vehicles and the used one. Madam President, if you go to clause 5, the government is now amending the 9th schedule of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to increase the fixed penalty from $750 to $4,000. Madam President, why? And they are increasing the demerit points from 3 demerit points to 4 demerit points. And for the offense, Madam President, of a goods vehicle carrying excess weight and thereby contributing to what the minister said is the destruction of our roads and highways. Madam President, this is obviously flawed and ridiculous. The Minister of Finance should not be blaming the truckers for destroying the roads. If the minister is to blame anyone, Madam President, it's the contractors who are providing substandard work. And therefore, we wish to warn this government not to put this kind of heavy pressure via what is called increased penalties, either in terms of the offenses, in terms of monies, as well as the merit points, Madam President. This is wrong, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Works is not doing its job. They are building substandard roads for large vehicles. All heavy vehicles already pay road tax to the government, and therefore it is passing strange for the state to increase fines to such drivers. The government should be educating, enforcing, and engineering this matter. These are the areas that, if you're talking about road safety, Madam President. So we do not support this imposition. And as I'm on this, Madam President, may I ask the minister whether there's intention by some prominent businessman to purchase a gravel pit somewhere in the northeast of this country. Madam President, I understand the name of the gravel pit is San Carlos. And we want to know if that is the reason why the government has introduced this measure in order to run out of business to give their partner the opportunity business in this whole exercise. Madam President, there is a madness, there is a trick behind every measure that has been introduced by this government. This measure is not a light one, and we will have more to say about that at the appropriate time. Madam President, in clause 6 of the bill, the minister is seeking to amend the Port Authority Act by inserting a new section 35A, which would exempt the Port Authority from all value-added tax. Madam President, we have no problem with they helping the Port Authority, but they are going to exempt all plants, all machinery, all appliances, all apparatus, all equipment, all materials of every kind whatsoever, whether acquired locally or imported. Madam President, no definition has been given, no time frame has been allocated. We are being asked to sign a blind check, Madam President. And we want to ask the government, why this sudden love for the Port Authority? Madam President, I would tell you the answer. You must go to 127, pages 127 to 130 of the 2022 budget, where the government has indicated their plan to sell out the Port Authority to an unnamed investor. Is it the Chinese they're going to sell it to? Who is going to buy the port? This landlord model. And are these measures, Madam President, a precursor so that the person who is coming to take over the port will enjoy these benefits? I would like the Minister of Works and the Minister of Finance to introduce a sunset clause for 24 months to regulate this arrangement and don't leave it open-ended for their friend who they probably are now targeting to take over the port in this so-called new landlord model, Madam President. Madam President, the government says in clause 7 they are amending the income tax to reduce withholding tax to attract foreign investment. I think that is a joke, Madam President. Withholding tax does not exist in the Caribbean. There's no harmonization of withholding tax. That is why companies set up shop here. And then they set up, Madam President, a shell company in St. Lucia or in Barbados, where withholding tax is zero. So what is this measure going to achieve, Madam President, in real terms? The government did not tell us. So we do not have much faith in what they are doing, Madam President. This government is not serious, Madam President. Madam President, this matter about the amendment to what is called the Securities Act and what is called the Proceeds of Crime Act, I want to ask the question, Madam President, through you. Is this ad hominem legislation? The government has introduced a measure to deal with a scheme called drug susu that was running rampant in this country. And they have come in this finance bill to introduce penalties from $500,000 to $5 million, from 2 years to 5 years, as the case may be. Madam President, they need to come clean and tell us if this piece of legislation, this particular clause or provision, is designed to get at the person who is before the courts, called Kieran Clark. That is what I want to know.
Senator Mark, you yourself just made reference to the fact that there's a matter before the court. I'll ask you, please. Yes.
Madam President, we know, Madam President, that two high-ranking members of Parliament, whose name I will not call, but who are aware of their participation in this drug susu. We have their names. We know them.
Senator Mark, you cannot make reference to members of Parliament in that context. You cannot. So I will ask you to withdraw, please, and move on.
Withdraw my statement, Madam President, but we will say at the appropriate time outside of this Parliament who these people are.
Senator Mark, withdrawing means I withdraw. Thank you.
Madam President, allow me to share with you some disturbing and troubling concerns we have as the government, the alternative government, as it relates to this bill. When it comes to the Miscellaneous Taxes Act, Madam President, the government is inserting a new section called 62B to vary the rate of green fund levy to small and medium enterprise companies that are listed on the stock exchange for a period of 10 years, and the green fund levy for small, medium-sized enterprises will be calculated at a rate of 0% for the first 5 years, Madam President, and 50% thereafter. And when you go to Clause 8, Madam President, you are seeing the same arrangement being made for the business levy for the same period of time. Madam President, I would like to ask the Minister of Finance to explain. No one has a problem with business being listed on the stock exchange. But I looked at the two businesses that are listed here, Cinema One and Endeavours Holdings Limited. Madam President, we are concerned. It is less than 1 year that the government came here and gave these small, medium-sized businesses zero corporation tax for the first 5 years. Madam President, 1 year is about to pass, or has just passed. What has happened? The government has not accounted, Madam President, for what has happened with the corporation tax that we have lost. That business I've just mentioned, Endeavour Holdings, they said they gained $7 million as a result of this particular measure. They didn't tell us in their report how many jobs they have created. So are we giving away monies to this particular company without getting in return, Madam President, any value for our society? How many jobs they have created? How much capital they have invested in new enterprises? We have no such information. And I call on the government to tell us what is the value they are adding for the revenue that we have foregone. And now, Madam President, before the year could pass, the government has now come back to this parliament to give away more money. They are saying that these people will pay no green fund levy. These same people will pay no business levy. But you are calling on the ordinary man and woman in this country to pay property tax. But you're giving away, Madam President, all kinds of exemption, all kinds of incentives, all kinds of concessions to business. We have no problem with business. That is part of the capitalist ethic and economy. But, Madam President, there is need for transparency and accountability in what we do. And the government must come clean and account to this country. What are we getting in return for all this money that we are giving away? Why don't you exempt or zero rate all the value-added tax on food items in the country so that the poor people can benefit from this? Instead, Madam President, is concession, exemption, incentive for business. Yes, give them, but let us have accountability. But also give the poor people, give the ordinary people, Madam President, give them something. They just can't be hewers of wood and drawers of water all their lives. That is unfair. Madam President, another point I'd like to pay attention to is the point that deals with incentives to these banks that are being given what is called, Madam President, a lot of incentives as a result of they providing soft loans to small and medium-sized businesses. Madam President, we do not know, and I want the minister to account, how much interest we are going to lose in terms of revenue foregone on their collective income or gross income via their decision to provide below market rate interest for small and medium-sized businesses. How much are we going to forego, Madam President? They need to tell us. You are going to give Scotia Bank, Republic Bank, FCB, RCB, Madam President. But we are not getting from the minister who spoke for 45 minutes what benefits will our society derive from this measure. How many jobs will be generated by this measure? Madam President, how many businesses have gone through the crack? We have gotten information that over 6,000 small and medium-sized businesses have collapsed in this country. So we want answers on this measure. And Madam President, what role is the bank or are the banks playing, Madam President, in this whole adjustment process in this pandemic period? So are we to provide the bank with all the taxes that they would have granted to our people through lower interest rate? So are they not citizens of this country? Should they not be paying and making a contribution? Why must we now refund them, Madam President, by exempting them from interest via the Corporation Tax Act? Something is wrong, Madam President, and we are calling for answers on this measure that is before us. Madam President, the differently able people, whilst they welcome the various exemptions that are announced in the budget as it relates to certain items that will now be exempted from value-added tax and customs duties, the association wishes to propose for the consideration of the government the following. They are saying, Madam President, that all electric vehicles should be 2 years and or under when they enter. All of them should have noise-making devices on them, Minister of Works and Transport, so that persons who are blind and who cannot hear properly could actually hear these vehicles when they are navigating the streets. There should be a penalty for any owner who remove these noise-making devices. That is a proposal being made by the Blind Welfare Association. They want the government to deal with it. Madam President, they also are saying in the face of continuous changes in technology, the association would like the minister to be authorized the power to issue letters to the customs to assist the blind in accessing new gadgets or devices whenever new ones are added to the list. This power already resides in the Minister of Education, who has the authority to approve all educational items to enter the country tax-free. So I think it's important, Madam President, that this matter be addressed by the government of this country through the Minister of Works and Transport and through the Minister of Health, or the Minister, I should say, of Social Development, Madam President. So, Madam President, these amendments are very critical. Let's also look, Madam President, at Clause 9 of the bill, which would amend the Petroleum Taxes Act by inserting a new section 26G to give an allowance equal to 30% of actual expenditure up to a maximum of $500,000 to companies which incur expenditure in carbon capture and storage, as well as enhanced oil recovery. Now, Madam President, $500,000 is not a lot of money for a major project. But when we talk about enhanced oil recovery, it can include, Madam President, many types of operations, including water, steam, or gas injections, chemical flooding, and carbon dioxide injection. So it may, Madam President, be applied to operations beyond carbon capture. Re-injection of natural gas is beneficial to the environment as methane is more harmful than CO2. Madam President, other activities like steam injection may in fact result in more carbon dioxide being produced. And therefore, this allowance is intended to benefit the oil and gas companies, and this is something that we have to pay very careful attention to. Madam President, when we give foreign investors allowances to do their work and to make money and improve the lives of their shareholders, we call that incentives. And that is a good thing as far as the government is concerned for them. However, we do not do the same thing when it comes to our people. When we offer them these incentives, which are called subsidies, we term these things to be a bad thing, Madam President. And therefore, we need to pay attention on these matters, Madam President, so that, for instance, we would be able to better appreciate that there is need to provide the kind of incentives to our people in these circumstances. Madam President, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister as well whether the $500,000 that has been given to the manufacturing sector is going to be applicable also to the agricultural sector, because no mention of it was made in the presentation or in the documentation that we have before us. Madam President, as I just want to get back briefly to these small and medium enterprises. Madam President, I have a study which was done in 2010 by the Central Bank. And in that study, Madam President, they were able to define what was meant by small and medium-sized enterprises. In that study, of which the now governor of the Central Bank was the author, one of the two authors of this document, they defined small enterprises as employing 6 to 25 people and having an asset base of between $250,000 to $1.5 million and with annual sales of 250,000 up to 5 million.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, ma'am. And in terms of medium-sized enterprises, we are talking between 26 and 50 workers with an asset size of 1.5 million to 5 million and an annual sale of 5 million to 10 million. Madam President, what we are seeing is a kind of injustice on our stock exchange, and the government is providing incentives to organizations who at this time, and based on an analysis of their 2021 annual report, has an asset base, Madam President, of close to $900 million. And when you look at retained earnings, it is over $500 million. But yet still, Madam President, we are being told that those companies are small and medium-sized companies. And they get onto the stock exchange because there's a minimum, Madam President, of 5 million and a maximum of 50 million. Something is wrong, Madam President, and we need to examine this thing very carefully. Madam President, I know I have a few moments left. Let me say that this government of the PNM, they are only concerned, Madam President, about uplifting themselves, financiers of the party, family members of the party, and not the ordinary people. We have a lot of businessmen operating in the cabinet of this country. We have, Madam President, and I have evidence to show, where many, many cabinet members are involved in activities, Madam President, where they do not pay stamp duties.
46.6.
Senator Mark, you are imputing improper motives, so I will ask you to desist, please.
Madam President, it is a fact, and you can guide me if I'm wrong on this, that it is now in the public domain that there are certain cabinet ministers. Madam President, allow me to continue my point.
Senator Mark, there's no need for you to continue the point. The standing order is clear, and cabinet members are members of the parliament, whether in this place or in the other place, and you cannot impute improper motives to members of parliament.
Madam President, may I say that there are people operating in this society who occupy high places and who are able to use their offices to escape paying stamp duty in this country on properties, whether it's land or building. But we, on the other hand, the ordinary people, are being called upon, Madam President, to pay property tax, whilst others are getting away scot-free because they are not paying stamp duty, Madam President. I'm not talking about anybody in the cabinet. I'm talking about high people in this country and society, Madam President. And Madam President, I want to say in closing, some people are calling for Watson Duke to choose. Madam President, there are high people in this country who remain directors of well-established companies up to 2018 and 2019. And they were actively involved. They were serving 2 masters, and they never give up their office or their offices. But they are now telling other people and so on to do it. And as I'm on this last point, Madam President, may I advise this government that the United National Congress is very firm. We are not in favor, and I want to repeat, we are not in favor of mandatory vaccination in this island of Trinidad and Tobago. So I want to warn this government.
Senator Mark, you have a few seconds, but I'll ask you to be relevant to the matter at hand, please.
Madam President, as we deal with these measures before us, all we are saying is that this government has brought measures not to improve the lot of the ordinary people, not to improve the lot of the marginalized and the vulnerable, not to improve the lot of the working class in our country who are becoming poorer and poorer. But it is designed to improve the lot of the rich, the minority, the elite in our country. And this government is really a rich man government, a big shot government, a government that does not have an interest in the majority of our citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why Tobago
Senator
shut
Mark,
them out.
your
and
time has
Tobago tell them,
expired. Senator C. Prasad.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the Finance No. 2 Bill 2021. Madam President, since the budget debate about 2 months ago, both international and local events continue to have significant influences, both positive and negative, on the finance and economics of Trinidad and Tobago. The recently concluded COP26, the November 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, attempted to attain more urgent commitments in a shorter time frame from governments and the fossil fuel industry. Trinidad and Tobago participated in the conference, and we must now take a harder look at both short-term and long-term strategies for harnessing the energy opportunities at our disposal. At the same time, world inflation is on the rise and is troublesome for moving our economy forward. The central bank, recognizing the increasingly dire prevailing financial circumstances, has recently made it possible for lending institutions to ease the burden of loan repayments for both businesses and individuals. The pandemic is again a major concern for this country as well as internationally. While the government does not intend to curtail business activity further, everyone is feeling the pinch, and day-to-day living is uncertain and difficult, to say the least. Madam President, these are just a few instances of how dynamic the financial situation has become. Net zero by 2050 initiatives, coupled with increasingly erratic weather patterns, will only exacerbate the situation for citizens, especially the lower income citizens. Given these influencing economic conditions and a paucity of current and reliable leading or lagging statistics, I believe the Finance Bill contains significant measures which are major drivers of economic activity in the country. Consequently, I would like to make the following observations on a few key measures. Clauses 5, 10, and 12, electric vehicles. Madam President, I'm really heartened that we finally recognize that climate change demands serious attention and focus. Energy transformation from oil and gas to renewable energy to diversify our economy is critical to Trinidad and Tobago's survival. The world is already shifting to electric vehicles. In keeping with government's encouragement of a green economy and to reduce the country's carbon footprint, the government is removing all customs duties, motor vehicle taxes, value-added tax on the importation of battery-powered electric vehicles effective January 1, 2022. While the intention is to reduce the country's carbon footprint, there may be other favorable outcomes at the national level. Shifting consumers towards electric vehicles while sacrificing lost revenue from duties and taxes initially could, one, assist in reducing the recurrent foreign exchange costs associated with the importation of traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. Two, encourage consumption of cleaner, subsidy-free, gas-generated electricity. Now, I'm assuming that electricity tariffs are just in a timely manner. Three, accelerate private investment in related infrastructure industries such as charging stations, service companies, repairs, etc. This is without the government nurturing these industries. Automobile dealers and other entrepreneurs could also stand to benefit if they position themselves to quickly meet changing consumer demands and patterns in the automotive space. The key dependencies include strategically located and adequate charging stations, not just one. Ideally, every electric vehicle owner should have a private charging unit using whatever energy source is available, wind, solar, hydrogen, etc. And they need farms to generate clean, environmentally friendly energy to supply the charging stations. Clause 9. Greenhouse gas reduction allowance up to 30% of actual expenditure up to a maximum of $500,000. The Minister of Finance outlined in the 2022 fiscal budget the specific new tax allowance for investments in enhanced oil recovery and carbon capture and sequestration. Madam President, while this is a step in the right direction, the credit seems too low for the measure to have much of an impact. However, I expect that this issue would be addressed in a comprehensive reform program. Madam President, while the measures in clauses 5, 9, 10, and 12 are good first steps, we need to do more. The outcome of COP26, the Glasgow Climate Pact, November 2021, while it is a compromise, all facets of climate change were highlighted. We must pay attention and act decisively if we are to survive. Major energy companies such as BP and Exxon are pivoting their businesses to becoming integrated energy companies committed to net zero by 2050. This includes emissions associated with the use of hydrocarbons. BP and Shell have committed to develop in Trinidad and Tobago 2 grid-scale renewable energy projects for delivery by 2022. In the upstream sector, De Novo Energy and Trinity Exploration recently announced their intention to introduce low-carbon technologies into their facilities. Trinidad and Tobago will therefore be severely negatively affected by these worldwide policies, and the financial contributions of the hydrocarbon energy mix will significantly decrease by 2050. Madam President, the reality is that all the world's hydrocarbons that are discovered or not discovered will not be produced but left in the ground. All production facilities will become obsolete. To emphasize, the objective is to cease fossil fuel production and use by 2050. This begs the question, how will the world economy transform raw materials derived from fossil fuels and used in almost 6,000 everyday products? There will be worldwide competition to produce as much oil and gas as possible. This means there will be country-to-country competition to attract as much exploration and production possible. Royalties and rents will have to be reduced to attract investments. Therefore, government income will be reduced. Logic suggests that the current high prices in the oil and gas environment is not sustainable. With respect to natural gas, Morgan Stanley research in the article Resetting the Deck, quantifying the energy crunch, October 6, 2021 states, over the next 5 years, we expect demand growth to average approximately 3%, roughly half the rate of the prior 5. Furthermore, we forecast that erosion from renewables in the power sector would lead peak U.S. gas demand in the late 2020s, with modest annual declines thereafter. Madam President, however, we need to aggressively explore and develop Trinidad and Tobago's oil and gas assets and use these financial resources to fund the country's future. A comprehensive national energy policy should include measures to, 1, accelerate the development of oil resources on and offshore in the shortest possible time frame. This includes further incentives for private capital and partnerships to support development of resources held by Heritage Petroleum. 2, increase exploration and development work in shallow water maturing gas fields. 3, increase exploration in deep water. We urgently need a national strategic plan to ensure we maximize all possible opportunities and move the country forward in a structured way. This positions Trinidad and Tobago to be well placed in the energy transition for the foreseeable future. And the plan cannot be treated as many others, by being abandoned and left to gather dust and cobwebs on a shelf. The views and inputs of technocrats and a wide cross-section of the society will augment the quality and transparency of such an endeavor. The plan should include, 1, a diversification agenda to substantially increase exports outside the oil and gas sectors, and should comprise sectors such as manufacturing for export, financial services, creative industries, digital platforms, transshipment, ship repairs, and maritime-related services. 2, measures to incentivize existing operators in the upstream and downstream to make investments required to reduce carbon emissions to create less carbon-intensive energy exports. Support research and development and investments in carbon capture and storage. Support further development and investment in hydrogen. 3, policy regulation that allows private citizens to invest in home solar system. Madam President, numerous homeowners will definitely take advantage of this. 4, a national strategy for the introduction of electric vehicles and the phasing out of internal combustion vehicles over time. And this includes measures to support the development of electric vehicle charging networks across Trinidad and Tobago. Clauses 8 and 11, small and medium enterprises stock market initiatives. Increased incentives for new listings on the small and medium enterprises market tier is to be introduced from January 2022. This includes 1, a full tax holiday for the first 5 years following listing on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, and 2, 50% tax holidays for the second 5 years post-listing. The tax exemptions include corporation tax, business levy, and green fund levy. At the present time, there are only 2 stocks listed on the SME market tier, Cinema One Limited and Endeavour Holdings Limited. Madam President, the benefits to companies include access to capital, heightened company profile, credibility of the SME, and an exit platform for private equity investors. However, as the Minister of Finance stated, SMEs will be subject to rigorous financial scrutiny if listed on the SME market exchange. This is progressive. However, a short-term situation of listings could be challenging in the current environment. With business performance notably weaker, the economic environment highly uncertain, and investor confidence waning, listing success would require strong valuations and/or strong business cases. Potential companies may be very wary in the prevailing challenging operating environment, which has led investors to be more discerning when participating in new investment opportunities. Clause 8, technology and the digital economy. Manufacturing companies would pay 25% corporation tax on the first $100,000 invested in 2022 and 2023 in projects related to information technology, digitization, and technology development. This is another step in the right direction. However, Madam President, the impact of the global digital economy is a serious threat to Trinidad and Tobago's economic activity. Amazon, Netflix, Google, Twitter, and Meta, for example, are taking away media market share from businesses while having no local economic footprint. They drain foreign exchange without significant costs. They simply create digital platforms and provide connectivity among consumers and accrue wealth to the platform owners. This activity has provided the platform owners with massive amounts of personal data on consumers, and with data mining, produce profiles for marketers. These digital profile platforms are designed to exploit world consumers via the internet. In Trinidad and Tobago, economic activity is about consumption and not about local wealth creation. The government should be concerned about how to get some of the wealth-generating activity of the digital economy by creating a global value chain. This includes building platforms and devising a system to get taxes from these platforms locally. Madam President, modernization and amendment of the legislative framework as it pertains to e-commerce is critical. Cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is no longer a fad. Major investment companies and corporations are investing in digital transactions, and some governments are legalizing the use of bitcoins. Local enterprising individuals are using Binance, a cryptocurrency exchange company, for trading in digital currency. They're also investing in digital mining hardware and software to increase income. Through you, Madam President, to the Minister of Finance, are you considering the introduction of digital currency as legal tender? Cryptocurrency trading is done using primarily...
Senator Sipasad, if I could just...
Sorry.
If I could just ask you to kind of pinpoint what you're treating with in the bill, all right? Because you've veered a little way. I've given you some leeway to make your points, but remember that we are dealing with a bill, even though it's a finance bill, it's very specific, okay?
Certainly, Madam President. Could I have like 2 seconds more, and then I'll move on to clause 8.
Sure, but even in the 2 seconds, what I'm trying to point to is relevance, so I will ask you to bear that in mind as you continue.
I'm guided. Thank you, Madam President. Cryptocurrency trading is done using primarily US dollars and invisible. Transactions are secured in a blockchain environment so that the unauthorized access is impossible. Clause 8, conservation or preservation of properties certified by the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago. The allowance of up to 150% of actual expenditure, up to $1 million. I'm extremely gratified that at long last, we are making some attempts to preserve our heritage for future generations. So much of our past heritage has been lost. In fact, the Red House where we are today is a heritage site. Madam President, according to UNESCO, heritage encompasses tangible and intangible, natural and cultural, movable and immovable, and documentary assets inherited from the past and transmitted to future generations by virtue of their irreplaceable value. The term heritage has evolved considerably over time. Initially referring exclusively to the monumental remains of cultures, the concept of heritage has gradually been expanded to embrace living culture and contemporary expressions. Unfortunately, much of the focus is on the animated culture, specifically Carnival, which takes precedence over other forms of culture in terms of marketing and appropriation of funds. Consequently, inanimate cultural products, specifically the architectural heritage and historic landmarks of the country, are considerably neglected, and inadequate provisions are made to ensure their preservation. We as a people need to prioritize the preservation of our world for ourselves and for future generations. Mr. Vice President, managing the country's finances and expenditure in these times is a Herculean task. Therefore, shrewd application of limited and scarce resources cannot be overemphasized. Citizens are falling by the wayside, and it is our responsibility to ensure that the livelihood of the most vulnerable is taken care of. Ignoring the needs of citizens has consequences. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to the debate. Mr. Vice President, again, I listened in amazement to the contribution made by Senator Mark. And I often wonder when I listen to Senator Mark whether he reads the bills that are before us, whether he understands the contributions that are in the bills, whether he listens when we lay the bills to understand what the provisions are about. But then he makes it worse by going on to say things that contradict his own statements. So I wonder if he listens to himself. For example, Senator Mark said in one breath, why are we giving the banks relief on interest on loans paid to small business? And then 1 second after he asked, what are we doing for small businesses that are going out small businesses that are going out of business because of the pandemic? Senator Mark, that is exactly one of the things we are doing. We are doing several things, but one of the things we are doing is giving incentives to the bank to give affordable loans to the small businesses. So Senator Mark, I'm not even sure, Mr. Vice President, if Senator Mark's listened to his own contributions. Senator Mark commented again about the fact that the economy is in a mess, this government doesn't know what it's doing, questioned the reliance that we can place on the IMF's projections when the IMF got the 2020 projections so wrong. Mr. Vice President, everybody in the world knows that the IMF's projections throughout the world were wrong because when those projections were made in 2019, nobody anticipated COVID. And Trinidad and Tobago is not the only country negatively impacted by COVID. Every country in the world is suffering economic hardship as a result of the cost incurred and the implications falling out of COVID. So for Senator Mark to come to this Senate to try to persuade the public that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is being incompetent because this economy is in the state that it's in is just an intent to mislead. Senator Mark, if Senator Mark looks back at our history, he will have to acknowledge that we have systematically reduced the negative growth and we were heading towards positive growth as the IMF correctly projected in 2019, and then the world was hit with the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. So the state that we are in terms of the economic position, is squarely as a result of the pandemic that faced the world. So I trust that the public recognizes that and ignores the utterances of Senator Mark in this regard. Senator Mark once again says that the government has no strategy for the recovery of the economy, and nothing could be further from the truth. We have said time and time again that the Prime Minister, in his wisdom, shortly after the pandemic was announced, pulled together a team of highly respected persons in society, public sector, private sector, even members of people who are members of the opposition, current and past, to come up with a plan for the recovery of the economy. It is called Roadmap to Recovery. And we are all following that roadmap to get us out of this economic position as early as possible. So we do have a plan, we do have a strategy, and we're working towards implementing that plan and that strategy. Senator Mark again indicated that the tax concessions in the legislation are for the few. for the parasitic oligarchy, and that the rest of the country are being made by these provisions and other measures to suffer more by the government. Mr. Vice President, I'm going to deal with a few measures in the legislation while my colleagues deal with the others, and none of the measures put any burden on the members of the public. In fact, they are there to do two things. They are there to provide tax relief to the members of the public, to encourage them in certain desirable activity, and they are also there to improve our position regarding emissions of harmful gases so that we can protect the nation and the world for the benefit of the 1.4 million people most immediately and the rest of the population of the world. So I don't know on what basis Senator Mark has concluded that these provisions are here to help a few. So, Mr. Vice President, getting into the measures that I'm going to address. Section 18A of the Income Tax Act is being amended to provide relief to first-time homeowners. How is that a measure to benefit the oligarchy? Heaven alone knows. This first-time homeowners allowance was introduced in 2003 for that income year, and it is to encourage persons who have been more and more impacted by the price of housing in Trinidad and Tobago, to encourage them to and put them in a better position to afford to purchase their first home. And how it does this, it allows a first-time homeowner who purchases or constructs a home to claim a deduction of what is currently $25,000, but this bill is seeking to increase it to $30,000 in every year of the first 5 years from acquisition or construction of that house. So it provides them with some tax relief, which frees up some of the income that would otherwise be taxed to better facilitate their ability to afford these houses. That is what we are seeking to do. The homeowner, to qualify for this relief, only has to be able to establish that they are in fact the owner, that they have paid the property tax that's due on the property in the relevant year, and that's it. And then they can claim up to, going forward from 2022, once this bill is passed, they can claim $30,000 in an allowance every year to reduce their tax liability and give them more spending income. That's a relief available to all, not to the parasitic oligarchy. I'm dealing, Mr. Vice President, with Clause 7. Clause 7 also provides further relief to the general public, and it provides relief in respect of deductions for pension and annuity payments. Now, one of the difficulties that is faced in this country, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago has to treat with it every year, because we are obliged to provide support for retirees who are not able to financially support themselves through the social development programs. So one of the things we seek to do in the tax legislation is to encourage and incentivize persons to provide for their own retirement income. And we do this through giving them deductions for contributions that they make towards their pension plans and deferred annuity plans and the national insurance scheme. The deduction that they can currently claim is $50,000 a year, and what we are seeking to do is increase that to $60,000 a year to encourage people to save more. Because as the standard of living becomes more expensive, and as people get older and therefore become more medically challenged and so on, and have to spend more money, more of their income on medical and other things that when they're younger they don't have to, they need to ensure that they have a sufficiently robust pension plan to allow them to afford these things. So what the government has been doing systematically, and this year we seek to do it again, is to provide them with a deduction against their income by encouraging them to save towards their pension earnings. And this is the provisions that is the amendment to Section 2815 of the Income Tax Act. Senator Mark made some derogatory comments regarding the government's proposal to reduce the withholding tax rates. And he says there's no withholding tax in the Caribbean, which is far from the truth. Almost every jurisdiction throughout the world, including Trinidad and Tobago, imposes withholding tax on payments made to non-residents. Now, most people in the country would be aware of PAYE. PAYE is the system by which an individual who earns employment income is taxed. He is taxed in a way that allows his employer to withhold tax from his salary and pay him the net amount so that the income is withheld at source to ensure better compliance is the objective. Withholding tax is a similar approach in terms of income earned by non-residents. Because a non-resident who is not operating in Trinidad and Tobago would normally be a difficult person to tax because he's not here, he doesn't have assets. There's a general rule that the government can go after. So what the government does is tells the person who is making the payment to the non-resident, you withhold the tax and pay it over to Inland Revenue and pay the non-resident the net amount is due. That is due. So Trinidad and Tobago has that system. Withholding tax is payable on dividends, dividends paid out of profits earned by persons who are not resident in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's also paid on fees. The amendments that we are seeking to make today relate to payments on dividends. So when you have a non-resident who invests in Trinidad and Tobago, in a Trinidad and Tobago company, that company generates profits, and out of those profits, a non-resident is paid dividends. What the Trinidad and Tobago government does is to tell the local company paying the dividends, you need to withhold tax on those dividends. So one of the things that a foreign investor will consider in determining whether to invest outside of his own country and in which country to invest is how much tax will his income bear when profits are generated. The higher the rate of tax the interest will bear is, the more likely he will be to reconsider his options in terms of investment. So in seeking to encourage foreign investment, to diversify the economy, we are seeking this year to reduce the rate of tax that a non-resident investor will pay on profits that his investment in Trinidad and Tobago generates. That is the objective. Yes, there are schemes which allow people to structure their affairs so that they can minimize or avoid withholding tax. But those schemes cost money. And when they engage in those schemes, it negatively impacts in Trinidad and Tobago because, yes, Senator Mark, you can set up a company in St. Lucia in an attempt to avoid withholding tax in Trinidad and Tobago. But I know, as a former tax advisor, that a company that has the option to set up a fairly artificial organization in another country just for the purpose of avoiding tax, or given the choice to pay a reduced and affordable rate of tax in the country where they actually earn their income, may well opt to do that. So by reducing the taxes, what we are encouraging the foreign investor to do is not only to bring his income in, but to take it out in a way that's more direct, that allows him to pay an acceptable amount of tax from his perspective, and for Trinidad and Tobago to recover some taxes. And I think that this provision and the rates that we are proposing will encourage people to more directly interact with Trinidad and Tobago and to expatriate their funds in a way that allows Trinidad and Tobago to get some tax benefit. Moving on to Clause 9, Mr. Vice President. The Petroleum Taxes Act is being amended to give a deduction to companies who incur expenditure in investing in carbon capture and enhanced revenue recovery. What the proposal is that we will allow companies to deduct 30% of any expense incurred in those two activities, carbon capture and enhanced revenue recovery, up to a maximum of $500,000. Carbon capture, use, and storage is the process of capturing carbon dioxide before it enters the atmosphere, transporting that carbon dioxide and storing it. And the aim is to prevent the release of carbon dioxide from heavy industry into the atmosphere with the objective of mitigating the negative impact that carbon dioxide has on climate change. What Trinidad and Tobago is seeking to do is to encourage people involved in those industries that produce heavy carbon dioxide to capture and store those emissions into our natural geological formations, which the world has found is the most efficient place for storage of these things, to make our contribution to saving our climate. So as the world targets net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and the expedited targets set, and having regard to the expedited targets set by the the recently concluded COP summit, it is recognized that investors in countries that are heavily industrialized are not able to eliminate carbon emissions from their production process. And therefore, the solution to that is to capture and store and hopefully use that carbon dioxide. The technology available for carbon capture and use allows us to capture as much as 90% of the CO2 emissions from power plants and industrial facilities, and ideally put that to use in a positive way. So instead of polluting the atmosphere, we are using the carbon dioxide positively. We can use it in enhanced oil recovery, either locally, or we can sell the carbon dioxide to other persons involved in the oil industry. We can use it for the manufacture of jets and other fuels, building materials, and so on. And very importantly, we can use it to convert natural gas to blue hydrogen or clean hydrogen. So there are lots of positive opportunities from pursuing this goal, which is one of the reasons why we think it not only allows us to assist in fulfilling our obligations to the world, to reduce our carbon emissions, but it allows us to get involved or explore the opportunity of getting involved in other cleaner, beneficial activity and industry. So this is a measure which I urge you to support. Clause 10, Mr. Vice President, seeks to amend the second schedule of the VAT Act to add to that schedule a list of zero-rated items, all for either the benefit of the citizens impacted, not the parasitic oligarchy, or to promote the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. So what we're seeking to do is amend the VAT Act to allow to zero rate things like walking canes, white canes, mobility canes, braille typewriters, and all articles are certified by the minister for the benefit of mentally and physically, that are required for mentally and physically handicapped. so that this is to benefit groups of vulnerable people in Trinidad and Tobago. So I don't know how Senator Mark can say that this bill is for the benefit of the parasitic oligarchy. I don't know if he's calling our mentally and physically challenged members of the parasitic oligarchy. So we are seeking to relieve these items from VAT, and we are seeking to also relieve them from import duty. On that list of items that we are zero rating from VAT and import duty are electric motor vehicles being imported for private use. So my colleague will deal more fully with that issue since it falls within his mandate. But just to recognize that the intention is to provide full relief from taxes in respect of items needed by the mentally and physically handicapped to provide more support to that vulnerable group, and to provide full relief of taxes to persons who are importing electric motor vehicles for private use for the benefit of the environment and to protect the globe in which we call home. Now, one of the things, before I close, Mr. Vice President, Senator Mark also commented on was we giving this $500,000 benefit, this is in respect of carbon capture, to the energy companies. Why aren't we giving the same thing to the persons involved in agriculture? And that shows a clear misunderstanding of what the provision is. This provision, which is encouraging energy companies to capture carbon emissions, is a deduction which will reduce their tax liability and put them in a better position financially to afford to invest in this carbon capture technology. You cannot give a tax deduction to a group of people who have no tax liability. And we would have indicated to this place and to the national public that we have removed all taxes from persons involved in the agricultural sector. So to say to us today, why aren't we giving a tax deduction to the agricultural sector, is to either demonstrate that you do not understand what we have done for the sector, for the benefit of the sector, because they pay no tax, or to try again to mislead the public. So, Mr. Vice President, as I indicated, the provisions that I have addressed, and I would bear to venture the other provisions in the legislation, are there for the purpose of providing relief to members of the public at large, to promoting Trinidad and Tobago's contribution to the creation of a green society, of a green world, of a healthier world, to prevent further negative impact on the climate, and to encourage economic activity for the benefit of the country and all. It is not at all a benefit that, it is not at all a bill that is intended to benefit the fortunate few that are well-to-do in society. It is a bill for the benefit of everybody, and I recommend the approval of this bill to the Senate. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I joined the debate on Finance Act number 2, 2021, and it was amazing to hear the Honorable Minister of Finance talk to the people of Labray once again about some investment coming to Labray. But the people waiting on the plyboard factory 5 years now, they can't even get plyboard, they can't get cardboard, they can't get no board. Then the Minister of Finance says that the PNM is coming to invest in our economy and create jobs, 3,000 jobs down in Labray. Nothing to do with this bill, but 3,000 jobs with some pie-in-the-sky idea for Labray now during construction, and another 3,000 jobs during whenever that thing finish. But the people in Trinidad and Tobago are also waiting for a port in Toco that this PNM government bought a galleon's passage for $120 million since 2017. They buy the vessel, but they have no port. The port they even dig, the port they mark out, the port they plan out, but they're coming back to tell the people about what they are going to do to increase jobs. The Honorable Minister of Public Administration, she came to say that the PNM understands what is necessary for investment. And she's talking about withholding taxes, and maybe she didn't understand what Senator Mark said. He called 2 territories where withholding taxes are. But she claimed that he meant the entire Caribbean. But it's very interesting that this honorable minister knows so much about taxes and investment and encouraging investment. However, for the last year, there was negative $439 million US of foreign direct investment. So the people who are supposed to invest don't know that the PNM is so intelligent and understands investment. Everybody in the world with money running from Trinidad and Tobago and running from the PNM. Exxon now going to run and take all of their service industries, billions of dollars out of Trinidad over to Guyana, following all other companies because no one wants to put up with the PNM. Imagine the Honorable Minister spoke about COP26. I think as a member of the PNM, you should never want to speak about that. The most damning day in the history of Trinidad and Tobago for us to look at our Prime Minister get on a plane after driving a golf cart and drinking Gatorade with COVID-19 on it, and then going up to the COP26.
Senator Roberts, please.
These are not facts, sir.
Senator Roberts, it's not relevant to the bill that is before us, so keep it relevant to the bill that's before us. Thank you.
Funding to COP26 that the Honorable Minister brought into the debate, and talking about the green economy. And what we must do is we must thank the PNM because the green economy has started, Madam Minister of Trade and Industry. It started in Tobago with 14.1. We're turning the whole island green and yellow just now. In the worst period in our nation's history, our beloved country is besieged by the perfect storm of external pressures, domestic challenges, and complete and total incompetence of a clueless, heartless, arrogant, blind PNM government. This finance bill is the PNM's answer. This finance bill presents measures that the PNM believes is going to assist our economy and our people. Yet everything, every clause in here, as we will go through clause by clause, they make the rich richer and the masses more marginalized. This is the implementation of the PNM's roadmap to recovery. That's what this is. This is the implementation of their budget promises. Yet this PNM roadmap has been purchased by the rich and the wealthy, the haves, while the poor, downtrodden average citizen is left lost without GPS to navigate the incessant, unavoidable potholes of the PNM's failed economic prescriptions. How can the PNM be so blind, so deaf, so arrogant, that in the face of a tsunami of discontent, which eliminated them from their stronghold of Tobago, and which only awaits the opportune moment to complete its political devastation in Trinidad, the PNM stoutly refuses to change course? This roadmap has been written on the consciousness of the elitist PNM, clearly in indelible ink. Therefore, there is but one solution. This debilitating knee on the necks of 99% of the citizens, the total and complete annihilation of this suffocating PNM and all its apologists from the corridors of political power in our beloved country must happen and must happen now. PNM must go, and this finance bill is the best example of them being totally out of touch with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The people of Trinidad await their turn to follow in the footsteps of their wise, bold, and brave brothers and sisters of Tobago. The Honorable Minister of Finance came into this Honorable Senate, and when discussing an element here which is meant to make pyramid and Ponzi schemes illegal and criminal, he cited media reports. The Minister of Finance, I thought I was listening. I was going to listen to hear some financial reports, investigative reports from the FIU, from the central bank, some sort of National Security Council information, something serious. But we read the same media reports. We read media reports that will foster great relations in this DSS, but we don't come here to debate media reports. We expect that a government would have inside information coming here to criminalize an activity that many people, because of the lack of opportunity of the PNM, are forced to take risk because they want to survive. The PNM comes now to attack DSS based on media reports. But on this Ponzi scheme, and this pyramid, the descriptions in clause 13, very detailed. I could not understand how they went into all of this detail to attack this so-called Ponzi scheme and DSS. They called in specialist police. They got involved in police investigations and come here without information to define what a Ponzi scheme is. But the danger of that is, by section 13, 1, and you're changing 165A1, for the purposes of this act, prohibited scheme will now mean a scheme in which A and B and C, this could be Amway. So anybody involved in Amway selling and so on for the last 25 years, they could be in jeopardy based on this definition here of a Ponzi scheme, because Amway, you get earnings by the number of people you get into Amway. You get increased earnings the higher up you are. So are we to say that the citizens must now, who are involved in legitimate exercises of business, must now be afraid of the PNM because DSS, they have to attack the drug susu? So the Minister of Finance has a lot to explain, because when I look at the definition of this pyramid and Ponzi scheme, when they say that you get and you increase membership, and when you increase membership at the bottom, it's like a pyramid, and at the top you get much more benefits, and the more people you fool or trick into joining at the bottom, the ones at the top make benefits. It sounds like PNM, because the cabinet of the PNM seems to be enjoying the largest of fooling the entire base of the population and the 210 recusals. So I am asking if the PNM fits into this definition.
So, Senator, again, just when you're making your contribution, try to keep it as tightly as you can to what is in front of us.
Front of us, I'm not sure the Minister of Trade and Industry, in
Senator,
your definition, section, clause 13.
Just keep it tight.
Very tight.
And do me a favor too as well. Just push the mic a little away from you, because you can speak loudly enough so that it helps.
All right. I don't want to rattle you, so if I rattle you right now after Tobago, I want you to stay calm. I like you to be relaxed. Madam Minister, clause 13, I'm not sure if you read your own bill. It says, for the purposes of this act, prohibited scheme will be a business structured in a way that the returns an investor client earns is directly tied to the number of persons he recruits. B, the amount of income a person earns while participating in the scheme depends on his rank in the scheme. The amount of income a person earns while participating in the scheme is directly tied or depends on his success in recruiting other persons. This is the definition of the PNM Balize House Cabinet. So I don't know if you read your bill. Clauses 2, for example, now, we move into the bill. Clause 2 tries to say that the PNM is going to play Santa Claus. This PNM, without a National Statistical Office that we heard in the budget of 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, no National Statistical Office, CSO statistics that are delayed, the central bank statistics that make no sense to a rational individual. For example, the claim that only 1,700 people lost jobs between September 2020 and December. With no information, the PNM comes here to put an exact figure of 42% to give back to people who paid licensing fees. How did they work out that? What information did they have? What statistics did they use? How many businesses have shut down over the last 22 months? How many people applied for grants? How many received these grants? How many people were able to pay these licensing fees? Where did this 42% fall from? Did it fall like the COVID-19 Brazilian variant and Delta variant out of the sky, flying on a kobo to infect our people as we sacrifice and disciplined ourselves to live up to the strictures of the PNM? Where did it come from? What is this 42%? Where did the Honorable Minister of Finance fabricate this number from? The other impacts to the businesses. You are claiming that if you give them a 42% rebate on what fees they paid, that somehow would be a panacea for the pain that the PNM prescriptions have pervaded on the society. What about the businesses that had less revenue overall because of your failed policies? What about the less clientele because of your confused masking and changing of health regulations without any aspect? What about the lack of vaccination and hesitancy which led to less people being allowed to go into the smart, safe zones, which are now spreader zones because the efficacy of the vaccines that you vaccinated, most of us, have been eliminated? What about these effects? Has this been calculated in your 42%? How did the PNM arrive at this 42%? Clause 10, and to imagine, Clause 10 says that they're going to remove 10 and 12 VAT and customs duties from electric vehicles and bring in those not older than 2 years. Is the PNM really a serious government of the people? Do you understand how expensive an electric vehicle is? Only people who own chateaus in France and so on could buy electric vehicles. Which citizen in Trinidad and Tobago is going to have the money in a pandemic that has been mismanaged by the PNM, where over 200,000 people have lost jobs, where 44% of businesses will never open? Who have money to go and buy a big fancy electric car? This is not like Porsche selling in licensing without transfer. This is a serious investment, and poor people don't have money for this. This seems like the electric vehicles could only be bought by cabinet ministers. This bill is for the PNM cabinet that is out of touch with reality. What poor person is going to buy an electric car? Last year, I sat in this very parliament and I heard the Honorable Minister of Finance put tax back on hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles just last year. So what changed between the PNM's vision from last year to now? You take off tax last year and you put back tax last year and now you take it off. But you only take it off for the highest end. Who could buy an electric car? Them Tesla, people know, 40, 50, 70,000 US multiply because of the foreign exchange crunch, because the Minister of Trade has not been able to create and generate any foreign direct investment. We can't even get US people buying US outside for $8. When you multiply 50,000 US by 8, you're talking 400,000 starting before it land. Who have 400,000 to go and buy an electric vehicle? But you say this is the budget for the people? That's why the people who you are selecting, you are choosing to help, those are the few people who remain in Tobago in that one red seat. Heavy trucks now. All of a sudden, my Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, trucks, they was on COVID, so they couldn't exercise. Truck get fat. All of a sudden, the trucks bigger and badder and mashing up road more than in the last 20 years. I would like the minister, when he is coming, because he has not jumped in the debate yet, tell me, give me the statistics on how these trucks have swollen in this last year to make the roads in Trinidad and Tobago the worst that we have ever seen in the history. Even previous PNM governments were not so bad at managing roads. Down to my senatorial colleague David Naked nearly reached here for this Senate today because them dodging pothole and get bust 2 tire and 2 rim. The roads are in a deplorable state, but the PNM can accept no responsibility for their incompetence. So they come here to blame Truckman now. They're going to find Truckman because Truckman mash up hole. They have some road up by me, home by me in Dego Martin, no truck could come up that hill. but they have 12 potholes. Between the Minister of Works and Transport and the Minister of Public Utilities, they should be in the most holy place because they have damaged the roads, they have let our infrastructure become to a deplorable level that any form of maintenance is not working. So to come here and to blame truckmen is really disingenuous from this PNM that cannot even manage the most meager of tasks. Now, we move to the Port Authority. I heard the Minister of Finance boasting all of a sudden that the Port Authority could go and purchase equipment. Let me see this clause 6. Let me read it clearly for the people. The Port Authority Act is amended by inserting after Section 35 the following section. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Value-Added Tax Act, all plant, machinery, appliances, apparatus, equipment, and materials of every kind whatsoever, whether acquired locally or imported by the authority for the purpose of carrying out its functions under this act, shall be free from value-added tax. Really? Why? When this government said they sell in the port, privatization is the way to go. They have a preferred bidder. It's going to be sold. Why are you allowing now the government agency, as the Minister of Finance described it, from left pocket to right pocket? They seem to know that in the cabinet because when you step out for a recusal, left pocket, left hand in your pocket, right pocket, stay there and approve cabinet notes. But this, yes, madam. I didn't impute anything on anybody.
46-6.
Shouting.
Okay. Okay. All right, Senator Roberts, just be very careful because imputation can come from inferences as well. So just be very careful. Move forward.
Yes, sir. I'll be very careful. I notice some people jump up quick because before you could impute, they know what I'm talking about. That's very good. So why now? You're going to sell a port, but now all of a sudden you let your government port agency go to invest and buy new equipment, new machinery, new everything VAT-free when you have a preferred bidder? Could this be that you're going to utilize these VAT breaks with the government Port Authority board, and then this new bidder, private sector, is going to get the benefit of having all this brand new equipment without having to pay VAT? How can any government say, when they state their open policy that they're going to sell something, now come here to mamagai the population and say the government is now going to equip a port that they're going to sell to somebody and all the new equipment will be VAT-free? Now, if that is not wrong, I don't know what is. I don't need to impute. I think the population can read between the lines because every clause in this bill has a benefit to someone close to the PNM, and it is not right because the people are suffering.
So, yes, Senator Roberts, again, those types of comments aren't allowed because it's imputing, I'm not going to repeat it, it's imputing improper motives. So just be, like again, I'm warning you, be careful about the lines that you're stating and the comments that you're stating. Make your contribution, keep it in terms of what is in the bill, yes, and then move forward.
So clause 6, yes. So the government is going to sell the port, privatize the port, but now they come here today to let the government port buy all the billion-dollar equipment without VAT. And then they're going to sell that equipment to a private sector person and preferred bidder that they will choose. Very interesting. They're insisting on forcing people to pay property tax. They even come here to change the terms from land and building to property tax because the Tobago message wasn't clear. It's not resonating in the ears of this PNM. It's not resonating in the Port of Spain, in the Balize House that is going up in the air. I hope that we can have all of the bills for Balize House also, because you say that the small and micro enterprises are afraid of transparency, said the Minister of Health, of Finance. He said that they didn't come up, only 2 companies took advantage of being listed on the stock exchange because they were afraid of transparency, accountability, and probing. So therefore, you're trying to incentivize small and medium enterprises to get listed on the stock exchange after 23 months of a failed pandemic war in which small and micro enterprises have been eliminated from the list, from the rolls. How many businesses have shut down? While we should be there trying to incentivize businesses to restart, to give them capital injection, to give them incentives to get back out there, to get the employment churning, we are now trying, after half of the businesses have failed, to incentivize to join a stock exchange. It does not make sense. Furthermore, the minister said that some of these family businesses are afraid of transparency, accountability, and probing, because if you have one share in a company, you could come and ask a question. Well, he should definitely know about that, because they run the government like these companies, family companies, that are afraid of probing and answering questions.
So, Senator Roberts, you are making your points and then you're going further to imputing proper motives when you make the comments like the one you've made just now. That is not necessary, and I'm warning you for a second time. It's not needed. Please refrain from doing that. Continue.
Thank you, sir. I take your warnings, lots of warnings. Making banks in Clause 8 is very interesting. There are few businesses that have made money despite the debacle that is the P&M's pandemic fight. Some of those are food, groceries and pharmacies, the food price inflation that has come from global shocks, cargo, and domestic incompetence. And then there's another group that has been very profitable. And we read about it in the newspapers all the time. The banking sector boasting about billion-dollar profits after tax, before tax, all over the place. But yet this P&M government comes to ensure that they protect the banks who may offer, based on the government's guarantee, some assistance, even though people weren't able to qualify for it or companies weren't able to qualify it. You come to offer the banks a sort of a pat on the shoulder to protect them, to make sure that they don't lose too much by offering low-interest loans to those high-risk people that may need help out. While this is interesting, I asked the P&M, all this thought, this passion, this heart, and creativity to protect the billion-dollar profits of the banking sector. Where was this for the small man? Where was this for the taxi driver? Where was this for the maxi driver? Where is this for the single mother? Where is this for the children, the 46,000 children who have not logged on in the last 14 months? Where is this passion? Why is this P&M government only passionate about the rich? You all have to switch. This rich and switch is not working. That's why Tobago went green and Trinidad is waiting to go yellow, so call it. Instead of all the arrogance, call it and let's go. Minister of Finance said phase 1. Nobody took up the opportunity and the investment. So it looked like nobody lives there in phase 1 of the plan. So he come to phase 2. And will we see anybody living there? Well, they have less people living there because businesses have shut down. They claim to increase and incentivize research and development. Research and development, giving tax breaks in Clause 8. And this government has no clue. Research and development is enhanced. That's a higher order need. If you utilize Maslow's principles, but you utilize it in a business or small and micro enterprises sector. Research and development is when you can handle, you have survived, you can make your payments, your ongoing costs are being covered, and you want to expand. Your core business is operating well, and you need to make investments for future revenue streams. Right now, people in Trinidad and Tobago, businesses in Trinidad and Tobago are in survival mode. Yet this P&M doesn't understand that. They come to incentivize research and development. Who had money for research and development?
You have 5 more minutes.
5 already, sir? I can get extra time, please? Then we see that also they're coming to give an incentive for those activities that take place in a national trust and protected environment. But I ask this P&M government, since you are coming to incentivize national trust and forests and our flora and fauna, Is it true that a PNM financier and friend has been awarded by the cabinet 70 acres down in the bird sanctuary, which is touching National Trust property? Is
Senator,
that true? Yes or no?
Remember, I keep warning you about that particular line where you are imputing improper motives. So again, this is the third warning now. You have 5 more minutes left. Continue your contribution. Just be careful.
With all due respect, sir, I don't argue with you. But that is not imputing that. I am stating a fact that this cabinet has approved 70 acres to a gentleman who's in charge of the zoo. I'm asking them when they get up to speak and confirm whether I am correct. It's 70 acres, of which a percentage of the land touches the acreage.
So
I'm not...
We're not engaging in a conversation, but what you just said now is not what you said before, because what you said before was something completely different. And that's why I'm saying stay away from it in its entirety and just continue.
Thank you, sir. I hope that they will answer. And the member for the Minister of Trade and Industry, please. We see that the government comes here to take off, very good, taxes off of equipment needed by the differently abled. We would like you to continue that vein and put back Kamla's grants to the differently able for their education, their textbooks, their laptops, and their schooling. So if you love the differently able, don't go quarter way. Furthermore, we would also humbly request that the PNM government does not stand up and allow a rum company, Angostura, to build play parks for our children in Princess Elizabeth Home with ministers making speeches, because rum and differently able, rum and children don't mix. This PNM government is totally out of touch. They bang and sit here with arrogance. If you wanted to remove VAT off of port items to sell the port, why didn't you remove VAT off of all food items and basic items? Why didn't you move VAT and customs duties, licensing fees off of all funeral homes, caskets and materials, as people cannot afford to bury their dead from this COVID-19 debacle and the murder rate in November of 77, which was the highest? Why don't you consider that? Why don't you consider open fire cremations, removing that arbitrary ban without science, attacking the Hindu faith by stopping them from being able to send their loved ones off? If you care about people, why does this finance bill why does it not address that? Why is there no corporation tax for why not suggest? Because SMEs are struggling, rather than a research and development grant. Why not consider a corporation tax waiver for 24 months for new SMEs coming forward to create the gap in employment that exists now because of your failed policies? Why not provide startup capital for over 9,000 businesses that shut down? Why not bring a bill for transparency in foreign exchange allocation, as everybody in this country does not know where the US dollars are going, but the citizens cannot get? Why mash up Susu to promote another global finance company from on the avenue? Why not give free rapid test kits for all families with children under 12 so that they could take care of their children? And if school is ever going to start back, that they would be able to test and move forward smoothly and in safety. Why not come and do that? If owed VAT refunds, why not give the companies an equitable VAT-free, the similar number of VAT-free months to the amount owed to them? So if I am owed 6 months VAT refund, give me the next 6 months VAT-free, so that I don't impact the government's cash flow position, but I enhance and I give opportunity for investment with companies that are struggling. I put cash in the hands of companies so that they can employ my people. If owed refund from license, well, Honorable Attorney General looks like he's going to enter the debate. He promised me over a year that I will get my refund from my $350 for my license. I have not gotten it yet, and a few 1,000 or so other citizens have not received it, so I hope that he will give us back our refund instead of giving us more tickets and putting us under more pressure. The PNM must do your job. Don't come and blame the citizens. Don't come and tax the citizens. Do your job that you're paid for. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. May I just be reminded of the speaking time in the Senate, please?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vice President, the last speaker regaled us with a lot of passion, fast talking, loud sounding, passionate, asking us to have regard for a number of matters which I will address one by one. Talking about value for people's situation, condition, talking about the haves and have-nots. I can answer the Honorable Senator with one word: life sport. And I can ask the Honorable Senator in the reply that I make to part of what he said, where was that passion when Trinidad and Tobago was subjected to $500 million, nearly $500 million of expenditure that found itself in the hands of criminals before the courts of Trinidad and Tobago? Where was the voice of the then minister, now senator, who just spoke in defending the taxpayers of this country from double dipping and triple dipping? Where was the voice of the honorable senator when a box lunch served in a life sport program was going for $100 TT in payment to the persons who supplied it, when the actual cost was $7? Where was the passion of the honorable member in ensuring that gang activity did not end up in allegations of murder in this country? Mr. Vice President, you see, the word of caution to Senator Roberts, a man who has a history such as that should be very careful to give advice to the people of this country.
46.6, 46.6 and 46.8.
46.6 and?
8 respectively.
Okay. So, Senator, Attorney General, sorry. As much as you're now starting your contribution, could you move forward quickly and get to the bill that is in front of us? Thank you.
I'm on the reply, thank you for your guidance, and on the bill, and I'm entitled to a reply in this House on matters raised. And in addressing the matters before us...
Okay.
Challenging you?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
Senator Mark.
President has ruled.
There's no need to allow this chamber to fall into disrepute. I have ruled. Attorney General.
Thank you for your guidance.
Continue.
And in replying to the debate, to the matters put on the public record, so that they are not cemented into the records of Hansard by the irresponsible advocacy presented to this nation today from Senator Roberts, I will simply say he is no person that this government will take any advice from. None at all. So let's deal with Clause 3. Let's deal with Clause 13 of the bill. And let's deal with Senator Roberts' advice to this country. Senator Roberts' statement to this Parliament, to this Senate, that this is legislation designed to treat with a matter that he named, which is the DSS matter. Let me at the outset say I am compelled to answer in particular detail because of the rule in the case of Lienage, a Privy Council decision where the concept of ad hominem legislation went into Parliament records and were used in the courts to set aside legislation later on. And let me say that Senator Roberts demonstrated for the second time in this country, for the second time in a parliamentary debate, a serious shortcoming and danger to this country. And let me explain what I mean. Senator Roberts today in alleging, as Senator Mark started to do but was stopped, that this Clause 13, tied to Clause 3, is designed to treat with the DSS matter. Senator Roberts did exactly as he did when he spoke in the Section 34 repeal on Hansard and named persons before the courts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Vice President, I can tell you it was Senator Roberts' contributions that found themselves in the Privy Council considerations as to whether the repeal of Section 34 was ad hominem. And today, Senator Roberts has repeated as he does by providing assistance to persons who are before the courts. So let me deal with the records now, Mr. Vice President, as I'm compelled to do.
46.6, sir.
So, Attorney General, as much as I understand where you are responding to something that was said by the previous speaker, there's two things that I'm going to ask you to be very careful with. One, the fact that that particular topic that you're talking about now is before the courts, as was indicated before by Madam President when she made the ruling. And secondly, that as much as you are responding to what was said and giving a understanding of why it was said, just be mindful that it could also sound as though there's some sort of imputation coming from there. So just be absolutely careful as you move forward in understanding that it's a very thin line that is being walked. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm doing my duty as the Attorney General. I thank you for your guidance. Senator Roberts was given a very wide latitude without interruption for nearly 6 minutes on certain issues, which I am speaking to at this point right now. I'm not giving away because there is no standing order before me.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. So I have ruled, and when I ruled, Senator Mark allowed me to manage the chair, as is my duty to do so. Attorney General has responded. When I rule, just understand what I'm trying to say and then move forward.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for your guidance. I have moved on, and I'm continuing as I must in discharge of my role as the Attorney General to treat with matters that I am obliged to treat with. So, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark, I just said allow me to do my job. There will be no more outbursts. Continue, Attorney
Thank you,
General.
Mr. Vice President. In treating with Clause 13 and in treating with the direct and uninterrupted statements about the DSS matter, and in being guided on the sub judice principle, as I am obliged to continue to advance my submissions as follows. Number one, this law, as proposed in Clause 13, is to treat with a definition of prohibited schemes. Prohibited schemes as set up and brought into Clause 13 are very carefully constructed to ensure that the very most vulnerable people in this country are protected from the abuse of money laundering, terrorist financing, and criminality. For instance, the type of criminality that the country knew about in live sport, where monies came through into systems such as these. The experts in the working group that the government relies on, which is the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commission, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Central Bank of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. These entities, in consultation with the CARICOM Secretariat, with the Financial Action Task Force, which is monitoring us in relation to Recommendation 26, and with the Financial Action Task Force, which is looking at us in relation to Recommendation 35 of the Financial Action Task Force rules, which are being applied by the European Union. All of these entities tell us protect your most vulnerable. The most vulnerable are exposed, and Clause 13 is developed to protect against fast cash devices. Fast cash devices. which Senator Roberts would know well. Again, featuring where you have the stories of ghost gangs, where you have people who turn up and charge for facilities. All of us are quite familiar.
Order 46, 6 and 8 respectively.
Continue, Attorney General.
In this country, fast-cast devices, as this population is well aware of, where we have seen the abuse of the most vulnerable, largely people who are without bank accounts, what we call the unbankable, there is a call across the platform for people to place monies. Now, our society has been built upon very legitimate structures. For instance, the concept of susu. Susu is an African cultural dynamic for microfinancing that is specifically excluded from Clause 13 of this bill, coming from the African structure called ASUE, A-S-U-E, coming from their term S-U-S-U, susu. In that type of structure, there is a community investment in a regular dynamic which allows for a utilization of the pooled resources in a cyclical fashion. In the concept that we seek to criminalize today, we are looking to plug the gaps in money laundering legislation, the securities legislation, and also in the Financial Institutions Act. In dealing with this mechanism to protect the most vulnerable, we are seeking to ensure that quick rewards, where you see $4,000 input today, come back in 2 weeks and you'll get back $60,000, that have been the subject of advertisements in this country, that are the subject of allegations of criminality. In those types of arrangements, persons are exposed to exploitation. And Clause 13 adopts a model, one of 4 models which were examined, those models being whether you bring amendments to your consumer protection laws, whether you look at fair trading laws, whether you look at securities legislation, or whether you look at standalone legislation. The model which we adopted to treat with this is in the Securities Act. Why in the Securities Act? In the Securities Act, if we do not amend the law, as we propose in Clause 13, you're going to be fighting with whether fast cash devices passed off as susu, which is a legitimate device, whether those fast cash devices can be considered to be an investment contract within the definition of a security in the Securities Act. If you look at Section 4.1, you look at Section 6 of the Securities Act, the definition of a security includes an investment contract. And if you look at an investment contract, the requirement is that you are not merely managing the investment, quote unquote, on the basis of the number of people that you bring, but that there is a substantial connection to an actual legitimate activity. So for Senator Roberts to talk about Amway and to try and confuse people is nothing more than what I call life sportism, if I may use that expression, something that is designed to fool people in the most abusive way possible. There is no confusion in the investment arrangements. In this structure here, an investment contract, if we rely on the law as currently drafted, without amending it as Clause 13 proposes, you'd be fighting to see whether you qualify as an investment contract. Now, if you look to the established case law coming out in 1946, in the case of Howey, H-O-W-E-Y, if you look to the Pacific coin, Canadian coin examples coming out of Canada, you will understand that it is imperative that we separate out illegitimate arrangements from legitimate arrangements. There are elements of investment contracts that you have to have. Now, whilst certain type of fast cash devices have been held to be investment contracts within the definition of the Securities Act, what we see as in the Trinidad and Tobago general terms of ability does not take us into the safe zone of a determination of being an investment contract. And therefore, we are put outside of treating with those types of contracts as a fraudulent device under the Securities Act or as a security which was not registered. So the security which is not registered is in Section 61 and 62 of the Securities Act. Fraudulent devices are in Section 98 of the Securities Act. So without the definition of being in the basket of a investment contract, a definition of a security, there is no protection of an adequate type into these arrangements. Now, we could stretch for the assistance provided by the Financial Institutions Act, but that does not bring us into safe harbor. You see, unlike Senator Roberts, the government cannot sit down and watch thousands of people abused by fast cash devices. That would be as insane as taking $500 million, $500 million of taxpaying dollars and pouring it into live sport. That would be as insane as taking $34 million and paying it to an individual under the direction of a cabinet minister and watching nothing come back to you. It is only in that kind of insanity.
46 and 8 respectively.
So, Senator Mark, you keep raising 46.8. Do you know what 46.8 says? No, Senator Mark, that's the wrong standing order under 46.8. As it relates to 46.6, continue, Senator.
Yes.
Attorney General.
So, Mr. Vice President, if we were to leave Section 13 outside of the bill and not protect against fast cash devices, could you imagine the betrayal to the citizens of this country? A repeat of a life sport type structure? $34 million for nothing? $500 million for nothing? That's like what you would call it hoop of life structures, where you bring in a basketball player to lift up a celebrity in the country, to throw a hoop, to have absolutely no form of regard for the tax-paying dollars of this country. So fast cash devices, much like fast-talking people, loud, aggressive, fast-talking people, these are the characteristic features of con men. And
in order 46, 6 and 8. The AG is the last person who should be talking about con men. He's the biggest con man in this world.
Senator Mark, sit. Senator Mark, I am on my legs. This type of behavior will not be tolerated. There's a way that we conduct business in the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Attorney General, in relation to the statement made, again, be careful of the language being used. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, the population being exposed in these types of fast cash devices to con men, fast talking, loud shouting con men.
I call on the President to instruct the Attorney General to withdraw this word con man. He cannot put on the records of our Parliament that a member of our Parliament is a con man. Withdraw that statement, please.
He said no such thing.
Senator Mark, from what I understood the Attorney General just indicated, he did not indicate that a particular member is a con man. He was speaking to a particular type of transaction. And therefore, I overrule that particular standing order just raised. Attorney General, continue.
Thank you. So, when we look to the protection of the vulnerable against these fast cash devices, and you look to the definition of a Ponzi scheme promises a high investment return with little or no risk, overly inconsistent returns, unregistered investments, unlicensed sellers, secretive and or complex strategies, issues with paperwork, difficulties receiving payments. Those are the characteristics of Ponzi schemes. If you looked at the characteristics of pyramid schemes, not far off, no genuine product or service is sold. A promise of high returns in short period of time. Easy money or passive income. No demonstrated revenue from retail sales. Buy-in is required. Complex commission structure and emphasis on recruiting. This is not unfamiliar to Trinidad and Tobago. We've seen this. We've seen it in life sport. We've seen it in the payment of $34 million. We've seen it in many places, Mr. Vice President. But in defining a structure for avoiding this kind of abuse, that's where Clause 13 comes in. So Clause 13 sets up for us, if you look to the language of Clause 13, Mr. Vice President, it's very clear. We're going to define prohibited schemes. Businesses structured in the ways set out in the proposed 165A1. And in treating with this prohibition against services, we're meeting with utilization of the Securities Act as the vehicle to provide protection. Now, we can elect in our consumer protection laws to engage in a similar form of structure. We can elect to do certain amendments to the Money Lenders Act, and I should tell you that the Office of the Attorney General is looking at that. We can look at the draft Consumer Protection Bill, which is in circulation, and in particular, Clause 8.0 of that particular bill. We can look to the CARICOM models, but for immediate purposes, we must provide the protection. Secondly, in looking at achieving satisfaction of recommendation 35, which is the use of administrative sanctions for allowing for compliance with laws, we propose to raise the limit from $500,000, the ceiling for administrative fines, to $5 million. Now, why are we doing this? We know that we amended Section 156A, Section 156 of the Securities Act previously. We have not amended Section 156A as an alpha of the Act. Why do we do this? This country must remember the FCB scandal, where the initial public offering under the UNC government, as it then was, brought on under the hand of the then Minister of Finance, Larry Hawaii, where we saw the inadequacy of the law go to work such that people who were in the positions of abusing the structure for the IPO, they were subjected to bare minimal fines under administrative sanctions. And therefore, the direct consequence, which should be fresh in the memory of Senator Mark. Senator Mark sat in another place at that time. He'll remember well, he's a student of politics. The Honorable Senator sat in a different place and blocked the debate and ventilation of matters that were important to this country, but which fortunately we were able to amend in law. And we come today now in further amendments in this bill to put right that which another government, let me be specific, which the UNC government that preceded this government would not put right, Mr. Vice President. And therefore, to listen to Senator Roberts and Senator Mark come today to cry crocodile tears, intellectually speaking, on looking at the benefit for vulnerable citizens in this country, I wonder if it's the same people that the country has assessed from time to time. Now, Mr. Vice President, that takes me, of course, to the proposed amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, which is Clause 3. In looking at including these mechanisms for prohibited schemes into the schedule of the Proceeds of Crime Act, we're looking at, therefore, enlarging the envelope of treating with people who find themselves with the issue of money laundering. And therefore, devices such as fast cash devices, where people pass themselves off as legitimate schemes, for instance, utilizing SUSU schemes in general context, which we've seen from year to year. The key is not to criminalize the SUSU, which is very legitimate, which has none of the characteristics of Ponzi schemes or pyramid schemes, but to make sure that those fast cash devices can be found within the envelope of money laundering, and therefore the proceeds of crime law goes to work. In the proceeds of crime law, you would have the amplification of production orders, where the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service under Section 32 and Section 34 of the Proceeds of Crime Act can go in and secure production orders, allowing for an amplification of policing and for evidence to be safely brought before the court. This is separate and apart from devices such as Section 4 of the Inland Revenue Act, the Income Tax Act. As you will recall, Mr. Vice President, and directly related to this bill and the amendments to Clause 3, the amendments proposed by Clause 3 and Clause 13, comes into operation Section 4 of the Income Tax Act, which Senator Mark is very well aware of because he stoutly refused to support it. But it is those types of...
AG, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. It is those types of tools, and I should say there's been a very useful decision coming from Mr. Justice Geoffrey Henderson, just delivered a couple days ago in relation to the Board of Inland Revenue and production orders and how they operate in the circumstances of going behind circumstances that the police are looking at that intersect with the Inland Revenue. Our law continues to develop, and therefore the amendments that we propose in this bill are directly related to the peace, order, and good governance of Trinidad and Tobago. They are designed with legitimate aim to protect the most vulnerable. They are designed to make sure that we never have to stomach or tolerate a repeat of life sport in this country. They are designed to ensure that we never have to tolerate or see a repeat of Color Me Orange or Hoop of Life or SIS or Beetham Wastewater Plant or any one of these mechanisms that have no value for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't know who Mamu is that you're referring to.
Senator Mark, do not scream across the floor, please.
Yeah.
Continue, AG.
Yes, yeah. I am often reminded of the ghost of the bois that Senator Mark is so afraid of, Mr. Vice President. But in treating with these things, is there a point of order? Yes. So, Mr. Vice President, the legitimacy of the aim of the legislation before us is pellucidly clear. And it is imperative that we support in a general concept of development of law the amendments in particular proposed by Clause 3 and Clause 13. It is important that we disabuse ourselves of the theory put up by Senator Mark and the theory put up by Senator Roberts that this is ad hominem legislation. Let me, for the record, for Hansard, for the rule in Pepper and Hart, and for any challenge that may come, let me say that this law is designed for general purport within the meaning of the Lienage case. This is not intended to treat with any one specific scenario. I understand how uncomfortable Senator Mark and Senator Roberts may be, because when they are caught out, as they have been continuously over the years, in the distractions that they volunteer, they are measured and found to be wanting. Madam President, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute in the manner that I have.
Senator Mark, you have been repeatedly cautioned about your... Yes. Senator Durnarine.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate. As you know, it is always a pleasure to be part of the discussion on fiscal policy matters taken by the government. But, Madam President, before I get into the contents of the bill, due to the rapidly changing pandemic environment that we currently live in, it is important to look at the global progression of the pandemic in the context of our domestic economy. The last time we met here to speak about budgetary matters or fiscal matters, we were worried about the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus. Now the pandemic has taken a whole new direction with the emergence of a whole new strain, a whole new variant. This recent turn that the pandemic has taken can dent confidence and sharpen uncertainty around the global economic prospects and likely to cause downgrades in world economic growth projections. So the IMF has recently stated within this week. Supply disruptions are now expected to last even longer, and inflation is likely to be higher for longer than previously thought. As a matter of fact, the US and the UK are actually showing signs of broad-based inflation. Broad-based inflation is when inflation no longer is concentrated amongst a few commodities or a few items in a basket of commodities. It starts to penetrate different baskets, different goods in the basket of commodities that is used to calculate the consumer price index. And what this means is that core inflation around the world is beginning to be affected. What this means for us? For us, it means that really, if we look at it very closely and we analyze the situation, it could really mean that economic recovery in Trinidad and Tobago could be threatened. The domestic economy would continue to be impacted by supply chain challenges, and inflation will continue to gain momentum in 2022. As such, while it continues to be a difficult task, the government needs to quickly come up with a blend of policies that takes into consideration the repercussions of broad-based inflationary pressures and of protracted supply shocks and the continued high rates of infections and mortality from the virus. The policy options available must take into consideration the extent of harm that has already been caused from the previous lockdowns. Serious considerations must be given to a range of policies that do not involve very significant economic restrictions that can further harm local growth, economic growth prospects, livelihoods, and room for the success of any of these incentives outlined in the bill before us. Madam President, the bulk of my contribution today would focus on clauses 6, 7, and 8 of the Finance Number 2 bill, which speaks primarily to the amendments to the Corporation Tax Act and the Income Tax Act. In addressing these clauses in the bill, I want to divert my focus on specifically the small and medium enterprises. Now, much of these measures are meant to assist these small and medium enterprises in coping with the severe economic impact and the lack of access of credit and liquidity. If it is we look at the profile of small and medium enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago, the latest data available on this is back in 2011, where CSO published information on the number of registered businesses that are SMEs. And these are 85% of all registered businesses, form part of 85% of SMEs form part of all of our registered businesses, and they contribute to 30% of GDP in the country. So who can really argue that they really contribute a lot to both employment and economic activity generation in the country? So who can really argue with the incentives to make it easier for them to, say, as Clause 8 indicates, make it easier for them to list on the stock exchange and to incentivize the banks under the SME loan guarantee program to encourage them to lend loans to the small and medium enterprises. However, what I find is that these incentives are inclined to benefit those SMEs who are more mature or established, which I understand the logic because the more mature a firm is, the more productive they are and the more potential that they have to contribute to economic growth. But what is equally important is that we need to also look at the smaller enterprises because they do have a tendency to contribute more significantly to job creation as opposed to mature firms. Now, Clause 7 of the bill, the listing of SMEs on the stock exchange, it does have its benefits. Senator Sipasad actually alluded to a lot of these benefits. But what I'm concerned about is whether there is an appetite for listing on the stock exchange for SMEs in Trinidad, and whether the incentives to list on the SME stock exchange, whether the incentives sufficiently negate the direct and indirect costs associated with being a public company. That is the costs associated with listing, the compliance cost. They tend to be disproportionately higher for smaller firms. Further, are we taking into consideration that in Trinidad and Tobago there isn't much of an equity investment culture? Are we ignoring the fact that SMEs, especially those on the smaller side, simply do not like to have their businesses public, yet to say give up any sort of ownership? Now, I understand what the clause is trying to do. The amendment to the amendment is trying to do. It is trying to. It allows for 30% of the ownership to go to 25 unconnected persons. I understand the logic in that. However, even for some companies, especially the smaller ones who tend to want to keep business concentrated within a family, and even that in itself would be a disincentive. And I raise this issue as to whether the advantages, whether these incentives are sufficient to encourage persons to list on the stock exchange, because I too, like previous speakers, went to check to see how many businesses are listed on the stock exchange. And yes, indeed, there are only 2. But Madam President, these 2 firms that are listed on the SME stock exchange have been listed there since 2012. So since 2012 to now, only 2 firms have listed on the stock exchange, the SME stock exchange. As a matter of fact, one of them was listed in 2018 and another in 2019. This is prior to even the first set of incentives that was offered in the previous budget to encourage SMEs to list on the stock exchange. So really, careful consideration. We probably need to take a second look at it and look at whether we need to rethink the package of incentives to get persons to list on the stock exchange. And also, we need to take into consideration the economic climate, and some businesses may not be inclined to list on the stock exchange. Now, looking at Clause 6, Madam President, this is the amendment which deals with to allow the exemption, allow banks, the commercial banks, tax exemptions until 2028 on interest income earned by them on the SME loan guarantee program. Now, I have to commend this SME loan guarantee program, and especially having adapted the program in phase 2 to suit the needs of the small and medium enterprises who have undergone severe challenges since the onset of the pandemic. I know that a common complaint on the phase 1 of the program was that was that there was continued reluctance by some commercial banks to grant these loans despite part of the funds being guaranteed by the government. As a matter of fact, commercial banks are more inclined to finance consumption expenditure rather than investment and expenditure. And this is something that we seriously need to also take into consideration. So yes, allowing these tax exemptions may influence or encourage these banks to lend money under that SME loan guarantee program. Yes, it is now fully guaranteed, 100% guaranteed by the government, and it is also, the government is now allowing for late submission or delayed submission of BIR and other statutory requirements. But I think that there is a wider issue here that needs some attention, and this wider issue is that it is difficult for smaller enterprises, because when we talk small and medium enterprises, we have to kind of not tend to look at only the medium, more established and more mature ones. There are the smaller ones who are younger. And there is the underlying problem that these smaller firms, it is still very difficult for these smaller firms to access financing from the bank. So, Madam President, one of the primary causes for the high rejection rates by banks that caused the government to relax restrictions, to relax some requirements further, is the lack of compliance with accounting and statutory obligations. And to me, Madam President, if it is you really trying to incentivize the small and medium enterprise sector, medium enterprise companies, when you look at these incentives in the bill, it really, and if you have a large chunk of your SME, a large profile of your SME companies that are not compliant with accounting and statutory obligations, then listing on a stock exchange becomes difficult because you need to have a certain amount of accounting expertise, taxing expertise, risk management expertise. Listing on that stock exchange becomes difficult. Taking up incentives, other incentives that are outlined in the bill with respect to research and development, with respect to the corporation tax exemptions for technological solutions, digitalization, allowing manufacturing companies to specialize or to invest in digitalization and other technological solution, new product development, it becomes difficult. So, Madam President, what I'm trying to say is that this is an underlying issue. This, in the financial discipline and integrity of operations of smaller businesses, it tends to serve as a deterrence in accessing financing. And this is one of the root causes for the extent of tax evasion and informality in the country. And being a country that, and all through many clauses in the bill, we are trying to promote digitalization and innovation. We are trying to enter the realm of big data. I do not think that we are sufficiently targeting this problem. The greater the push towards digitalization without tackling this high level of informality and the lack of financial discipline of firms, the wider the gap becomes between the informal and the formal sector. The more, in other words, the more you nurture the growth of the informal sector, and that is something that we are trying to work towards, or else, if we do not tackle this now, we will just have a slew of incentives being established in law. We'll have a group or a set of structural reforms, especially with respect to the establishment of the Revenue Authority and so on. And we would have very little uptake on these various incentives. The SMEs, and then you end up in a situation where the SMEs who take up these incentives then end up being the ones who are the more mature ones, the more established ones, the one with the larger capital base. And they are the ones who are more inclined to satisfy the eligibility requirements to take advantage of the incentives. And then you find that these are the firms that would enter various markets and industries and dominate and continue to dominate as time passes. So how do you deal with this problem? It always goes back to the available data, right? Without proper data on the profile of SMEs, those 85% registered businesses who are SMEs, then they continue to be vulnerable. And what we need to do is really understand the extent to which they play an instrumental role for employment generation and economic recovery. We need to understand several characteristics of these firms. How many of these SMEs are young firms? How many are mature firms? How much young and more mature SMEs contribute to GDP? This detail must be understood so that a delicate balance of policies are designed to ensure that young and smaller SMEs are incentivized. As I said before, smaller or younger SMEs tend to contribute significantly to job creation. Mature firms contribute to productivity, which in turn contributes to higher levels of GDP and economic growth. We need a delicate balance of both. So both the more mature ones and the younger ones need to be incentivized. So, Madam President, as I continue under the amendment in Clause 8.2, I want to reiterate that the conditions for eligibility under the SME Loan Guarantee Program, while the banks are being incentivized and the the eligibility requirements are being relaxed, I really am not sure whether the program is flexible enough to respond to the specific conditions of startups, younger firms, those firms who have had to pivot their business model due to COVID-19. Now, I raise this about startups because many persons who have lost their jobs have had to improvise and therefore engage in startups. These startups may not necessarily have access to the assets, track record of financial information, or collateral that can be included or captured in a traditional financial system. And so, Madam President, I reiterate that this is where data is critical. We are 2 years into the pandemic, and we still do not know how many jobs have been lost due to the pandemic. How many persons are able to be reabsorbed into the labor force, were able to be reabsorbed into the labor force after they have been either laid off or temporarily been out of a job? How many startups have we had? Because anecdotally, there has been many. So, Madam President, we are relying on anecdotal evidence right now based on business chambers, businesses who are willingly coming out to speak out on the number of persons who have lost jobs. And we need this data. Now, I want to move to the amendment with respect to the capital allowance of 40% up to $3 million for companies engaging in research and development, where research and development refers to the process intended to create a new or improved product. This is a welcomed initiative, but again, it is one that would serve to benefit the larger, more established businesses who are outside of survival mode right now. But research and development is an area that we have, generally, research and development is not an area that we have been performing well in as a country. Do you know that research and development expenditure contributes to less than 0.04% of GDP in the country and averages at 0.1% of sales at the firm level? When you compare that with the rest of small economies who are commodity-based at the firm level, average research and development expenditure accounts for at least 5% of sales. This is according to the Production Technology and Innovation Survey that was done by the IDB in 2014. This survey was repeated last year, and the results are pretty much the same. Only 5% of firms in Trinidad and Tobago have a research department, compared to 11% in the rest of the Caribbean. Firms that have a research department are more inclined to engage in product innovation. But interestingly, from my research, I came across a study that was done locally by the University of Trinidad and Tobago. The title of the study was Evaluating New Product Development Processes in the Food and Beverage Manufacturing Sector of Trinidad and Tobago. And interestingly, what this study concluded was that new product development processes in Trinidad and Tobago, followed by manufacturers, does not align with international practice. And this is primarily because manufacturing companies in the food and beverage sector are not executing key stages of the new product development processes. They tend to focus largely on industrialization or commercialization, which is the last stage of the entire development process for a new product. Little focus is concentrated on idea generation, screening, concept development, testing, prototyping. So with that being said, it is an indication that innovation is severely lacking in the country. And as a matter of fact, a major obstacle to innovation this survey pointed to was that a big obstacle to innovation was protection from copycats. And this is where in the IP office, I know that they have been quite active since the start of the pandemic, but this is where the IP office can come in and make some changes or engage with small and medium enterprises to help them protect themselves from that. So, Madam President, in order to get value added and innovation coming out of this incentive, and in order and for firms to take advantage of this, there needs to be a lot of capacity building in research and development and innovation and new product development processes. Because as I clearly outlined, the concept of new product development is not entirely completely understood by many of our firms in the country. And I would suggest, and I know Kariri is also doing some work in this area, I suggest that some collaboration is established with Kariri. Madam President, I move on to clause 6 with respect to the VAT exemption to the Port Authority. I noted from the parent act of the Port Authority that the Port Authority is also exempted from customs duty and excise duty. What I would want to know, though, is whether this is an indication, this amendment is an indication that the procurement process was completed and a partner was selected for the PPP arrangement to provide investment in marine and port infrastructure, facilities, and services to manage the operations of the Port of Port of Spain. This was actually mentioned in the budget presentation. And I asked this because having worked in the past, looking at the feasibility of a port and logistics hub in the Port of Port of Spain area, I know very well that the equipment and machinery are very archaic, and the port continues to be a victim of gross underinvestment in the past years, such that it has significantly affected the efficiency and profitability of their operations. My question then is how much would these tax breaks going to be used in rehabilitating the Port of Port of Spain or engaging in this PPP arrangement? What would it include? Is it going to include a new container terminal for accommodating...
Senator Deonaran, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, is it going to include a new container terminal for accommodating both import and export containers and transshipment containers, which would allow for deeper draught berths and allow for the port of Port of Spain to be able to accommodate transshipment ships so that we can capitalize on port community systems. Madam President, the last area that I would like to address is with respect to the measures intended to encourage savings by individuals. And the Minister of Finance alluded to two of them. One is with respect to increasing the pension allowance to 60 pension contributions from $50,000 to $60,000, and the other is the first-time homeowners tax allowance from $25,000 to $30,000. And I would speak on this clause together with the clause that amends, together with clause 7, which amends the Income Tax Act to ensure replacement of all references to the old land and building tax with the Property Tax Act to ensure that claims of any allowances under the Income Tax Act are granted subjected to the payment of property tax in that respective year. And I want to say this, Madam President. At this time, when households continue to earn income very much less in most instances, continue to pay income taxes, have to battle with the increasing cost of living, rising crime that is as a result of unchecked or underrepresented unemployment rate. I do not see the justification for continuing with this property tax at this point in time. Madam President, this approach, now I looked carefully at the Property Tax Act, and I do not want to delve into too much detail about it because I know my time is almost near end. But as much as many may agree that we are our time is far overdue with respect to property tax, having read the law, it does not take into consideration individuals' non-real estate assets, such as financial wealth.
Senator Dinnerine, the bill that is before us is not to deal with the substantive piece of legislation dealing with the property tax. So I would ask you please to move on as you have a few more minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I would move on. So, Madam President, as I conclude, I will just recap what the areas that I've covered during my contribution. I primarily dealt with the amendments to the corporation tax and the Income Tax Act. I spoke in depth and in detail on the impact of SMEs and the need for more concentration and more consideration to the smaller SMEs, which can be policies that can benefit them, which can be informed by by available data on the profile of SMEs. I also looked in detail on with respect to the loan guarantee program. I spoke about the port, the tax exemptions on the port, and also with respect to the research and development capital allowance of 40%. Madam President, with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Naked.
Madam President, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Madam President, I'd just like to get right into it and do some house cleaning, take out the garbage, so to speak. On that note, to the Honorable Attorney General, you have willfully misled this Honorable Senate.
Senator Naked, two things.
Yeah.
Let me deal with the more important one first. You cannot say that. You cannot say that a member has willfully misled the chamber. So you can't say that. I'd ask you to withdraw that statement.
I withdraw willfully.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then the second thing is, please direct your comments to the presiding officer. So you're not addressing anybody directly, but through the presiding officer.
Through you, Madam President.
Thank you
very much. I'm guided. Madam President, the Honorable Attorney General has misled this Honorable Senate.
And Senator Naked, here we go again. I just said to you, though that statement is not acceptable, you have withdrawn it. So please...
Okay, I thought it was the willful part. Okay.
Whole part. So let's just, yeah?
Senator Roberts never mentioned one single name of anyone before the courts in any matter. Madam President, the Honorable Attorney General produced no evidence in that respect, so we asked to correct the record and call upon him to withdraw and apologize to the Honorable Senator. And, you know, my problem with, Madam President, with this Attorney General, that not only he has the audacity to come and talk about live sport and to talk about alleged corruption, but God, man, you are the Attorney General. If you have evidence of it, do something about it. But you have nothing to talk about. Senator Roberts produced a comprehensive presentation. You didn't answer to it. What you did? Live sport. Okay. I would have hoped that someone who represents the highest level of law would at least be a bit more profound and substantive. Not only that, it shows your disconnect, because if we're talking about alleged corruption and conflict of interest, we don't have to talk about ghost gangs. We don't have to talk about something that maybe happened. We can just talk about you.
46.6. Senator Naked.
Yes, ma'am.
You have been speaking for 3 minutes.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you, this is my third attempt to guide you. Please take my guidance. Number one, the Attorney General is a member of Parliament. The standing orders say what can and cannot be said about members of Parliament. Number two, I've asked you, please, if you're speaking about the Attorney General, you speak through the presiding officer.
Well, I was speaking through you, but I heard the Attorney General.
Senator Naked, if you're speaking through me, then you wouldn't be saying, you'd be using different pronouns and everything. So let's try and get your presentation on track.
So, Madam President, I heard the Honorable Attorney General disparage my colleague, and I'm responding or attempting to respond to him. And I think it's only worthy and the most noble of presentations to show why it is extremely disingenuous for through you, the Attorney General, who has recused himself together with one of his colleagues over 92 times in the cabinet, and then here talking about another senator about his conflict of interest. Or he even completely, which he was stopped by the Honorable Chair several times. And then he would go on to say, who is Senator Roberts to speak to them about these things? Well, Senator Roberts is exactly the person to speak to anybody in this Senate about anything. if he can provide the proof. So I ask through you, Madam President, that instead of the PNM continuously trying to drum up that narrative of years gone by, if you have something that you can prove, bring it. Bring it. Else it just shows, Madam President, how vacuous, how disingenuous, how mediocre the whole presentation is. No, there's a chair here. Director
Point of order.
There's a chair here.
Point of order 46-4.
Senator Naked, you may have very strong opinions, but your opinions, once you are in this chamber, you have to be able to express those opinions in conformity with the standing orders. It may be difficult, but whatever strong opinions you have on whatever topic in life, if you're in this chamber and making a presentation, try to make it in conformity with the standing orders, please. So your language must reflect the language that the standing order speaks about.
So can you, just for clarification, Madam President, exactly what was against the standing order?
Naked, just move on, please.
Okay. Thank you. So, Madam President, when we hear them, the PNM, through the Attorney General, when we hear them talk about the UNC bringing a black man, black basketball player, who went from rags to riches, who was an obvious choice of a role model for the disadvantaged communities that he went to, including Marbella, Helyard, Sealots. One would think why they would be against such an initiative. Why always when it's something to do with the poor and working man, the black and brown people of this country?
One.
Come on.
Senator Naked, I think, because I'm listening very attentively, I think you're trying to respond to certain things that the Attorney General may have said.
Direct response.
Hold on. What I will ask you to do, though, is please remember where you are and please try and modify your contribution appropriately. Okay?
Madam President, I was merely stating that...
You know, you don't need to restate anything. I'm here, I'm listening, I'm guiding. Okay?
I said I was merely stating that one would have hoped in a country where the majority stakeholders are black and brown people, at least we would have hoped that an example to them of someone who went from rags to riches, who looked like them, who had their same story, would have been welcomed by anyone. But apparently not, especially when that visit apparently involved no taxpayers' money. But it looks like, I will not go on. But I think the point has been made. So, Madam President, I was really looking forward to the Honorable Attorney General saying something other than a direct response or attempting to denigrate Senator Roberts. So, you know, it looks like this government seems particularly jumpy about the susu, or what we term the susu, whether it is the jog susu or any other susu, fruit susu, any other susu. A lot of names for them. But these susus that, Madam President, that I know personally, people up and down the East-West corridor, rural areas, put up houses, arms of houses for their children, send their children to school with a susu, buy a small car with a susu. Why this government would be so jumpy about that? And the question always comes back to anything that seems to affect the poor and working man, all of a sudden is a problem for this government. And why is that? That is a constant theme about this government. So they don't have a problem with banks gouging out people's eyes. They have no problem with that. They don't have a problem with food importers monopolizing that sector and prices going up. And in a perfect COVID time, Madam President, where they could have weaned people off these processed foods and food imports and put them on a more natural diet in order to have a homeopathic solution to the COVID. No, not about that. But you talk about the susu, they get jumpy about that. Because the black and brown man on the ground, no, not allowed. We had to direct them somehow to get their money. And why is that? I mean, Madam President, I don't need to tell you that rumors abound about these susus and who finance them and so in different areas. But I don't want you to stop me again. I did off your feet enough for my presentation. But I'll leave it as that. So, Madam President, I think, as usual, the Honorable Attorney General gave a very misguided presentation. I think it followed up what is truly a mediocre finance bill that really does nothing for the sectors of the community that really need the help now in this COVID time. I mean, one only has to look. And I'll go a little more in depth than Senator Mark did and Senator Roberts did about how it really affects the people on the ground. So when we look at motor vehicles and that subject, is this government aware that the fact that they are trying to direct people towards these major or these big players in the car market, are they aware of how that affects the population on the ground? Are they aware it's a university student, that girl, who her father and mother maybe join a susu and buy a small car to go from Caroni or to go from Diego Martin from Bagatelle? She's the only one to get through from high school, from her family, and perhaps open a path through education, as Dr. Eric Williams said. They want to stop that too. They want to make that harder. Are they aware that the person, the nurse, the nurse who's single, who's trying to get through, to get to her work, General Hospital, Mount Hope Hospital. I mean, you just have to look at the papers. Nurses burnt out, doctors burnt out. So that nurse who has a contract job, she doesn't have a permanent job yet, because the government didn't deal with it yet. So she has a little ringy-ding of a car. That affected. Are they looking at all these matters that come down to the bread and butter issues, Madam President? Apparently not. Because where do these people go? And it has been said before, but I want to make it clear. Make it clear to the people that we have to speak to, that we should be speaking to, that this affects them. And why? I mean, things so hard even in that market. We have Neil and Massey going into selling spare parts. Imagine that. So the man in Bamboo, who was eking out a living, now soon, that's harder for him. Madam President, all these clauses of this bill, we have to bring it back to how it affects the people on the ground. And the AG, Honorable AG, Madam President, showed that he was hopelessly out of touch, as well as the Finance Minister. So it's not enough to come here and impute or allege corruption by one of the senators in this House. That was tasteless, shameless. Adjust the bill and let us know, let the population know exactly how is this bill going to help them. All our speakers before asked you all poignant questions. None of them answered. You're going to come with the same narrative over and over about live sport, about this, about for every live sport and wastewater plant. Everybody know they could call 10 with you all. I wouldn't go into it. They could call 10. Come on. Be better than that. You all try that in Tobago. You all went after Watson Duke. And look what happened to you all. Greenwash.
Senator Naked.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
You have strayed from the bill and the matter at hand. I'll ask you to come back to it, please.
Coming back. I won't be long, Madam President. Won't be long. Coming back to it. So, I heard the Minister of Public Administration, her presentation, and she spoke. She said they put together Economic Recovery Committee. She said they had notable names, famous, renowned in their field. And the simple question, what are the deliverables from that committee? What did you all do with that? Give me one deliverable that you all made for the disadvantaged communities that it was supposed to benefit. You all went and put an initiative or a program in Sealots or Beetham or Bagatelle or Mongdor or My Tower without anybody know? Not one thing you all did. Just cosmetics this government is about. Cosmetic policies. Nothing to help the poor and working class people of this country. Same old, same old. The minister went on to say of public administration that they were doing well in COVID. Up until yesterday, 2,454 dead. God knows after the day how much. Even the news. Doctors at breaking point. Hopeless in Moncton. One famous doctor said 60. I was just replying to the Honorable Minister. 60 patients to one junior doctor. Imagine that. That they are physically, mentally, emotionally exhausted. And then they could come here and talk about it doing well with COVID. Well, the minister said that, Madam President. I mean, did I say shameless before? I wouldn't say it again. So this government continues through this finance bill to sell a pipe dream. But there's not no pipe dream for the benefit of the larger population. There's a pipe dream for the benefit of the rich. Families, friends, financiers, friends. Senator Mark spoke about all that in detail. So who are the citizens that will be affected by such a mediocre bill, Madam President? How do we lift most of these disadvantaged communities out of their impoverished lives? How do we get the young man who has no choice but to turn towards crime, coming out of the so-called ghettos, because he has no choices? It's not enough for us to be satisfied with they are monsters, one shot, one kill. How long is that going to last? Where is that going to take us as a country? Where's the vision? This is a finance bill. without a vision. And that's the sad part. If you're going to show the nation, if you're going to show the so-called major stakeholders of this country, who in reality have no hold of any major stake in this country, at least give them a vision. At least give them a common ethos. No, you take that as well. You take that as well. So, Madam President, again, I am not surprised by the shallow nature of this bill. It's not something uncommon to this finance minister. And I'm wrapping up here, Madam President, so be patient. It's not uncommon. What we would hope as a party who implemented several initiatives, programs for single mothers, for kids at home, as a party who put all these things in place, build schools, hospitals, we would have liked at least in this, the most austere of times, to forget about your financiers and friends for a little bit. For 6 months. You can't wait for 6 months. And concentrate on the people who really need help, all those thousands who haven't gotten grants.
Senator Naked, you did tell me that you were finished.
Yes, I'm finished. 1 minute, I'm done.
Okay, because you're getting a little repetitive now.
Okay. So I'll not repeat anymore. I'll repeat that this PNM government continues to be visionless, hopeless as a government. And I really hope and pray for the good of our country that all of you all resign, dissolve Parliament, and call elections. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. And all I would say about the last speaker, and perhaps the others on the opposition bench who already spoke, that maybe I should just explain that these measures being put in place today are to put into effect measures, incentives, etc., which were attached to the budget, which was read only in October of this year. So we're simply today putting in place that which is necessary to implement the measures which were announced in the budget just a few months ago. And may I say, a budget that was well received by all of Trinidad and Tobago and all of the business houses, all of the business connections. It was a really outstanding budget, particularly at this time. Madam Speaker, there's not much that I should say about the rumblings and rantings of Senator Mark, who really don't understand that here today we are not talking about pain and suffering relief, but rather about incentives and relief and opportunities for small businesses. And I think they have really misunderstood the purpose of the debate. Senator Roberts, I'm just going to remind all of you, and Senator Naked included, that green is not perennial. It's passing and it's seasonal. And they should get acquainted with that. But there was something that Senator Roberts in particular commented on, and I want to bring clarity to it. And I think what he may have witnessed was a video circulating about the 2020 general election, alleging that land at the Caroni Bird Sanctuary was given to Gupti Lakshmidiyal, the chairman of the Chagaramas Development Authority. And I would say that that individual chairs, not owns or anything like that, chairs a cabinet-appointed committee responsible for the management of the Caroni Bird Sanctuary. And the committee, that very committee, previously existed and was reappointed in light of the evidence of, in particular, extensive hunting, and they would know about this, extensive hunting of the national bird and other serious issues surrounding the Caroni Lagoon, including the national security issues. And I'll point out that this this committee includes various stakeholders, including representatives from the Ministry of National Security. The committee has only recently completed its review of the management of the sanctuary, and they've made several recommendations to the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, and these recommendations are being taken to the cabinet. But quite contrary to the allegations made by Senator Roberts, these recommendations include increasing the land acreage currently under protection by the Forestry Division under the law. It's not owned by anybody, it's the state lands. And the recommendations would be about increasing the land acreage under protection by the Forestry Division under the law. So, and of course, the recommendation is also in light of the expert opinion that the population of scarlet ibis at the sanctuary is actually now thriving. And in addition, the sanctuary is now home to a local flamingo population. And so further, I want to say that it's also it's interesting to know that the scarlet ibis population is nesting in new areas in the Caroni Lagoon, and the flamingo population is also occupying new areas. So all of these are very good developments for our tourism industry and, of course, for the survival and expansion of these species. I want to say also that it's impossible under the law and current arrangements for the management of the Caroni Bird Sanctuary for the land to be leased, sold, or to be given away to any individual. And I end by saying that the allegations made by Senator Roberts, they are malicious and they are not at all truthful. So I was very pleased that Senator Deonarine could have brought some sanctity, and indeed my colleague, the Honorable Attorney General, introduced once again some sanctity in the debate today on introducing measures to satisfy the budget recommendations, and of course we resumed some civil debate at that point. And Senator Deonarine spoke quite extensively about SMEs, and indeed many of the provisions in the bill relate to support for SMEs, support for research and development and innovation, and support for manufacturing. She made the point about the equity investment culture. And yes, I would want to agree with you that Trinidad and Tobago does not have an equity investment culture. However, the Minister of Finance has introduced this in the bill today, through the budget and in the bill today, through the support for SMEs via the possibility to now list on the junior stock exchange on account of the more relaxed measures. And but before that, I want to say that I do appreciate the concerns laid by Senator Deonarine about the possibilities and for what this new variant may bring, and that, of course, it is really putting governments in a place again where we all are forced to be nimble and to monitor and to respond to the effects of the continuing ravages of the COVID and its variants. And the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I give the population the assurance that we continue to monitor very, very closely, not just the effects on the health of the population, but the effects on the economy, and of course, indirectly, there's social effects as well. So Senator Deonarine, you spoke a lot about the role of SMEs, and I would once again recite how pivotal SMEs are and critical, to the economic performance of the economy when we speak about building this very robust and resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem and the contribution that SMEs would make. And you talked extensively about the key problem among the SMEs being access to finance, and one of the responses is the measure of that additional support through the junior stock exchange for SMEs. Now, you raised the point about qualification for joining on to the SMEs, and Interestingly enough, I spoke about this in the lower house, where one has to look at the landscape of what we call SMEs, and indeed you looked at the strict definitions, and the entrepreneurs are really the new entrants, and so that listing on the junior stock exchange does not attach itself to the new entrants per se. And you will, and we will encourage, and we are nurturing all of the new entrants into the micro businesses. However, what we are expecting and what we are building is growth in the entire SME structure, so that new entrants would be assisted, and there are many avenues in which this government is working to improve the entrepreneurial ecosystem at the level of the startups and the new micro businesses. And you would have touched on research and development, and I'm going to come back. I'm speaking to just the startups, but I'm transitioning to the discussion you had on the research and development facility, in that you mentioned that the specific measure announced in the budget and spoken to today as well, did not address the needs of those businesses with ideas, or the fact of those new persons or entities now coming into business with new ideas. And because it's not the singular funding arrangement that is available to these small businesses. And I can say to you and repeat that within the Ministry within the Ministry of Trade and Industry, through the Export TT, there is grant funding available to the extent of $1 million, which will assist any new businesses, entrepreneurs, and also businesses in the next, the little bit more mature firms in the next stage of development, with the necessary funding to take them from the idea stage that you spoke about. And there's no shortage of ideas in this country, with Trinidad and Tobago being a very creative people. But that will certainly take them from the idea stage to the product development stage, to the development of prototypes, and then to the commercialization stage. So the measure announced today is not the only one. That facility is available. And there is also now, and only more recently, the innovation envelope, which is out of the Export Booster Initiative through Export TT, where we have allocated close to $4 million. And again, those we call innovation vouchers, because they will offer to any individual wishing to develop their idea, offer to them another line of credit to the extent of $200,000 per person, to help them to develop their ideas and to foster their linkages and to be in touch and to be able to obtain from the public and private sector knowledge providers. I'm talking about your Kariri and your UWI and so on, the kind of assistance they would need to, again, for the idea development, further research, and also for innovation. So all of those kinds of pockets of facilities are also available to the entrepreneur and the new entrant. And it's available to cover process automation, product and service development, acquisition of technology, including mobile applications and 3D printing, etc. And of course, I want to say that one would recall, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem is not just about the offerings from the government, but also from other business incubators, so that UWI Ventures and Kariri are also standing by, and they are available to offer their services to I would say the micro entrepreneurs, because that appeared to be your concern, but then generally the new businesses, but also the macro industrialists, again, covering the areas of testing and research and development and innovation and so on. And that is Kariri and UWI Ventures. So I go back to the Junior Stock Exchange, in that it's for the more mature SME firm. And you need to provide for them as well, because if these... And I'll come back to the point about family business, because she spoke about that. Because again, if one cites the problem in growth to be access to financing, private equity financing is an answer, and it means that by getting onto the stock exchange and being publicly traded, these businesses can access capital very swiftly through the issuance of shares and to the investors. So it's, again, we are promoting entrepreneurship, we are creating employment and economic development. But the large capital injections would help these kinds of businesses to grow. And you continually need to have a pipeline at all stages of the development of business. At the entrepreneurial stage, the more mature firms, and then, of course, the even larger firms. But again, getting onto this stock exchange really would help businesses as well to enhance their profile and their visibility as well. And again, through this medium, such businesses would be able to attract new clients and consumers, and they become more attractive to banks, to even help them to access additional finance to grow even more. So that with the nurturing as well, through the mentorship program, and this is for all candidates who are wishing to get on to get the junior stock exchange, all of these candidates are going to benefit from the mentorship program. And again, there will be approved mentors appointed to assist these SMEs, and these mentors will have a continual presence and will almost act as a compliance advisor to the companies. So the new mentorship program, will give the guidance that is needed to transition these SMEs into yet bigger businesses. So it's an extremely important program, which is done very, very well in Jamaica, and we have borrowed certainly their structure. And I can say, as Ministry of Trade and Industry, I am in complete support of of this program, which the Minister of Finance introduced in the budget. The other point that was brought up again by Senator David O'Ryan would be the whole question of the expansion of the government guaranteed loan program. And again, the Minister of Finance would have, in his presentation, would have outlined all of the changes, because this government listened and readjusted the program so that more firms can, in fact, access the monies which have been allocated under this system. Some $196 million has been recapitalized. And so that there is nothing that can be wrong with this. But again, Senator David O'Ryan, I think the point you were making, that there are particular firms that will that will benefit more from this expansion, this expanded guaranteed loan program. And your concern, again, was where are the new entrants in this? But one would recall, so whilst it's not part of the bill today, one would recall that the $50 million facility, this is grant funding, free money, was also announced in the budget, and it's a measure to be under the auspices, that will be under the auspices of the Ministry of Finance, and that is where the nurturing comes in. So that, yes, the new entrant would access the monies for research and development through the envelope offered, two envelopes offered through the Export TT and through Kariri and I think UWI Ventures. But the $50 million would be accessible by all new businesses. I'm sure the criteria will be fully laid out for us by the Ministry of Finance in the new year, early in the new year. And then those businesses would benefit in terms of, it's not just lacking finance, it's a question of understanding accounting, understanding HR and human resource, understanding growth and marketing. And that's where you're going to have the massaging to take them from where they are, the early entry stage, into to the point where they are perhaps ready to be fully marketable, where their products can be marketed and so on, and where they can become candidates, successful candidates for the Junior Stock Exchange program. So it's an entire platform that we have addressed, and I've spoken in this house before about this entrepreneurial ecosystem and the support that we are given in terms of access to finance and also capacity building and for market access. And I raised the point of market access in particular because of the work that is being done through Export TT under the Export Booster Initiative, which does not address only big business, but also addresses all of the early stage businesses, new entrants, and also the other businesses that are in the middle stage in transition as well. And I want to say that only yesterday I was fortunate enough to, together with the Unit Trust and an international partner, to launch Scale Up Trinidad and Tobago. And it is that in April of 2021, Unit Trusts, in the exercise of their corporate social responsibility, would have launched this Scale Up program, which was a success, a total success. And it was very pleasing to hear yesterday when some of them addressed us as we had the launch of the second stage of Scale Up Trinidad and Tobago, to hear of their very measurable success. So again, we are so very pleased to partner. It's not just about government alone, but to partner with other public agencies and also private institutions as well, financial institutions, as we promote these early stage firms and help them to mature and grow and give them every assistance that they need. And those are not the only programs at all. As I mentioned before, there's the NETCO grant facility, there's the credit union soft loans, which has remained in the system, available to the credit unions, so they too can offer funding for small businesses as well. And there's several grant funding facilities available, and I can tell you, in the Ministry of Trade and Industry for many, many sectors. And e-commerce now is thriving. I've spoken about the Sheet Trades Hub, where close to 500 women, these are women entrepreneurs, benefiting from this new system as well. And again, for the more mature firms, we have, in addition to the government guaranteed loan program, there is the research and development allowance that you spoke about. We've been and the Export Booster Initiative, which is also extended to these firms, so that they can increase their ability to market their goods and the services out of Trinidad and Tobago. And then, of course, there's the national quality infrastructure, which we are building on, and again, the new manufacturing sector allowance, etc., and so on. So I hope that members that are listening would understand that this is just not, and I want to repeat again, not just about certain firms that qualify, but what we have tried to do in the government is to look at the entire spectrum of businesses and to assist them on their growth trajectory, understanding very well that this is what a transformed economy will depend on. New businesses, new ideas, new products, new markets, and general growth and development, job creation, contributing to job creation, and the ability to earn foreign exchange, and also to curb foreign exchange. So I hope that answers the concern that you would have had, Member Senator Deonarine. And again, let me see where I am. I want to see. Okay. And Minister, again, one of the provisions in today's bill, Clause 8, addresses the whole question of ICTs, support for information, communication technology, and manufacturing. And again, we all understand the role of manufacturing and the considerable role they have played in the past in terms of their contribution to GDP in terms of their significant employment, close to 60,000 persons maintained, and also their ability to earn foreign exchange through the myriad of exports that we're now doing, not just to the region, but to the extra-regional markets, and in particular new markets like Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. When I say so, new products entering new markets, and Cyprus, and so on. And I will speak a little bit more about that as I go along. All of this a catalyst for economic transformation and diversification. And of all of this, of course, in support of the TTMA, the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, who have vowed to double exports of particular non-energy exports by 2025. And so this support for ICT, very, very, very important. And the ongoing pandemic has reinforced, of course, the need for social distancing, contactless business transactions, and so on. And when one speaks about contactless business transactions, you're talking about undertaking and adopting greater use of information and communication technology, including e-commerce platforms. And that must be commended, and we do this here not only through the measure introduced in the bill today, but also through the several e-commerce measures that have been done and will continue to be done through Export TT, and which has served many businesses well during the pandemic. Many of them who were not engaged with platforms and so on immediately got on, and it really helped them to survive, and many of them were able to grow, and there's evidence of that. But so we can only be in support for the measure of support in terms of ICT support in manufacturing. And again, the support in research and development and innovation, Clause 8, introduced in the bill today. We spoke about that. Again, the research and development facility. And what I want to say, again, we must, you complain, Senator David Ryan, about the environment, and that it's almost non-existent. But what we are doing today, and with the measures which exist at the Export TT as well, what we're doing is engendering an environment that would inspire innovative thought and would incentivize research and development. And we must continue in that vein to ensure that there are new products. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I was in the lower house, and I had the opportunity just before entering the house to meet with Nestle. And I can say it here again, there's no harm in repeating, that I was pleased to have a discussion with them about the production of almond milk. Very important from the point of view that all almond milk, which is a taste that has been acquired, which many of our citizens have acquired, because we look at the numbers and they're in fact increasing. And in terms of the imports of almond milk.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. And it is that Nestle in 2022 would begin production of almond milk, and what it means is that that bodes well for import substitution, meaning that there is no need to bring in these foreign products, and of course it bodes well for exports, in that here is a product that Trinidad and Tobago is now producing that is that would receive good traction in all markets, and we're pleased therefore to support those kinds of new products on the market. In the last few minutes that I have, I would want to say, even when I speak about this entrepreneurial ecosystem, what is important, and Ministry of Trade and Industry and the associated ministries are also aware of the need to strengthen the entire trade ecosystem and the investment ecosystem. And that is where our attention is focused. And this is why we've been able to come to the Senate last week to do the Special Economic Zones Bill, which is a bill which would encourage and incentivize new entrants, foreign entrants, local entrants into the market, into new businesses. And we couldn't be more pleased. It is also why we are introducing, and Cabinet has agreed to the establishment of this new trade and investment promotion agency in Trinidad and Tobago. And in order to do that, we rationalized several agencies which seemingly did the same things. And the idea behind it all is that, and we did already in this assessment, and the idea behind it all is that we must pool these significant, when I say significant, these very important agencies with the important function that they carry out in terms of exports, in terms of attracting investment, and ensure that they are all in one location, one space, one organization, which is stellar and which will have the desired results in terms of encouraging exports, promoting exports, and of course promoting both foreign direct and local investment. So we are on the ball in terms of strengthening the entire trade and investment ecosystem, working again on the whole question of assisting to diversify our range of exports and services, of goods, a range of exports of goods and services, and along with that, ensuring that we do the institutional strengthening and in terms of the organizations I just spoke of. Again, the operationalization of our accreditation service for conformity assessment, TTASCA. I intend to bring that with the help of the Honorable AG to this place in 2022. It's on our list. And again, with the whole question of certifying and ensuring that we can certify firms to meet global sanitary and phytosanitary and technical standards and so on. We must be in a position, that's the only way that we're going to be able to meet the standards globally and be able to export to those territories. Again, we continue to work on all aspects of our facilitation, our trade and investment facilitation, including improving the ease of business, and I've spoken about that on many occasions in this House, and I will take time very soon to inform the population of the gains and the made in that regard. I think my time has run out, and I want to thank you, Madam President.
Senator Leida.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, wow. After listening to the Honorable Attorney General in his preamble, a fierce preamble on Senator Roberts, I have to agree with the Honorable Vice President when he said that things were going out of control, Madam President. And if ever there was a time for one to see the effects of a thrashing, a beating and a greenwashing and an exile of the PNM from Tobago, this was a time to see that today, Madam President. Because it is clear that there are people in the PNM that are not taking this loss too well, some worse than others. The PNM is falling apart, it seems like. It's bacchanal in the PNM. But, Madam President, as I look at this finance bill, having heard a budget presentation promising the world at a time when the economy is in free fall, when the oil and gas sector is struggling, and seeing a government that has failed to diversify this economy outside of the oil and gas sector. In reviewing this bill, you will understand why I'm disappointed here today. You see, Madam President, when I see this government bring us out here to debate a finance bill that lacks vision, lacks direction, and does little to turn around this depressed economy, you will understand, Madam President. In fact, the Honourable Minister of Finance, in his presentation, seems to have run out of things to say. He spent 5 minutes speaking about something that had nothing to do with this bill. I almost got up on 46.1 for irrelevance when he spoke about the library project and being financed by China, a project we still await to be seen, but it was 5 minutes. But by its clauses, the bill purports to seek to amend specific legislative provisions, purportedly with the view to relieving certain operators in certain industries and sectors of this economy of portions of the economic burden caused by taxes, duties, and levies imposed by this legislation. But it does nothing to significantly change the state of our economy today. And I will demonstrate that this government's failure in my contribution by circumscribing myself to the clauses that pertain to the waivers of members' clubs and bars, the increased fines and for overweight trucks, VAT exemption at the port, and VAT and duty-free concessions for electric cars. Madam President, when we look at Clause 2, 4, and 14, these clauses of the bill purport to relieve owners and operators of licensed gaming premises of a portion of the economic burden caused by the license fees for the period 2020, consistent with the period's full closure of the licensed premises as a result of the public health regulations in 2020. However, Madam President, on closer consideration of the data and the facts that exist, this bill practically offers little or nothing in terms of relief for the owners and operators of these licensed gaming premises. You see, Madam President, these owners and operators who are contributing members of the society and the economic landscape of our country have been significantly affected by the forced closure and also the partial closure of their establishments since 2020. And in the most severe cases, Madam President, many of these premises have been forced to close permanently to avoid further losses. In fact, I heard the Honourable Minister of Finance say that some of these establishments had not paid these fees as yet. Well, I would like to tell through you, Madam President, in local parlance, these places bust. They bust, so they can't pay. So let us consider some of the clauses which are being presented as legislative relief, but which, when you consider in the light of the data, are in fact far from the case, Madam President. When we look at Clause 2, and I will just read some of these clauses, Clause 2, which seeks to amend the Gambling and Betting Act to provide for the waiver and refund of fees by 42% for the year 2020, consistent with the periods of full closure of licensed premises as a result of the Public Health Ordinance regulation, in 2020. And then Clause 4 seeks to amend the Registration of Clubs Act to provide for the waiver and refund of gaming taxes by 42% again for the year 2020 for the very same reason as Clause 2. And Clause 14 seeks to amend the Liquor License Act to provide for the waiver and refund of fees by 42%, accounting for the closure of these bars for the same reasons of the previous clauses. And Madam President, the clauses referred to here seek to provide a relief for those periods in the year ending December 2020, consistent with the full closure of licensed premises, presumably, as I would imagine, on the basis that for those periods of full closure of the licensed premises, these license holders receive no economic benefit and value from the holding of these licenses. So in other words, where the licensed premises are closed, of what use are these gaming machines and the license to be operated in there? There's no economic benefit. However, Madam President, although the clauses purport to provide relief in the form of refunds of 42% of the amount paid for each of these licenses, we would argue that for the entire period of 2020, whether it was consistent with full closure or partial closure of these premises under these regulations, these licensed premises received little or no benefit from these gaming machines and from these licenses due to the effect of the regulations on these establishments. So, Madam President, it is important for us to understand the data on the closure, and I got this information from the Coalition of Bars and Restaurants, so I will just read it quickly. Bars, most of which are licensed premises housing gaming machines, were fully closed under the 2020 regulations for the period of March 17th to June 22nd of 2020. On June 22nd, bars were reopened, but with restrictions. There were limitations of, I think it was about 25 persons maximum, and they had to shut their doors at 10 p.m., which, as you know, Madam President, is the time most of these establishments get going and do their business, after 10 p.m. And then from late August the 17th, 2020, to December the 31st, 2020, bars were permitted to remain open only for takeaway customers under the 2020 regulations. They purchase their drink, they leave the establishment. And then members' clubs were almost fully closed for the period of March 17, 2020 to December 2020. So, Madam President, even in the case of a partial opening under these regulations, these establishments were deprived of the value of the licenses as their partial operation was limited to takeaway services only. They were permitted to purchase the beverages and leave the establishment. They could not use the machines. There was no benefit to the establishment of these licenses. So there's no provision for the use of these licensed machines in a takeaway establishment. In those circumstances, Madam President, true and effective economic relief must be in a 100% waiver or refund of taxes, duties and levies under this legislation. Madam President, a 42% reduction does not cure the substantial losses sustained by the owners of these establishments who still had to pay rent, who still had to pay their mortgage, who had to pay utilities, who had to pay staff, who had to pay insurance while they were closed. They lost more than the license. And we see that this closure to help with the COVID pandemic, and we see the state of the COVID pandemic today. So all that economic loss, and we are now number one in the world for deaths via COVID. Madam President, so to come here and tout this bill as anything more than a half-baked or wholly inadequate remedy for severe and critical loss is an affront to the suffering endured by such a large contributor to this society. Furthermore, Madam President, this bill, to be considered an adequate remedy to counter the severe losses sustained by this sector and in this society, the bill needs to take into account the continuing losses that have been sustained by this establishment well beyond 2020, Madam President. Because these places have been closed all the way into late 2021. I think it's only 2 months ago that these bars and these establishments were reopened. So why are we coming to deal with 2020? Why not come right now and say that we revoke in 2021 one time? Madam President, we have seen an industry where more than 3,000 of these establishments were closed, where thousands of workers were on the breadline, and many of them were single mothers, Madam President. And when we consulted with the Coalition of Bars and Restaurants, they indicated to us that as of today, more than 25% of these establishments are either not open currently and will never open. As I said before in the Palance bus, unemployment on display. So coming here today with 42% on the license fees on machines that can cost between $6,000 for a single player and $120,000 for a multiplayer per year in fees, along with the millions of dollars in losses that they took. This 42% is simply inadequate and will not save this industry that the Minister of Finance, by his own words in the budget debate, indicated that may represent more than $500 million in taxes to the state, and an industry that will be responsible for hiring more than 30,000 persons. Madam President, we call on this government to not only refund 2020 by 100%, but to refund 2021. And if in 2022 these bars continue with the same regulations as being safe zones, where only 46% of our population is vaccinated, and as such, some 54% will not be eligible to go into these establishments, and many of them now suffering and struggling, I would say they need help in 2022 too, as well, Madam President. Madam President, in Clause 5, this clause proposes significant increased fines and penalties for overweight trucks. Now, this measure is one that reminds me, too little, too late. The problem of our deplorable roads now has gone far beyond. And the people at this stage are simply frustrated and fed up. And Madam President, we know in the last 7 years, the government has done little to maintain these roads, and we see it, the condition of them today. So whereas we agree that trucks with excessive loads damage our roads, what the government is doing in their typical fashion is blaming one entity for their failure. They are using the trucks as scapegoats. Why are they not finding Wassa and the man in the van? I feel sorry for my honorable colleague when Wassa dig up his road and he had no resource to come and fix it. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the millions that will be collected through these fines will be used to maintain your roads, because, as we know, these fines will be going to the consolidated fund. My colleague, the Minister of Works and Transport, I know he would like, through you, Madam President, he would agree that he would like to see these fines go directly into our road maintenance program and not muddle in the consolidated fund to be spent on all these vanity projects, paintings and palaces and pools. I only have to remind this House of the now infamous tire tax that was supposed to be used to support environmental rehabilitation and matters of this sort. So that's the hallmark of this PNM government, right? They manufacture new taxes, fines, purporting to benefit the environment, and in this case, the roads, yet the monies all lead to the consolidated fund. So the question I want to ask here today is, what mechanism is the state using to prosecute persons with overweight trucks? How many weigh stations are there in this country today? The government is instituting this fine, but how will it be implemented? Will police or licensed officers be required to eyeball a truck on the street where there are no weigh stations, set up roadblocks, long time thing? Madam President, they're bringing a measure, but there's no clear plan for the implementation. Where is the budget? Where is it budgeted in 2022 to install weigh stations at various points on highways and byways? They are bringing this measure, but there's no clear plan, Madam President. Maybe the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport can let us know how they intend to enforce the measure. Many trucks are covered, so how do you know how much weight they're carrying? How do you know these trucks exceed the limit? Can the Minister let us know, will there be any formal weigh stations beside what exists? Because, Madam President, as we know, in the United States of America, on the major highways, trucks are required to pass through weigh stations on journey to their destination. So the government has told this nation that they're going to make they have not told the nation how they're going to make this system and the enforcement of it consistent and efficient, Madam President. The massive increase in fines would mean nothing if we don't have the manpower and the resources to enforce this law. Madam President, in an article, and I see it here on February 12, 2019 in the Express newspaper, the Transport Commissioner had lamented that there were only 10 motor vehicle officers to service the entire country. Has this been addressed? How many officers do we have now to monitor the trucks on their designated routes? And in addition, Madam President, the Minister should clarify whether trucks which have the capacity to carry loads in excess of the weight that can be sustained in our nation's roads, why are they being licensed? Would it not make sense to limit the amount of these trucks that are being licensed here today? Madam President, this speaks to the ease of doing business. If this government is not prepared to install weigh stations strategically throughout this country on the highways and byways, as we see in the US, then it's failure. The minister is telling us that trucks are going to be pulled aside, eyeballed, and sent to Caroni, Port of Spain, Golconda, San Fernando. What happens when you take these trucks off the road and they now have to sit down and queue in long lines, losing an entire day work, and one of these trucks end up being underweight? What do you tell them? Sorry? Madam President, many of these trucks are contractors carrying valuable goods on behalf of companies. Are you going to put them at that risk, sitting down queuing all day in a license office somewhere? So, whereas I agree that we must enforce weight of trucks, it must be equitable. The fines must be equal to the offense and not this one-size-fits-all matter. The government must ensure that there are weigh stations provided along the major routes to effect efficiency and effectiveness so that trucks can pass through a weigh station on their destination and owners of companies are not frustrated by a truck being tied up in some far-out license office. Madam President, I move on to Clause 6. Clause 6 would exempt the Port Authority from value-added tax on plant, machinery, appliances, apparatus, equipment, and materials of every kind whatsoever. Madam President, I listen to this, look at this clause, and I stand here in shock. I stand here in heartbreak and in disappointment, and I'm glad the Minister of Trade has just joined us again. I'm standing here feeling this way on behalf of the manufacturers of this country, on behalf of the locals, as well as the dwindling foreign direct investors who under this government has had an exodus of more than $10 billion in FDI. I speak on behalf of the remaining investors in this country who are considering leaving or who are leaving now, like ExxonMobil to Guyana. I speak today on behalf of the stakeholders who, when they see this clause 6, Madam President, they will feel a sense of neglect and betrayal here today, Madam President. These stakeholders would have liked to have seen added to this clause exemption on VAT for raw materials for the manufacturing of goods for domestic and export distribution. If they could do it for the government, why not for manufacturers? Because, Madam President, the burning issue affecting these manufacturers today has been this issue of VAT refunds. Madam President, it was in 2020 and at the height of the pandemic, and now in 2021, that various chambers of commerce, including the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce, TTMA, had been clamoring for not only VAT to be paid expeditiously, not only VAT to be removed from the consolidated fund and into a special purpose fund, but they have also been clamoring for VAT to be removed at the port, at customs and excise, for inputs into final product to be for the local market and especially for the export market, Madam President. It is the exporters of this country that are suffering from the lack of VAT refunds.
Senator Leiter, I just need to just stop a little bit here. You said you're dealing with clause what? Clause 5? Clause 6?
Yes.
Right. But you're talking a lot about what is not in the bill, what you would like to see in the bill. I gave you some leeway, but you really have to deal with what is in the bill. Okay?
And the Minister of Finance spoke about this budget being the turnaround for the economy. It's a very broad statement. This is going, all of these.
So, Senator Leiter, while I have been here in the chamber, I know what everyone has said. And you don't need to tell me what anyone has said, because I am here and very present. And I am guiding you, please, because you are now straying from the bill, because you're speaking more to what is not in the bill as opposed to what is in the bill. And therefore, you are tending to be irrelevant. So I'm guiding you.
Madam President, earlier in the debate, the minister spoke about the tedious process for the poor to get exemption from VAT, a long and tedious process. He indicated that. So in response to the Minister of Finance, who said it was a long and tedious process to get back VAT for VAT exemption to the port, I would also like to remind the Minister it's a long and tedious and heartbreaking process for manufacturers to get back.
And Senator Leiter, how many times are you going to remind the Minister? Because that's exactly what you were saying before I interrupted you and gave you guidance, and you continue to say it. So how about you move along, please? And how about it's no longer guidance. I'm asking you, please, to move along.
Thank you, Madam President, for your great guidance here today, Madam President. I will take your guidance and...
Senator Leiter, please. You see I can read tones, and I know, you see all of that? Just move on, please.
I will manage, thank you, Madam President. I will manage my tone very well, Madam President.
You seem to be thinking that you and I are having this conversation, okay? So all of the asides, stop it and deal with the matter at hand.
Thank you, Madam President. And when we move on to Clause 7, well, I won't say much other than the fact that it is the United National Congress's position that we do not support property tax at this point in time, so we outright reject Clause 7. Clause 10 and Clause 12, Madam President, when we look at Clause 10 of the bill, we would amend Schedule 2 of the Value Added Tax Act to zero rate value added tax on a new private electric motor vehicle or a used private electric motor vehicle, which is not older than 2 years from the date of manufacture. And Clause 12 basically says the same thing except for amending the Customs Act by repealing and replacing Section 45 that would exempt customs duties on the same said electrical vehicle. Madam President, on Clause 10 and Clause 12, they speak to basically the removal of VAT and customs and excise duty on new electric vehicles and second-hand age less than 2 years. And as we look at this clause, I ask myself the question, seeing that the government came in the beginning of 2021 to reintroduce VAT and duties on hybrid and electrical cars, I would like to know, did it take the Honorable Prime Minister presenting to a grand ball of vacant seats in the COP22 for the government to rush back here to Parliament to remove VAT and duty from electrical vehicles? I'm just asking. Let me make it clear that we are in support of anything that will assist and aid in the improvement of the environment. But I have concerns that it pertains to electrical cars. You see, the government is moving to remove VAT and duty on these electrical cars to encourage buy-in. And I'm no expert in this industry, Madam President, so therefore I took the time to consult with stakeholders in the automotive industry who indicated to me, just as I heard Senator Mark earlier, so I won't go long on this, that the average electrical car is indeed very expensive. But let me add, the battery alone can cost in excess of $15,000 and up. So this is no regular battery. And just the parts for these cars in itself is very costly. And as a result, many electrical vehicles on the market are beyond the reach of the average citizen of this nation. So is this, I ask, a measure that is introduced to benefit only the wealthy person in society? Because the working people who consist of the majority of the drivers on the road will not be able to afford these vehicles. Now the other issue, because I move on, the other issue is the fact that these less expensive electrical cars have smaller batteries. The batteries don't have the ability to take them for very long distances. And so there's a requirement for these batteries to be charged quite frequently. So as a result of that, I am asking the government, what are they doing to ensure that the infrastructure is in place to facilitate these electrical cars, this new technology? There's a requirement for change stations to be set up throughout the length and breadth of this country.
Senator Leida, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So I ask, are these change stations going to be located at gas stations? Are they going to be located at certain ports of highways? Because, Madam President, if the government does not put the infrastructure in place for this new technology, we are going to see a bunch of electric cars broken down and shut down all over the country. So, Madam President, and then the cars with the batteries, with the larger batteries, that can take you longer back to and from your home to recharge, these are the more expensive electrical cars that will be out of the reach of the average citizen in this country. And, Madam President, let me add that a smaller segment of the society, a shrinking segment of the society, will be the only ones that can afford these cars. So, Madam President, we can easily see that the government is hoping to be seen environmental friendly here. And, Madam President, we see the efforts by these measures. But why did they not include exemptions on hybrid cars? You see, Madam President, hybrid cars are also friendly to the environment. And in my research, Madam President, in my research of these cars, the average car with 100% fuel can go between 350 to 400 kilometers on a full tank of gas, whereas a hybrid car can go more than 600 kilometers with the same said tank of gas, Madam President. And also, Madam President, hybrid cars are self-charging. The engines charge themselves, so there's no requirement for infrastructure for these hybrid cars. So they're consuming less fuel, so that's environmentally friendly. They don't require an expensive infrastructure to be put in place. So why are these cars not included on this measure? I don't understand. Furthermore, with the VAT and duty exemptions that obtained previously, these hybrid cars, Madam President, were affordable to the middle and the lower income masses in this nation. With all things considered, the hybrid vehicles could constitute in the medium term, if this government had the foresight to do that, to form the critical mass of vehicles on the nation's roads.
Senator Leida, 31B, tedious repetition.
Senator Leida, you have 2 more minutes.
Madam President, so why have they been stopped? Is it because they affect the sales of the big companies on their regular cars? Who get in the Elon Musk Tesla agency in this country? Anyway, Madam President, I'd like to know who gets in that. Madam President, as I close, based on these fiscal expectations, these measures fall woefully short at a time when the government has promised so much. Let me remind you of the reporting in the budget presented on the 5th of October that gave rise to the measures we are deliberating today in the finance bill. It was reported that the $52.49 billion budget announced a slew of measures that would help revitalize the economy hit hard by the coronavirus pandemic. Sadly, we are still waiting for this slew of measures. Maybe, as the minister said, it'll be next year, early next year. We'll see if it comes then. What is worse is that a handful of the measures proposed in this bill do not aid any economic revitalization, especially not in the face of the hardships brought on by these lockdown measures. The Minister of Finance further went on and told the nation that the fiscal package contained, and this is what I was looking for, opportunities for all citizens, and in the process, ensure success and prosperity. This statement cannot be further from the truth. This is because the level of hardship in this economy continues to worsen. So if even there was a test of the disenchantment, we would have seen what happened in Tobago. So I would be so bold to state to this government that their economic plan has failed spectacularly and is now missing just as the same zipline gone missing. In this bill, Madam President, as I close, the PNM has abandoned the more than 3,000 bars and member clubs. They have betrayed the manufacturers in this country. They are setting the stage to prosecute truck drivers, and they have removed duties and VAT for the benefit of the wealthy. This government has failed its citizens. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Dayal Singh.
Thank you, Madam, for allowing me to partake in this finance bill this afternoon. And this bill, I see, Madam, is an attempt really to try to stimulate the economy. It's an attempt really to try to get small business more involved, first-time owners to get more savings, gaming industries, I think we got some concession in this also, and also adjustment in withholding tax rate, attempt to attract foreign companies to invest, tax incentive for foreign investment. And also, we saw that recently where we were trying to create that safe zone, the free zone bill. So this, again, takes us further into that realm of trying to get foreign companies to come in here. So it's good intentions needed at these times, in this COVID times where we have seen we have been ravaged by the COVID, and the economy has certainly taken a lashing globally. But we have to appreciate, Madam, even though all these are good intentions, we still have to improve a little bit in our ease of doing business, and I hope energies is also spent there. And also in the crime situation, as I think a senator mentioned, that if you have these other parameters existing, you would have, persons less willing to come and invest here. So those are things we also need to put energies at. The Moody's rating, took a downturn recently. So all those are concerns. So I commend government's effort to do anything in its power to stimulate the economy. And as the Minister of Trade mentioned, that sometimes you have to maneuver, you have to change. So what you may have had on paper a few months ago may have had now to say, well, what do we do again? How could we adjust? It's like a dance, you move back and forth with this COVID virus to try to see how we could get any sort of gain to help us. And Madam, while I must say I was disappointed recently when some persons made comments in social media about the Prime Minister being a wicked person and having certain measures in place for the COVID. I am saying government has to do, and have, in my opinion, have been doing things that they really think would be beneficial for us in terms of any sort of regulations, and even now trying to get this business, the stimulation of the economy in terms of the economy in this bill here today. I think it's a move in the right direction. So I must say I may want to look at certain aspects of the bill, Madam, and I would like to say that when I looked at the fact that Senator Mark mentioned that, it may not be reaching the common man. It may not be reaching the individual that, in the streets, the persons who are struggling to survive. But we can always hope that any stimulation of business and economy and small businesses will obviously hire persons out there and would obviously try to get that person to come on board and move the economy forward, because people may be getting jobs and into the system again, getting a way out of this pandemic. So while I looked at the clause 2 of the bill, Madam, where it served to look at the Gambling and Betting Act, and we have seen in this an attempt made to get some sort of stimulus in the Gambling and Betting Act. And I look at this in a way that, we were hoping to gain $5 million in taxes, with this industry. We had went through the Gambling and Betting Act before. And this is a source of funding that the country needs. And the industry really, I'm wondering, is if the industry is drying up, if you find that we are in a situation where people close down their casinos, people close down their bars, you're in a catch-22 situation where you're planning to get money on one hand from this industry, but it's drying up. So you have to know how we could stimulate that industry again. And I look at the fact that if you're going to try to stimulate this industry, I have seen in the bill, when I look at clause 2, the Gambling and Betting Act, we looked at clause 2 where it served to amend section 29 of the Gambling and Betting Act, where you are trying to reduce the fees payable pursuant to paragraph 17.2 of the first schedule for the year ending 31st December 2020 shall be reduced by 42%. So I've seen throughout here an attempt made to stimulate that industry. But two things, Madam, I have to make mention of the fact that we have to appreciate that there's an article I want to read in The Guardian on the 12th of July 2020 on a media report. Illegal playway operators robbing the state of billions. And in this article, it actually made mention that, it's like an underground economy. We are not even getting the money from this. And in a sense, I had two minds about this, because here you are trying to prop up this industry. Granted, we are trying to get at the workers who are single mothers and persons out there trying to make a living. But here you are trying to prop up an industry which had allegations made before of robbing the state of billions of dollars. So it's like you are pumping money into an activity, pumping money into a business that had some ill effects before. And you remember some persons mentioned to the fact that it may be a 1.3 billion per year, other persons say up to 3 billion per year, maybe money is running through there that we are not getting a full account for. Granted, we have had the Gambling and Betting Act, come on board to try and see if we can somehow clean up the taxes that we could gain from that. I am a little bit concerned that we are now trying to prop up that activity, but I see the government's reasoning behind it in the sense that you're trying to see if you can really reach to those individuals who are unemployed, those individuals, those single mothers, those others who did not get jobs in those months that the economy basically was under the lockdown and the restrictions were there. So I see the need that you're trying to see if you could probably stimulate that. But I want to just read in, Madam, August the 27, 2021, when there was the Association of Union Members Clubs and lottery machines. The union representative claimed he wrote to the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, appealing for help. And he said there are 5,000 people who were directly affected, but in his estimate, or in their estimate, 30,000 persons also support this industry. So it's a lot of persons out there who, if this is handled properly, if this tax concession that those persons are getting in who had their casinos and their, the bars running these gambling machines, if they are getting that concession, we have to really hope that it goes down to the individuals who work there. And this is my concern. You see, you may have owner getting a concession, but it may not reach to the individuals who work there. I would have rathered that the government give us some sort of a grant to the ex-workers who are there, workers who are there, and say, let's give a half pay to the workers and pay them that grant so they can start back in their business, and let the owners of these clubs pay the other half. So in such a way, you're ensuring that the workers themselves, who I'm sure the government wanted to not just stimulate the economy, but to get these individuals out there who are probably unemployed, to get them back employed. I think it would have been a more direct measure to say you're going to get half pay, let the clubs actually now pay the other half, so to get them on board. So I'm looking at, we may have to see how this thing pans out. Will the workers also be in that situation where they cry next few months, they are not on board again, even though this piece of this piece of legislation is passed? I guess when the union comes on board, they can give a sort of a statement to the government that are their ex-workers gaining somehow from this, or is it only the owners of these establishments would be gaining from this? So this is one concern I had. Madam, I would like to look at the fact that, looking at Clause 5, the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. Now, granted, we saw an expansion where new electric motor vehicles would now be taken into account. It doesn't matter the engine, horsepower, size, whatnot. So again, it's a good idea because you find that why sort of discern different sizes of engines when the whole purpose of it is to give us a green effect, a green economy, to give us an environment that is more conscious, less carbon in the economy, in the environment. So I'm saying that I welcome that move. All electric motors, regardless of size, and this I think it's something that is an improvement. But also, I have a concern when I looked at the Clause 5B, where it made mention that used electric motor vehicle imported for private use, which is not older than 2 years. I am saying, it was mentioned before, Madam, that persons may gain more, persons out there who cannot afford a new electric vehicle may gain more if we could have increased this from 2 years. I understood what the minister was saying about the environmental concerns, about the battery disposal, but that is something we have to have in place anyhow when electric vehicles come on board. So the discourse that the minister was saying the older batteries will expire quicker and there will be an issue of dumping. That is a valid concern, but we should have been preparing for that anyhow. So I'm thinking the 2 years I would have hoped to actually get more persons involved to be able to buy and purchase cars. My suggestion is you take away that 2 years. And also ensure we have the Environmental Management Authority give us some safety features where we can take care of these batteries that we have to do anyhow for the next few years. Because I think it would reach the common man better, reach his pocket better. Another concern I had, Madam, is the fact that the fact that we are dealing with this whole issue of electric cars. Madam, sometimes you are trying to get a car, and some companies are still only making hybrid cars. And I heard mentioned some senators say that if the government could consider a hybrid car, and I'm thinking, this also should be an interim measure because we do not know how long electric cars will actually be the reality where it's only electric cars. So in the interim, it should have, I would have most respectably think that a hybrid vehicle would have been there, electric vehicles would have been there, as well as electric vehicles, running, older than 2 years to at least get a greater input. We all know the danger of the car exhaust, the fumes with cancer on the environment. And again, this measure, I think, is excellent, but I think we needed to expand it a bit, especially in those features that concerns that I had here. Looking at Clause 6, Madam, the Port Authority Act, where it served really to exempt the Port Authority from, VAT exemption for, any sort of plant, machinery, appliances, apparatus, equipment, materials of every kind, whatsoever, whether acquired locally or imported. So I have a little concern with that. Materials of every kind, acquired. Now, granted, it made mention, I think the minister made mention, that there are other authorities who would also gain from this value-added tax being exempted. And granted, it would lead to less bureaucracy, less work on the value-added tax department now having to process if we give these things. So there is a great advantage. So you find that the ease of the authorities doing business would be better. They don't have to file all these forms and tie up the VAT system department, which is already on the strain. So while I see those advantages, you see, we have to be careful that a runaway authority may not now order certain materials that, we're not really accountable for, certain, even though it's in the course of their duty, you find the efficient running of their duty. Madam, that's to me, that give them a great leeway where you have to guard against runaway, wasteful authority who may bring in items like luxury items. And, in the past, when you had to go through for the VAT, you would have had a paper trail where someone in the VAT office may say, hey, they are bringing in curtains or they are bringing in whatever they consider necessary for the proper runnings of their office or whatever. And you find that you may have had a greater level of transparency in a sense. Other people may see what they are or they know, because it has to go through the system. So while we may have had a paper trail before, that is no longer there. Now, I'm thinking that if you had authorities and person in those authorities who may overspend, who may use this, we should have a level of transparency, because it's taxpayers' dollars, that we would know exactly what they're purchasing. So somehow we would have that at what they itemize in. Is it cars? Is it something, equipment? At least to give the taxpayer some level of assurance that there would not be any sort of extravagant sort of spending. Looking at Clause 7, Madam, where the income tax is amended. The Income Tax Act is amended, and I looked at Part B, where it serves to actually, for first-time owners, it serves to give them an added benefit, where in subsection 1, by deleting the words $25,000 and substituting the words $30,000. So a lot of young people may gain from this. a lot of young people are probably very grateful now. So if they want to get a home, it makes them have that advantage. So this is something I commend the government on. I have a young son. He may gain from this. Young persons may gain from this. But we see now again, we have to tie in this what's happening to the rest of the economy. Because young doctors are crying out for, they are just getting contract work. So they may not be able to afford to take a mortgage if they're just contract workers. So I make a plea for the young doctors and all those others on contract workers. Even though this is good intention, you find that all the good intention in the world, if they are not getting that contract in their workplace, full-term contract, not just thing, it would not give that benefit. I look at part B, 2, 3, etc., and it really serves, as the minister said, to kind of clean up the act and bring things together. So I move on now, Madam, to clause 8, where it looked at the rate of business levy for the SME. Now, as I mentioned before, the thrust of the government is to try to encourage the small business and the small and medium enterprises to actually take up that goal to reinvest, to stay on board, to survive in this time. So I have no problem with this. I think it's good to give them that levy. But I also now look at contrasting this with clause 11. So while I'm saying the rate of business levy was adjusted, while I look at clause 11, to my understanding, Madam, we are also given a rate of green fund levy for SME listed companies. So I'm getting the impression here that to give them a benefit also, Section 8 looks at the business levy. Section 11 looks at the rate of green fund levy for the SME, where you're giving some of them in when you're trying to look at clause 11, where it looks at 0 rate for the first 5 years from the listing, 50% of the rate of green fund levy set out in Section 60. So it gives a rate where I got the impression you're now trying to say you don't have to pay the green fund levy. So somehow I would not agree with this if I'm getting the correct perception with this, because I am thinking if you are trying to encourage a green environment, if you're trying to encourage electric cars, if you're trying to encourage expenditure to mop up and clean up the environment, I would not have touched this green levy fund because I think it would go against the rest of the bill trying to give us that electric car. And again, with the COP meeting they had and even the Paris Agreement that we were signatories to before. So that's one aspect, if I can get some clarity on that. And Madam, when I look at clause 8, and I looked at the fact that there is some sort of a trust to encourage the small and medium enterprise companies to enter the stock exchange, the junior stock exchange. And I heard figures that in Jamaica, there were 40 companies as such, and in Trinidad, only 2. So somehow again, the last time in this place we discussed the free zones, and even in that, we noticed we were lacking, and Jamaica was far ahead of us. So again, we have to say, what are we doing wrong as a country where, somehow other countries are beating us to certain things. And yes, I have great concern with that. And I have to congratulate the minister for trying to see if we can bring in the small business enterprises to enter that junior stock exchange, to try somehow, we had offer them some sort of inducement, dangle little cards in front of them to say, if you enter that stock exchange, you would now be entitled to more loans, and in this way, you're trying to stimulate them to do something. But some small companies may not want to come in here. As I think Senator Denoy mentioned, it might be small business, family business, and they may not want that scrutiny. Some people may use it to try and do some tax benefits off. So by you scrutinizing them further, they may fall under that radar that they may not want to come under. Then the other thing too, I heard mentioned that there was a mentorship program that, the small and medium companies may benefit from a bigger company coming, looking at them, advising them. But I also heard Senator Leida mention that even when we looked at what's happening in the business situation where Neil and Marcy, he mentioned, was now in foreign use parts, and the small businessmen in foreign use parts are being somehow pushed out of the market. I think the mentorship program, it might be, we have to be a little cautious that the big business, even though they may be there to mentor, that they wouldn't be like parasites where they will now want to push out these small business, take their ideas, develop whatever they have, and run with it, and to the detriment of the small business. So we have to see somehow we could put something in there as a way to protect these small business enterprises who may want to come on board in the system with that fee. I have to say, madam, when I looked at the clause 8, and I looked at part 10, where we looked at conservation or preservation of property of interest. And basically what this does really is to see if you have a property of interest, meaning under the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago Act, you have a property of interest, somehow if you could now put your monies towards that, you would get some benefit. I think this is very commendable. Madam President, right here in Frederick Street and Knox Street, there was the Anglican church, a church I think there was there that was knocked to the ground, and you had historical facts with that church. You had burial site there, and it gives us a history of I must say of memory. We found that our country has a lot of persons who are now we are what you call an aging population, and persons who pass and see that Church of Scotland, or I can't remember the name of the church, that church, it would probably provide memory and help our individuals because we are now having an increase in dementia. So preserving these properties, regardless of where it is in Trinidad and Tobago, would help our individuals who are now undergoing dementia, memory changes, and you would have far better benefits if we could preserve these buildings wherever they are in Trinidad and Tobago. St. Joseph was the first capital. But a lot of their old buildings, they are now ground to the dust and replaced by newer buildings. So I commend the government for this, and I'm thinking more persons should come on board to take this up. It's a benefit of the society. I looked at the fact that 10 part E, where the whole idea there is to get the business more involved in information technology, digitization, and technological development. So granted, this is the government's trust, this is the trust of the world, this is the trust with COVID that's put us there. We need to have more high-tech, we need to have more way of doing business via internet, etc. Again, I'm pleased with this. I was a bit concerned sometimes that if you go to have too much of technology, any sort of development in terms of technology, would you lose jobs of actual people who are there doing their work? So, I mean, you have to balance one with the other, but I think this is also something that it's good, but we have to look at would it create job loss if we now replace individuals who are doing their work with some sort of technology. I look at clause 9, madam, and I have full marks for that. It's carbon culture to try to, help again, I mentioned the Paris Agreement and to save the environment. I also look at clause 10, where you look at the value-added tax. And I just want some clarification, because where 10, we look
Senator
at...
Dial Singh, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, madam. At that, it was mentioned here in 10A, 2, when we are looking at you are getting the concession for new electric motor vehicle imported for private use. And they also mention the 2-year one electric for private use. And I want to know, is it that taxis already exempted? Is it that we are not saying that taxis do not also, so I need to know, is there a taxi who does a lot of running for the day with fuel, will be fuel waste in the environment? Are there anything in place for taxis? So is it private only, or should we now expand that? I also look at the fact that the Customs Act is now amended, where you have canes and and Braille typewriters coming in, and I commend that because those individuals have a hard time, disabled individuals. But I have to make a claim also, Madam, because Part 12 also looked again mentioning articles. But remember, we can't really discriminate against the deaf. A deaf may need hearing aids. It's very expensive. Dementia persons may need video games to help them. So I think the minister involved there may have to expand whatever articles, at least the deaf now say that the blind is getting a greater concession from them than them. And I see mentioned the Braille typewriter, but sometimes we have gone beyond the Braille typewriter, Madam. There are computer aid now, voice, where a blind person could just read out something, the computer will read it back to him, and then he say print and it prints. So we have to keep in contact with what's available for others elsewhere. Again, Madam, I would like to say that I was comforted when the minister mentioned in section clause 13, the Securities Act, that it was really there to tempt persons from not getting involved in these schemes that occur. But remember, sometimes we have the law is there. Remember, it's a Ponzi scheme. The minister said it's not the SUSU, so I get comforted in that. Remember, Ponzi schemes were there where dangle things in front of people. It's just like when Jesus went to the mountain and the devil tried to tempt him. Persons are tempted, and sometimes we need to protect people from themselves going after easy money. I was smitten also in Clico when, though it's not a Ponzi scheme, when I invested money with a high interest rate, and I learned my lesson after. So sometimes I applaud this because Ponzi schemes and those schemes there causes a great distress to the populace. And just as how we are having certain laws to protect the populace from themselves, we also need certain laws there that may protect them from these Ponzi schemes. So in conclusion, Madam, I must say that I support any move that the government has to stimulate the economy, any move it has to try and get things going. I heard the minister mention in the end that he spoke about the Southwest Peninsula being developed and a Chinese company coming in with 70% ownership. And I just want to caution, we're seeing so many news articles about the world and China and might be taking over the country. We may have to educate the public on if it is, on that so-called Chinese dragon that people tend to think maybe just spreading their wings and the Belt and Road Initiative trying to take over countries. So we have to do some education and show us how the country will be protected for any sort of investment in our Southwest Peninsula. Thank you, Madam.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this bill, the Finance Number 2 Bill 2021. And at this point in time, I would like to take the opportunity again to congratulate the Minister of Finance and his team. This bill is a Finance Bill Number 2. It's not the budget, but I want to take the opportunity coming out of the budget prepared by the Minister of Finance and his team for doing a fantastic job to bring us to this point where we can operationalize the fiscal measures in the budget. Madam President, this is not an easy time to be managing a country and balancing the finances of the country. And one has to be very innovative if you have to maintain the lifestyle, secure the citizens, keep a maintenance program going, and also to have a development program that can bring the economy back online based on the global challenges that we face, and by extension, the challenges we face as a country in terms of the economics of the day. Madam President, this is the finance bill, and most of my colleagues would have dealt with most of the clauses in this bill, and my approach will be to deal with basically clause 5 and clause 6 of the bill. I was pretty surprised to listen to members on the opposition as to the challenges they would have had with Clause 5 and Clause 6. And I hope I can bring some clarity to them to prove the point that the Minister of Finance tried to make, that this budget and this bill is really for the betterment of the country and the citizens. Madam President, Clause 5A of the bill seeks to amend the fourth schedule of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act by replacing existing paragraph 9 with a new paragraph to provide for exemption on motor vehicle taxes that will normally be charged and on the electric motor vehicles. Clause 5A, the new electric motor vehicles imported for private use and used electric vehicles imported for private use where the vehicle is not older than 2 years of the date of manufacture. Madam President, what is so difficult about that? We need to remind this House that Trinidad and Tobago, as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, is embarking on measures to fulfill its commitment to reducing emission. Through ratification of the Paris Agreement in February 2018, Trinidad and Tobago will have to reduce cumulative greenhouse gas emissions by 15%. Therefore, this amendment will help to fulfill this commitment, as there will be a significant decrease in the level of CO2 vehicle emissions with the use of the electric cars on our nation roadways. Madam President, I have heard several references by the opposition trying to tie this clause with the assumption of the Minister of Finance is, for some strange imagination, is trying to put used car dealers out of business, and this is for just the elite in society. Far from the truth. Far from the truth. Why do we want to comply with the Paris Agreement? Madam President, we all know about global warming, and we all know about the challenges that we are faced with here as an island state with the effect of flooding, coastal erosions, and so. And if this simple little strategy is a step in the right direction for our contributions to the betterment of an improvement of global warming, I think it is a step in the right direction. The Minister of Finance never said that this is only for new car dealers. And if one is to look at the advertisements in the newspaper, you will see used car dealers also bringing new cars and new vehicles. So this is for anyone who will be bringing in new or 2-year-old electric vehicles to Trinidad and Tobago. This is a step in the direction where the country has to go eventually. At the Ministry of Works and Transport, we are looking at our public transportation, even at the PTSC, where we are exploring now the options of fully electric buses to operate, especially in areas like the Priority Bus Route, and even to run a service around Port of Spain, because we know that this mode of using the electric vehicles is a much healthier mode for the environment and the population. So this is simply one way to move where the rest of the world will be moving. It has nothing to do with the parts placed in bamboo, as some member of the opposition tried to put forward, that we are trying to close down the bamboo. Those still exist. But it is one way to introduce the new technology, the safer technology that the rest of the world have adopted. It has nothing to do with who is new car dealers and used car dealers. It is for anyone who wants to import an electric vehicle into the country. We are trying to encourage them to go into that direction, and eventually the entire world will be looking at this new technology. Madam President, Clause 5B seeks to amend paragraph 3 of Schedule 9 to increase the existing fixed penalty fines for goods vehicle which carry in excess weight from $750 to $4,000, and an increase in the amount of the demerit points for any person in breach of such offense from 3 demerit points to 4 demerit points. Madam President, again, the opposition tried to make this into a point that we are against truck drivers and we are abusing the process. It is not a new law. The law exists as long as we can remember. Trucks in Trinidad and Tobago do have a load limit. We have to protect our infrastructure. Our infrastructure is close to 40 billion, the value of that. That takes a lot of money to maintain, money that we have not been getting access to over the last couple of years because of the state of the economy. As Minister of Works and Transport, I cringe sometimes when I listen to some of the comments on the roads. And I'm not going to stick my head in the sand and say, no, our roads are of good quality. We have a lot of work to do, but we still have to protect what we have. The effect of the overweight trucks on the road, and if I'm just to quote what overweight trucks does. One overweight, and before I go into what the overweight trucks does, let me just give you a little indication of Senator Leida made some assumptions. Clearly, Senator Leida does not understand how the Transport Division, the Licensing Division, operates. He indicated that how are we going to assess these trucks if we're just going to look at them and say they are overweight? No, it is not done like that. And just to give a little indication, during the period, let me give him some exact quotes on an exercise that was carried out by the Transport Division, so he will have a fair idea as to what we're dealing with in terms of overweight trucks and how it is dealt with. During the period, Madam President, 2018, let me just get the exact date so I don't quote the wrong dates of the exercise and how the exercise was conducted by the Transport Commissioner and his team in 2018-2019. 126 trucks were weighed at the Caroni License Division and the OS compound over the period 4th of October 2018 to March 8, 2019. And the results were 94% of the heavy-T trucks were overweight. 95% of the extra heavy-T vehicles were overweight. 8% of the heavy-T vehicles were overweight by 100%. And 4% of the extra heavy-T vehicles were overweight by 100%. Now, Madam President, almost all the trucks that were weighed were overweight. And just to give you an example of what overweight trucks does to the road. One overweight truck by 20% on the road network is equivalent to 19,000 cars driving on that same road. One overweight truck. 19,000 cars. That is the wear and tear that you have. And when you have trucks overweight by 100%, you calculate how much usage that truck puts on the road. The average truck that was overweight was between 25 and 60% overweight. Now, what do we consider overweight in Trinidad? Our roads are designed, and we are talking about our major roads and our highways, are designed for an axle weight of 10 tons per axle. 10 tons per axle, meaning if your truck has two axles to the back, that is 20 tons, and then you have the front axle, which I think is about 7 or 8 tons, the manufacturer's design. So every truck is designed for a certain weight. It is licensed for a certain weight. And before your truck is placed on the road, if it is a truck that is above a certain size, it has to be licensed by the transport board. And they will give you the approved weight for the truck. So before you put your truck on the road, you have an approval by the transport board if it's a extra heavy T truck, and that you are given the weight. So it's not done by a licensed officer just pulling a truck and saying this truck is overweight. And if it's a truck below the 10 ton, you are licensed for a certain weight by the licensed office, the transport commissioner. So every truck on the road is licensed to carry a specific weight, and that is why you see at the bottom, at some part of the truck, you have the tare weight written in black and white, and the MGW weight. All trucks have that. So the owner of the truck knows the weight that the truck was licensed to carry. And the exercise that takes place is that once you observe a truck that seems to be above that weight, the licensed officers will then command that truck to go to a weigh station. These weigh stations, we have one at Caroni, we have one at San Fernando, we have one at Port of Spain, and we intend to bring in more scales, mobile scales as well, because we, based on the performance of the road network in Trinidad and Tobago, we have to maintain the existing road networks. And what we are seeing is that overweight trucks are damaging our road network. And you can see that as drivers. If you look at the eastbound lane of the highway, you will see most of it don't have that impression by the traffic lights and so. If you look at the westbound lane coming out of the east, you will see by most of the traffic lights a lot of waves and so. That is because that is where the truck stops on the lights, and the weight of the truck is causing that. So if we use the correct weight that the truck was designed, was licensed for, we don't have a problem. Now, we may think that our standard here in Trinidad might be too low. I heard somebody said, well, we have to engineer the roads for higher weights. Let me just give you what the international standard is on road design. In Africa, they range per axle ton from 7,700 to 9,000. Bearing in mind, we in Trinidad, we are 10,000. USA, 9,000 per axle ton. We are 10,000. Canada, 9,100. We are 10,000. Germany, 10,000. Switzerland, 10,000. And the United Kingdom, 10,500. Australia, 9,000. Trinidad and Tobago, 10,000. So we are there at the international standard. Just one country, 10,500 above us. So the trucks that you may feel that we are taking advantage of cannot operate like that. No part of the world, not even where the trucks were built. And that is why if you enter a highway in the United States with load, you have to go on a weigh station first. And the penalties are vigorous because they don't play with their infrastructure. And that is where we are heading with. What we found in the past, $750 for a charge, and if you are charged once every 5 years, one load will pay the fine for you. And that is why no one took on took that seriously, where if you get charged, you pay $750. The possibility of you getting charged was nominal. And if you make 4 or 5 trips for the day, double up your load on one trip, $750, probably every 5 or 10 years, that is no problem. But the demerit point, if you get caught with that, the possibility of your license being suspended is there. So it's a deterrent. This is not a tax, as Senator Leida said, that the Minister of Works is looking forward to get, because that cannot help us to rebuild the road after the roads are damaged. And in most cases, the size of trucks that does this damage are the same ones that we have to come and pay to rebuild the road. So I cannot see how someone can object to the government trying to protect the infrastructure this way. Because this is not something that we are inventing here. This happens all over the world. Our standards are 10 ton per axle. That is the international standard. Our roads are designed, our major roads and highways are designed at international standards. The problem we have is a lot of the secondary roads evolve over time. And they cannot take the weight, so that is why certain trucks are licensed for certain routes. And the ministry and the license office will now be going out there, and if they find trucks that were licensed for specific routes, they will be seriously taking action on them, because these overweight trucks are causing harm to our road network. They also bring harm to the road users, because if a truck is designed for a certain load and you overload that truck, the possibility of getting blowout tires, the possibility of the...
Just, Madam President, just a question for the Minister.
Sure.
You mentioned 3 weighing stations in Trinidad. Are there any in Tobago?
At this point in time, I can't answer for Tobago. As you're aware, a lot of the infrastructure in Tobago is handled by the THA. But we have given a commitment through the license office to work with the team in Tobago, and in our new dispensation, if Tobago requires the weigh stations, yes, we will make work with them to have it available, because Tobago does have a major quarry, probably one of the best quarry in the Caribbean, and I think they need to have some sort of guidelines as well in Tobago. So I take your point, and it's something that we will definitely be working on with the representative from the THA. Again, just to get back to the point, putting the commuter's life at risk as well, an overweight truck can affect the braking system of a truck. And that is why sometimes you see these overweight trucks, when they try to stop, they can't stop, because the truck is designed for a certain weight. Now, there will be an argument by some of the larger trucks that, look, my truck was designed to take this amount of weight. It is not what your truck only is designed for. It is what the road network is designed for. And that is why our road network allows 10 tons per axle, which is the international standard. I've had that argument, and my answer to that is that a Ferrari was designed for 300 kilometers an hour. But our road network is designed for 100 kilometers an hour, and that's why we have a speed limit of 100 kilometers. If you break the speed limit, you pay the consequences, because you're putting other people's lives. It's not what your car or your truck is built for. It's what the infrastructure was designed for. So, Madam President, having defended those 2 Clause 5A and Clause 5B, I think I would have rubbished some of the challenges to why we want to implement them. It is not a tax to raise revenue. It is to protect the infrastructure in terms of Clause 5B, and to protect the lives of the commuters, and to introduce the new electric vehicles into Trinidad and Tobago, which is basically the way to go. As a Caribbean island, as Trinidad and Tobago, we have to do our part, because as Minister of Works and Transport, I am seeing on a daily basis the effects of climate change. And if this little step will put us in the right direction, I think we should all support this. If I am to go now to Clause 6, which is the Clause 6 of the bill, seeks to insert a new Clause 35A from the existing 35 to exempt the Port Authority from all value-added tax related to any plant, machinery, appliances, apparatus, equipment, and material of any kind whatsoever. Madam President, again, a lot of speculations from the opposition that this clause is for the new operator and the person, the government is going to sell the port to. Rubbish. This is for the port of Port of Spain. And if and when the port finalize a PPP, this clause will be revisited by the Minister of Finance. The reason why we are, the port of Port of Spain have asked for this is because every time you have to buy a piece of equipment, the Ministry of Transport has to go to the Cabinet. We have to go to the Minister of Finance, get an exemption, and the exemption is granted. And it's a long, drawn-out process. This has to be something that was overlooked, and it is just to correct that. The port gets the duties off, and this is just to allow to get the duties and the VAT on that process. There's nothing else in it than that. Every time the port just bought a crane, you have to go and get a tax exemption on that. You have to buy equipment, you have to go and get a tax exemption, a VAT exemption. This is just to simplify the process so that the port don't have to go to Cabinet every time they have to buy a piece of equipment. The Cabinet have to approve it, the Minister of Finance then have to approve that, and then you get back to the port. By that time, you have sometime a month, 2 months, 3 months with a delay of a part or a piece of equipment just lying in customs, just waiting for that exemption, which you know is going to come, but takes a long while. That is simply what it is. Madam Vice President, again, this is the Finance Bill number 2. All my colleagues would have spoken, and they would have corrected most of the other queries that was raised. So having said that, I think I would have said enough, and I am sure that clearing up some of these allegations, I don't think we need to go any further. I thank you.
Minister of Finance. Minister, I remind you, you have 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, whenever I listen to opposition senators, I wonder whether I am in the twilight zone. It seems to me, when I was looking for a definition of what is an altered state of mind, I was just wondering, you know, an altered state of mind is a change in someone's normal mental state as a result of trauma, accident, or induced through meditation.
Minister, Senator Mark, please. Minister, thank you for enlightening everyone about that definition, but could I ask you to move on, please?
You're welcome, Madam President, and I'm sure Senator Dialsing will know what I'm talking about. But, Madam President, I am constantly amazed at the statements made, in particular by Senator Mark. Some of the statements the Honorable Senator made today are just shocking. And that is why I felt I needed to describe an altered state of mind. Senator Mark somehow managed to describe tax exemptions, increase in allowance for first-time homeowners, increase in the allowance for contributions to pension plans, annuities, incentives for companies involved in digitization, in manufacturing, incentives for persons to invest or to contribute to the preservation of our historic monuments, and sundry other measures in this bill, all of which are benefits. Somehow, Senator Mark saw these benefits as oppression and punishment for the citizens of this country. I continue to be astonished. Let's deal with some of the misleading and inaccurate allegations made by Senator Mark, as per usual. With respect to hybrid motor vehicles, the allegation that the government has removed tax incentives or tax concessions for hybrid motor vehicles is simply false. And in fact, Madam President, I had to correct this in 2019 when some mischief was put into the public domain by the opposition, and to make the point that the tax concessions that existed at the time, which are full exemption from duty, motor vehicle tax, and value-added tax for hybrid electric and CNG motor vehicles, were still in force. What we did in the 2018 period was to look very carefully at the loss of customs revenue from the luxury hybrids that people were bringing in. When we introduced the measure back in 2016-2017, we limited the importation of hybrid vehicles to vehicles of engine capacity of 2,000 cc's. But the car manufacturers all over the world have now introduced a number of turbocharged engines with an engine capacity of 1.8 liters, 2 liters, etc. So what we saw happening was not that persons at the lower end of the income scale bringing in hybrids, but people were bringing in BMW hybrids, Mercedes hybrids, Porsche hybrids, because they were bringing in these types of cars with a 2-liter engine that were turbocharged. And in 1 year, Madam President, the loss of customs revenue to the country was $350 million. So what we did, because we still wanted to incentivize people to use these energy-efficient cars or environmentally friendly vehicles, we simply limited the engine size to 1519 cc's, 1600 cc's. So you can still bring in an electric car, a hybrid car, or a CNG-powered car once it's below 1600 cc's, free of duty and tax. There are endless hybrids in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, endless. I could use one as an example. The Hyundai Ioniq, which is 1519 cc's, free of duty and tax. And therefore, this is why I say they live in the twilight zone. They don't live in the real world. It is just the luxury hybrids that became the problem. So for the person at the lower end, they can buy a Hyundai Ioniq or any other one of those small hybrid vehicles that people are making nowadays and bring it in free of tax. And that applies to used as well. It's both new and used. So this is just mischief on the part of Senator Mark. I want to compliment the Minister of Works and Transport. That was an excellent contribution, Minister Sinanan. Very good. You explained to members opposite exactly what large trucks do to the road and the fact that there's nothing new about this measure, and that I can speak without fear of contradiction that the vast majority of damage to the roads is done by overweight trucks. And it's not just trucks. It's excavators who run on the roads with their tracks, and then there are vehicles used for logging in the areas where we have teak fields and so on, which have large spiked wheels. They destroy the roads. And therefore, if anybody was a student of science, they would understand that it is the extraordinary axle load and the weight of these trucks that is destroying our roads. Regular cars don't destroy roads. And therefore, I don't think one should even have to explain that to UNC senators. But I think I have changed my mind. It is necessary because, as I was telling someone, I listened to the contributions of Senator Mark, Senator Leida, Senator Nakid, Senator Roberts, and I tried to wrap my head around the irrationality. I tried to rationalize the irrationality and eventually realized that didn't make any sense because there is no rationality from those four members. Everything they say is absolutely irrational. With respect to the VAT exemption for the Port Authority.
Minister, can I ask you to rephrase what you just said? Okay?
Certainly, Madam Speaker. Everything that the honorable members say, when I try to analyze it from a rational perspective, it is impossible. With respect to the VAT exemption to the Port Authority, the point that was missed, whether deliberately or otherwise, was that the exemption is for the Port Authority, which is a creature of statute. An exemption given to a statutory authority cannot be automatically transferred to a third party. So that if and when, and I hope it is sooner rather than later, a private sector operator is brought in to deal with cargo operations at the port, to operate that aspect of port operations, there is no way a VAT exemption that is being given to a statutory authority could, by osmosis or some other magical means, be transferred to that private entity, because the law would not permit that, and that should be obvious. And the fact of the matter is, the Port Authority Act was originally passed in 1961. At that time, it exempted the port from customs duty and income tax. But VAT didn't exist in 1961. So that when value-added tax was introduced by the NER government in the 80s, at that time, amendment to the Port Authority Act may have been missed. For whatever reason, it was not done. But if there was value-added tax in 1961, the port would have been exempted from value-added tax at that time. So all this is doing is harmonizing the policy that the government has had for the Port Authority from 1961. And as the Minister of Works and Transport pointed out, if they want to bring in like one of those large cranes that handle containers, they have to come to Cabinet to get an exemption on VAT. There's no benefit to the government per se, because it's one pocket to the other. If the Port Authority pays VAT, it's paying it to the government, and the government owns the port. So I hope that clears up that bit of mischief there. Senator Mark also said there's no withholding tax in the Caribbean. Nonsense. Withholding tax exists throughout the Caribbean and the world. And Jamaica and Barbados are prime examples where withholding tax exists. So Senator Mark, as per usual, there's no value whatsoever in his contribution. Hyperbole, exaggeration, mischief, misleading everyone. Let me move on. I got an interesting commentary from my staff, because just for the benefit of honorable members, even though I may not be in the chamber at all times, because there is a lot of things that I have to do from time to time, which requires me to be in and out. I have a very dedicated group of people who make notes of the contributions of all senators and send them to me with counterpoints. And I got a very interesting commentary with respect to Senator Nakid. Very, very interesting. And I will read it in for the benefit of honorable senators who might be interested. And the email to me says, here is a summary of notes on the contribution of Senator Nakid, and then in big bold letters, no counterpoints required. I think that sums it up. So let's move on now. So we could put aside Senator Nakid. Let's move on now to Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, again in his usual style, and I notice now, Madam President, that we used to have one screamer on the UNC bench. You now have 4. Really, UNC could do better. But let's go now to what Senator Roberts screamed at us about. And the first point that Senator Roberts said, astonishingly, he tried to gaslight us to make us think that there was no Ponzi scheme or pyramid scheme in Trinidad and Tobago. He queried the fact that I cited media reports about Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes in Trinidad and Tobago. And he says, we don't debate media reports here. Sorry, the Honorable Senator said that. Imagine that. A UNC senator says that when every time I come into the Parliament, I have to hear a UNC senator reading out a newspaper editorial, a newspaper article. But according to Senator Roberts, they don't debate media reports. Ridiculous. Everybody in the world knows that we had a very serious problem with a particular Ponzi scheme or pyramid scheme in Trinidad and Tobago. Very, very serious problem. With respect to the whole question of SUSU, I just want to clarify that again. There is no prohibition on a legitimate SUSU. In a legitimate SUSU, you make your contributions every month, as the case may be. I use the example again. You may make 6 contributions of $500, which means that you're entitled to $3,000. The difference between an illegitimate SUSU and a legitimate one is in the illegitimate SUSU, what people were tricked into believing is that you put in $3,000 and you get back $30,000. That is illegal, and we are outlawing that. What will be legal is that a typical SUSU is a savings plan. So you get back what you put in. That is completely legitimate and lawful, and we are in no way touching that. So I just wanted to clear that up. Well, Senator Roberts also uttered the misleading information about hybrid vehicles. I want to repeat that for vehicles of 1599 cc's and below, all tax exemptions remain. With respect to electric vehicles, as with all new technology, it is obvious that over time, the price of these items will be reduced. Anything in the modern era, to coin a phrase from my good friend Senator Vera, in the 4th Industrial Revolution, as we go to robotics and artificial intelligence, the price will come down. It must come down. So electric vehicles are in their embryonic stage, but I expect in a couple of years that there will be reasonably priced electric vehicles available for sale all over the world. Senator Roberts also repeated the mischief of Senator Mark with respect to the corporation tax amendment to exempt tax from interest income by the commercial banks on the SME loan program. As I said, I sometimes wonder if I'm in the twilight zone. If the banks had to charge the government the full interest on the financing for the SME loan facility, the government would have to pay more. The interest, if the interest income was not exempt from tax, the interest rate would have been 4.5%. Because the interest income on the SME loan facility for the government, remember the government pays the interest, not the borrowers. This is an interest-free loan, but somebody has to pay for it, so the government pays for it. If we did not exempt the interest income from tax, the interest rate would have been 4.5%. But having exempted it from tax, the interest rate is 3.9%. That's what the government will pay. It is going to save the government and the country $20 million. If we had not exempted it, we just have to pay more. So there's no benefit whatsoever in this, except the government has to pay less money for the lower interest loan because of the exemption on interest income. We could have done it the other way. We just had to pay more. So it demonstrates to me that members on the UNC bench, they don't understand anything. Or maybe they do, and they just like to create commerce. Let me go now to the independent senators. Senator DeRine raised a lot of issues with respect to SMEs and micro businesses. And yes, these are very important points. And we do have a micro business program through NIDCO, but we in finance are going to start looking at what we can do to help those smaller businesses. I accept that smaller businesses do face significant challenges in terms of accessing loans and in terms of meeting their statutory obligations and having audited accounts. And that is precisely why in this budget 2022, we put an allocation for a fund of $50 million to provide free professional services to micro businesses, small businesses, and medium businesses. And we are going to provide accounting services, training in human relations, training in creating proper accounts, training in project management, and also help businesses to get the necessary discipline. This is free professional services, a fund of $50 million. And that fund is going to continue for several years because we recognize we need to help SMEs. So that is a very pertinent point made by Senator DeRine. Senator Sipasad. Senator Sipasad asked about cryptocurrency. On January 5th, 2019, there was a joint public advisory on virtual currency by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago. And these three bodies advised the public who are investing in or otherwise conducting transactions in virtual currencies of the potential associated risks. It is known that investing in virtual currencies can possibly yield to higher returns and other benefits such as lower transaction costs and processing times. But these are the risks associated with cryptocurrency. Virtual currency is a digital representation of value that can be digitally traded, but does not have legal tender status in Trinidad and Tobago and most other jurisdictions. So because there's no legal framework for virtual currency, you have to be very careful. Because how do you know what you're getting is genuine? Is it real? 2, providers of virtual currencies are neither regulated nor supervised by the authorities. There are no legislative provisions under the authorities' purview that provide protection to customers for losses arising from the use of virtual currencies. Virtual currencies lack appropriate internal controls, more susceptible to fraud and theft than genuine currency. 3, transactions involving virtual currencies are subject to a high degree of anonymity. There is a potential for misuse of virtual currency to conduct criminal activity, including money laundering or terrorism financing. And 4, virtual currencies tend to be volatile. Their value can fluctuate significantly. And that makes them unsuitable for most investors, particularly unsophisticated investors. So at this time, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is not supporting cryptocurrency. And one of the main reasons is, apart from those risks I just pointed out, that it is the currency of choice for international criminals, drug dealers, and money launderers, because it can't be traced. And there are no reporting requirements, as there are with regular currency in terms of financial obligation regulations, FATF requirements. There's none of that with cryptocurrency. So that, in fact, cryptocurrency transactions, most of them take place on the dark web. So we are not supporting it, and we advise people against it. There are several other points that Senator Sipasad made with respect to the energy sector, but that will be addressed in those items will be addressed in 2022 when we come with another finance bill, because we have a lot of work to do with respect to financial matters. Senator Leiter, I think this falls into the category of no response required. So, Madam President, I want to thank all members of the independent bench who made contributions today. Their points are well noted as usual, very welcome. I want to thank Senator Dayal Singh in particular for pointing out that this is an effort to incentivize the economy and also to create some stimulus. And I want to thank every other independent senator, Senator Dionarine, Senator Sipasad, always have very responsible contributions and important contributions to make. As usual, the opposition was a tremendous disappointment. I wanted to use other words, but I figure you would rule me out of order. So, Madam President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 57.2, I beg to move that the bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised. Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Thank you, Madam President, for granting me the opportunity to raise what I consider to be a very important matter in light of recent developments in our country, and that is the need for the government to implement updated security measures to protect prison officers in light of the murder of 2 prison officers during the month of November 2021. At the outset, I wish to say that just after submitting this motion for approval, I think on the very said day, another prison officer had their home, had shots fired at their home, which resulted in the wounding of an off-duty police officer. Madam President, I think any person with a heart, a human, would have been heartbroken at some of the videos that have been circulating through the media and social media that showed a prison officer being killed in the presence of a child. And so I do not think that anyone can disagree with the fact that this is a matter that requires some urgent attention. Prison officers play a very integral role in our criminal justice system, and they are responsible for protecting law-abiding citizens by managing the detention of convicted offenders, as well as those who are remanded pending trial, who are not afforded the opportunity to get bail. If persons have their liberty taken away by the courts, but they are still posing a threat to the safety of our prison officers, then this does not bode well for wider society who depend on our security services to keep us safe. If prison officers are under threat, then what is to be said about witnesses, prosecutors, and even judicial officers? An attack on any faction or group of persons who are part of the criminal justice system should send off alarm bells in the minds of those who are tasked with implementing measures to tackle these issues. For this reason, Madam President, I am disheartened to see that over the years this issue continues to come up. It gets some attention, but we are not addressing the issue or taking any meaningful measures to really curb the incidence of these types of crimes against prison officers. The issue of prison officer safety is not new, and whenever a prison officer is murdered, it is typically attributed to a hit, as they say, being put out from within the prison by someone who is incarcerated. I think that we simply cannot say that we send thoughts and prayers and condolences and even $500,000 rewards for the apprehension of offenders, because that is simply not enough. That does not undo the damage that is done to a child who witnesses a parent being gunned down, or the morale of the remaining officers who must function in these environments and, again, continue to work and to serve and protect and play a role in our criminal justice system. The government is tasked with finding solutions and taking action to mitigate against the risk of more prison officers becoming victims of violent crimes, and to also ensure that the problem does not spill over into other areas of our justice system. Let me frontally address one of the issues that I anticipate will be raised in response, and that is the judgment where the policy of allowing prison officers to carry firearms was challenged. I anticipate a typical deflection and distraction that UNC lawyers are preventing prison officers from having firearms. Well, I want to say that we have to find solutions not by breaking the law or bending the law, but by operating within the law. The UNC, we fully promote and uphold the rule of law. And it cannot be that we simply resort to a system of arming everybody so that who draws first will survive. Giving out firearms is not the answer. It has to be deeper than that. Yes, you can have a system, and this had been recommended previously, of FUL applications being prioritized when it comes to prison officers who are legitimately threatened. But this prison threat assessment committee set up by the Commissioner of Prisons, where this power to allow prison officers to carry firearms while they were outside of the prison because they were on constructive duty, simply is a Band-Aid placed on a very festering wound, and it simply will not do. It has also been struck down by the court. Madam President, during the People's Partnership Administration, a response to prison issues in general it came in the form of the Dear Saran Committee, and that committee made certain recommendations. Again, I know it would be said, well, why didn't you all do it? Well, the Special Provisions Committee proposals for early, urgently needed action was presented to this House in 2013, less than 2 years before the People's Partnership demitted office. And I am really not here to have the typical debate on who did what, who did more, who should have and could have and would have, and so on. But I'm simply saying that we need to give some serious consideration to some of these recommendations, because the issue of prison officer safety was critical and frontally addressed in this report, Madam President. Now, for the past 6 years, let us look at how much has been done. Upon assuming office, in his first budget statement, it was said that an efficient and legitimate foundation of crime prevention, law enforcement, and reduction of repeat offenders would be provided. Prison management will be strengthened with a focus on prison officer safety. It is common knowledge that contraband, that's a quote from the budget statement, But I'm saying it is common knowledge that contraband for trade facilitated by the few rotten apples in the prison service is a fundamental problem that prompts and fuels the proliferation of gangs and conflict between prisoners and prison officers who are attempting to uphold the law. And it is also known that the use of cell phones within the prison is a perennial problem. We've all seen videos recorded and disseminated from within the prison walls. I think that they get better reception in the prison than some areas outside of the prison. So it is a major threat to the security of prison officers when prisoners can communicate unsupervised with the outside world, and when access to cell phones is a contentious matter that fuels the rift between prison officers and prisoners. In 2016, I found a newspaper report that said millions had been spent, and they did not give the exact figure, they refused to when asked by the media, but it said that millions were spent on an inmate calling solution system. And the commissioner at the time, Mr. Stewart, said that with the implementation of scanners and jammers, the inmates could no longer contact the outside world by means of illegal cell phones. This is in 2016. But in July of this year, it is reported that a search carried out in the cells revealed cell phones, cigarettes, and marijuana being found. In 2019, then Commissioner Wilson stated that bags were being thrown over the prison walls and collected by inmates who worked in the gardening area. Again, in June of this year, it was reported that the Special Operations Team got a tip-off and they were able to find a cache of arms. That's how it's described, a cache of arms, ammunition, and explosives in the prison garden, where some of the low-risk inmates are allowed to spend time. So between 2019 and 2021, the situation of arms and other illegal contraband entering the prisons and making its way into the prison via the garden has not been addressed. There was an inquiry into the status of an investigation into the Port of Spain prison break conducted by a joint select committee of this parliament, in the 11th parliament, And that report recommended that the Ministry of National Security give immediate attention to the recommendations of the Commissioner of Prisons. One of the things noted by that committee was, in fact, the fact that 80%, this is based on evidence given, 80% of the prison was not outfitted with audio surveillance. Areas used by prison officers for the purpose of interviews were not equipped with sufficient technology to record conversations between inmates and other officers, and nor were they monitored by surveillance cameras. One officer gave evidence that cameras in the airing yard, cell blocks, and other main gates of the maximum security prisons were not functioning. The committee went on to recommend the creation of a prison intelligence unit which could utilize the data and intelligence collected through a proper network of CCTV cameras, and this could address issues which continue to plague the prison system. But in March of this year, testifying again before a joint select committee at a public hearing, the present commissioner testified that there was delay in repairing the existing CCTV camera system in the prison due to COVID. Now, Madam President, we must ask the question, who is guarding the guards? If cell phones and contraband is getting into the prisons, why is that still happening? Why is there still, why with these scanners and jammers are they not performing optimally to prevent this from happening? Is it wise to house all high-risk inmates in one prison? And why is there no inspector of prisons still to date to address legitimate concerns raised? Because this office, recognized by statute, is created so that they can create an avenue to address issues rather than violence erupting between prisoners and prison officers. In closing, Madam President, there are many other suggestions that I would like to make. Of course, I am limited in time, but the prioritization of FUL applications, if we ever have a properly appointed Commissioner of Police, is something the government needs to take into account, as well as the use of K9 units so that they could detect contraband in the prison and at least limit or minimize the incidence of violence within our prison walls. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, for many years, threats have been made against law enforcement personnel. This has intensified over the past 10 to 15 years. Unfortunately, some of these threats have resulted in very serious harm and frequently, too frequently, death upon some of our officers, including, of course, prison officers, which is the subject of the discussion here today. Recent media reports suggest an alleged pledge to kill even more prison officers. This is not new. Our officers have suffered and their families have suffered severely from the carrying out of some of these threats. These reports came in the wake of the cold-blooded and recent killing of 2 of the nation's prison officers. Our heartfelt condolences continue to go out to the families and the friends of both these officers. These attacks on our law enforcement officers go against the very fabric of our society and is a serious threat to our democracy, a threat to the rule of law, and therefore should be denounced by all law-abiding and right-thinking citizens. The Ministry of National Security, and by extension the government of Trinidad and Tobago, is committed to the protection of all of our officers. In this regard, threats and or attacks against law enforcement personnel are taken and dealt with very decisively, very seriously. A threat against a law enforcement officer is a threat against law enforcement. Madam President, you will recall we passed Act number 25 of 2019, which was a law to treat with some of these events very severely, albeit, of course, within the context of the law and within the context of the constitutionality that we must respect. The advantage that the criminals have is that they are free to operate, and they do operate outside of the law. And they have the element of surprise 24 hours a day, and that remains an advantage to those who are criminally minded. Section 11 of the said Act, Act number 25 of 2019, deals specifically with retaliatory action against prison officers. And it spells out very serious consequences, up to $250,000 on summary conviction and $500,000 upon conviction and indictment for some of the offenses identified in Section 11 of that Act, where there's any retaliatory action against a prison officer or any of his relatives, and the relatives are categorized in plain language in the law. In other words, we came to the Parliament and passed law in recognition of these issues, and it is now for the police and others to enforce these laws, and I'm satisfied that that is being executed. This is not merely a prison service issue, this is a national security issue. And the state does not and will not take this type of intimidation lightly. Our law enforcement officers should not be made to cower or to be afraid to perform their lawful duties for which they are paid and sworn to protect all of us. Currently, the murders of the 2 prison officers very recently are being investigated by the Police Homicide Bureau of Investigations. This is an ongoing police investigation, and I could say very little more about it, except that I am satisfied from my recent briefings that by the police, they have informed me that they are making swift and significant progress in getting to the bottom of those 2 offenses. Prison officers and the public can rest assured that the full range of national security agencies and resources are dedicated to this and similar efforts, and that no effort would be spared. Some of the countermeasures that we have put in place, Madam President, has to do with increased cross-border and cross-agency collaboration between all arms of national security. The prison service has continued to strengthen and deepen its working and operational relationships with the police service and the defense force. In particular, once a threat is made against an officer, the TTPS is immediately contacted, after which they take the appropriate action. The leadership of the police service is very, very supportive from my observations and knowledge. And the current de facto head of the police service has signaled that the entire police service has taken up these challenges very seriously. The Prison Interdiction Unit was established to address the issue of trafficking by prison officers, because it has now become very clear to us that that kind of conduct fuels, encourages some of the actions against prison officers, and this is well known to all of us. This interdiction unit allows, on the authority of the Commissioner of Prisons, for certain officers to search any and every officer, including officers of any rank, as they enter the prison complex or the prison stations. Madam President, within the last 3 years, 33 active prison officers have been detained for trying to treat with contraband, to take contraband into the prison. This too was addressed in great detail with severe penalties in Act number 25 of 2019. Madam President, it may be surprising to some, but the business of drugs and alcohol and cigarettes and phone and communication system and gadgets to support them is extremely big business in the prison. There are reports of people conducting their affairs in there and making a tremendous amount of money on the outside, including with the use of these devices, extortion on citizens and businesses out here. A threat assessment committee was also set up, and this unit is headed by a Deputy Commissioner Operations. Once a threat is reported to the unit, the officer in question is interviewed and an investigation is immediately launched to determine the authenticity of the claim. And once it is satisfied that a threat exists, the officer is specially equipped and armed to protect himself, and other systems to protect him and his family are also put in place. Senators would recall there was a third attack within recent time, but that officer, trained and prepared, was able to respond. Men were shot, the attackers were shot, and one at least was arrested. Action is being taken. As well, a strategic operations unit has been formed in the prison service, trained by members of the special forces of the Defense Force, and preparing them to be able to respond with great force when and if the circumstances provide for same. We have also provided officers with a range of training in tactical skills to prepare them to address potential threats, increase safety awareness of law enforcement officers, trained in techniques designed to avoid assaults, self-defense, violence de-escalation techniques, the use of less lethal munitions like rubber bullets, tear gas, batons and shields, and to target hardening via the use of simulator training, and the use of and retention of firearms. In addition to those, Madam President, we make representations for officers at the HDC. Some officers find themselves having been born and grew in very difficult circumstances. We try to assist them to make adjustments in that regard. The development of infrastructure in the nation's prisons, CCTV cameras, appropriate perimeter fencing, lighting, and an effort to promote safety and security, Madam Speaker, Madam President. As for the scanners and jammers, they are operational, but it's a battle of technologies, and that battle continues. We have issued officers with stab vests, and altogether, going forward, the Ministry of National Security commits to ensuring that rogue officers who bring contraband and encourage this thing are charged, arrested, and dismissed from the service. Fast-tracking of firearm users' license for prison officers where appropriate, and fast-tracking of matters involving prison officers. The state, as I conclude, the state counts prison officers among some of the hardest working and in the most risky environment men and women in this country. They do yeoman service on a daily basis, interfacing directly with some of the criminals who shoot and murder and kill themselves into jail and want to shoot and murder and kill themselves out of jail as well. We will have none of it. These officers deserve the respect of every citizen, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in conclusion, will continue to do everything in our power to protect them and to ensure the safety of the officers and their families. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
With your indulgence, with regard to this second motion on the adjournment, I've been reliably advised that this particular matter, which is the matter of the by-election in the Debe South electoral district, that this particular matter is before the courts, and therefore, being sub judice, the government will not respond to this motion.
Senator Mark.
As you are aware, as a presiding officer, this matter is before a judge and not a jury. And as you fully understand and appreciate, if a matter is before a jury, then the injury as it relates to sub judice is applicable. But this is a matter, Madam President, that is outstanding.
Yes, Senator Mark, I've heard you. And Standing Order 47 sets out certain principles. And if this matter is before the court, you seem to be saying that it is. I will say that out of an abundance of caution, we should not be proceeding with this matter now. Okay? I now invite members to bring Christmas greetings.
President, and indeed I'm privileged to bring greetings on behalf of the government bench to extend Merry Christmas greetings to the population and to those of us in this honourable place. Many would cite Christmas, Madam President, as the most wonderful time of the year, and for Christians, it's quite possibly the most important event on the Christian calendar. For us, and as a seasoned Catholic, it is a season of Advent. And if you were to walk into a Catholic church at this time, you would see 3 candles lit, symbolizing that we are in the preparation for Christmas. And those candles are meant to signify hope, joy, love. And the 4th candle would indeed be lit on this weekend before the celebration of Christmas. As we move into closer to the time of the celebration, Madam President, it's very important that we commiserate with many of those who would have lost their loved ones during this year on account, and even in 2020, on account of the COVID period, and who may have suffered pain in every which way. Our thoughts, our prayers are with them, and we would wish them good memories at this time. Madam Speaker, Trinidadians love merriment, and particularly at this time, and it's a word of caution to everyone that we operate moderately and we remain shining examples for our children at this time. Replace alcohol shots with vaccine shots, and do please follow the protocols. I extend, Madam President, from our bench to the opposition bench, and to the bench of the independents, to all of the parliamentary staff, and to you, Madam President, hope, joy, love, and peace at Christmas and well into 2022. Thank you.
Senator John.
Madam President, once again, we can't celebrate in the manner that we are used to when we claim Trini Christmas is the best. The COVID-19 pandemic has reshaped how we do a lot of things. In fact, we can use the upcoming holidays as a genuine opportunity to tell our friends and family how much we care and miss them. This year has taught us many lessons, and I hope and pray that we will emerge from it a stronger and more hopeful people. Madam President, the pandemic has shown us the value of being each other's keeper and how together we can make a difference. On behalf of the opposition, the United National Congress, I wish you, Madam President, your family, all of our senatorial colleagues, the staff of the Parliament and their families a responsible, safe and healthy Christmas and a really prosperous and optimistic 2022. Thank you.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
2021, the worst of times. With apologies to Charles Dickens, it was not the best of times. Really, it was the worst, and we should have seen the signs. 2021 was an all-time low. It was our annus horribilis, as insults did freely flow. Passions inflamed, disappointment cannot excuse clear and time-worn rules being subject to abuse. Independent senators really work assiduously. The Labour states call for researchers for us, we've yet to see. Singing for our supper is such an inane cry, as many lose much income and yet we do not sigh. We are committed to serve our country to the best of our ability by making laws that can stand up to all and sundry scrutiny. Partisan interest, every one of us is true. The record will show that that is really true.
Naked, please.
As we leave 2021 behind, like a bad dream, we hope 2022 will bring wisdom and mean that we can make an effort to work together in an atmosphere of love and caring for our country and one another. Just as cross-examination does not mean to examine crossly, debating bills does not mean we have to be to each other nasty. In this season of peace and goodwill to all men and women too, let's agree to henceforth show respect for our women, be they higher or below you. From our wombs we brought you forth. At our knees your earliest lessons were taught. God so loved us that through our blessed mother, his son he sent to bring peace and love to save us even in this parliament. We pray God's protection from COVID for us, our nation, and all our families, and his continued blessings on all our parliamentary colleagues. On behalf of this independent bench, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's approach 2022 with faith, hope, love, mutual respect, and without fear. Aye.
Honourable Senators, delivering Christmas greetings this year is as difficult a balancing act as it was last year. One continues to struggle to find the right balance between conveying the joy and the festivity of the occasion on the one hand, while remaining mindful on the other hand of the distressing devastation and dislocation that the COVID-19 pandemic continues to cause to so many lives and to so many livelihoods. The arrival in our country of the much-feared latest variant almost tips the scale towards one yielding to despair at our nation's circumstances at this time. Almost, but not quite. Because, Honourable Senators, Christmas remains at its core a season of hope. For Christians, that hope arises from the birth of a Saviour, from the birth of a heavenly King. This year and at this time, we are all, Christians and non-Christians alike, encouraged by the spirit of the season to hope in better things to come. And so, let us all do just that. Let us hope for and let us believe in a better next year. I am convinced that if we yield to hope rather than give in to despair, and if we reflect on and believe in the Christmas messages of hope, reconciliation, forgiveness, and peace, the year ahead of us will be better than the year that is behind us. And so, to Honourable Senators and your families, in this Christmas spirit of hope, I pray that this Christmas finds you all in good health and that it brings joy and well-being into all of your homes. To our dedicated and hardworking staff and their families, and in this same Christmas spirit of hope, I pray that God's richest blessings will be upon you and will unfold you this Christmas season and always. And to all of Trinidad and Tobago, I say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Honourable Senators, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.